Chapter 1241. Duke Long sighed. Whether there are rank 10 Gu immortals or not, I cannot answer you. But I think there should be a rank 10 immortal Gu. Because Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had personally said this. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was a rank 9 Venerable after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was benevolent, did not compete with others and loved peace. However, just like the Giant Sun Immortal, he had never truly entered the Celestial Court. There were only 3 immortal venerables in history who had truly entered the Celestial Court and merged their grotto heavens into the Celestial Court. From ancient times until now, they were the first rank 9 venerable in history: Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, the creator of Wisdom Path Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and the creator of Wood Path Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, who possessed Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Northern Plains. The final battle of the Bloodbath Martial Competition had finally arrived. Chu Du walked off the battlefield. Please advise me. In front of him stood a female immortal. She was dressed in a splendid palace dress that dragged on the ground, and her fine black hair was tied up high with a dazzling array of jade and gold hairpins. Her skin was snow white, her eyebrows were slender and her gaze was sharp. Her chest was perky and her body was well developed. She was graceful and luxurious, and she gave others a feeling that she couldn't be offended. It was Gong Wanting, the wife of Prince's Impatience. Gong Wanting's face was solemn as she sighed. Domination Immortal is indeed worthy of his reputation, defeating Lu Zhozhuan and Yao Yuanying. Regardless of the result of this battle, the name of Domination Immortal will spread throughout Northern Plains. Lu Zhanshan and Yao Yuanying, whose names were mentioned, looked displeased. But there was nothing they could do. Chu Du was stronger than them. Overall, the Blood Battle Martial Competition was the result of the Huangjin tribes firmly suppressing the alliance of the Chu sect and the Baizu tribe. But at the end, Chu Du's appearance was a resounding slap to the Righteous Alliance. The might of the Domination Immortal made the Huangjin bloodline Gu immortals feel wariness. This was the last battle of the 100 battles. He had no other choice. Gong Wanting walked off the stage. This was a duel between the commanders of both sides. Please. Chu Du's demeanor was elegant. Although he was injured, he was still calm and collected. Gong Wanting's eyes flashed with a strange light. She laughed and said, Domination Immortal is indeed heroic. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple light flashed like a sword. He shot towards Chu Du like lightning. Chu Du shouted, did not retreat but advanced, bravely charging towards Gong Wanting. It was a battle that shook the heavens and the earth. The two of them fought back and forth for hundreds of rounds, but there was no clear victor. Fighting from the sky to the ground, the bloody plains were almost completely destroyed. The spectating immortals had no choice but to retreat 30,000 li to avoid being caught up in the battle between Chu Du and Gong Wanting. Chu Duwei was unstoppable. On the other hand, Gong Wanting attacked more and defended more. Her posture was calm. This fierce battle continued for another 100 rounds. Chu Du's body was covered in wounds, blood flying everywhere. Gong Wanting was no longer calm, her serious eyes constantly sweeping over Chu Du, not daring to be careless in the slightest. The spectating Gu immortals were already moved. They evaluated this intense battle. It was a battle at the peak of rank 7. Under the premise that no rank 8s appeared. In Northern Plains Gu immortal world, no one would surpass him for hundreds of years. The sun set and the moon rose. From day to night, the two sides were still evenly matched. This kind of non-stop, intense battle was extremely intense. By dawn of the second day, both sides were in a weakened state. The battle was nearing its end. The outcome of life and death could be decided at any moment. The spectating Gu immortals. All of them held their breaths, waiting for the final outcome. But at this time, a magnificent pillar of light suddenly shrouded the area. Chu Du and Gong Wanting were separated from the intense battle. It's about time. This battle will be decided as a draw. Rank 8 Gu immortal Yao Huang appeared in the sky. He looked not far away. I wonder if Heavenly Lord agrees with my words? Heavenly Lord Baizu appeared from the clouds, nodding, please go to the sky and fight. Next, the two rank 8 Gu immortals flew up into white heaven under everyone's gazes. Soon, the immortals above the bloodbath plains heard a rumble and explosion from the white sky. It sounded like thunder but also like the roar of a beast. Domination Immortal Chu Du let out a breath of turbid air. The current situation was what he wanted. Gong Wanting had a special status. She was the wife of Prince's Impatience. Chu Du could not kill her because of this. Once he killed Gong Wanting, he would definitely provoke Prince's Impatience. When Chu Du was alone, he was not afraid. But now that he had established Chu sect, it was a different concept. As for Chu Du himself, he had an outstanding performance in this blood battle martial competition. Heavenly Lord Baizu would not let Chu Du die in this battle for the future development of Baizu tribe. Just like what Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu had discussed before the martial competition, the losses on both sides were successfully limited to a certain range. Gasp! So powerful even white heaven is cracked. Hearing this sound, I can tell that the battle is extremely intense. It is a pity that we cannot penetrate the heavenly wind chi wall and watch the battle in white heaven. The immortals on both sides did not leave, they conversed. The result of the battle between Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang decided everything. In the entire process of the blood battle martial competition, no matter how many sacrifices were made, how much effort they put in, or how many battle achievements they had, they could not compare to the result of this battle. No matter which side it was, they all suffered heavy losses. However, the number of Gu immortals who died in battle was not many. Some rank 6 Gu immortals died, and even fewer rank 7 Gu immortals died. The greatest loss was Yi Lui Kun Xing, who was killed by Fang Yuan. As the battle progressed, both sides formed a tacit understanding. Of course, Gu immortals getting injured was also a huge matter. Because of the Dao marks, they were hard to heal. Often, the cost of healing would make a Gu immortal pay a huge price. In white heaven, Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang sat opposite each other. A chessboard was placed between them. Please have a taste of my newly created golden leaf tea. Yao Huang chuckled, recommending his tea. Heavenly Lord Baizu drank a mouthful and nodded, before taking out a large bag of snacks. This is my specialty, stir-fried centipede. The two rank 8 great experts drank tea and ate the stir-fried centipede while playing chess. They were having a good time. Yao Huang sighed. This stir-fried centipede is delicious, I can't get tired of tasting it, it is truly a supreme delicacy. Heavenly Lord Baizu also praised, Brother Yao Huang's golden leaf tea is even better than the silver leaf tea. It seems that Brother Yao Huang will be able to refine resurrection from the dead Gu soon. Every serving of tea and wine could be seen as an unfinished food path Gu recipe. Sometimes, when Gu immortals sparred with their refinement path attainment, in order to avoid a huge commotion or to save face, they would serve tea or wine. Gu immortals would taste tea or drink wine, they could determine each other's Gu refinement attainment. Of course, this method was too subtle, most of the time, it was only a superficial probing, it could not show each other's true strength. Heavenly Lord Baizu could taste a different taste from Yao Huang's newly created golden leaf tea. Moreover, Heavenly Lord Baizu had tasted Yao Huang's silver leaf tea before. Comparing the two, he could tell that Yao Huang's refinement path attainment had improved. This improvement was clearly a result of Yao Huang's attempt to refine resurrection from the dead immortal Gu. As for Heavenly Lord Baizu, the snacks he created were not so simple, they could be seen as a display of his refinement path attainment. But Heavenly Lord Baizu had been busy building up Baizu tribe and attacking Heifan Grotto Heaven recently. His refinement path attainment did not improve, thus the fried centipede did not change much. However, the medicine sovereign's gaze was focused below the two of them. Not far below them, two figures were fighting. One was Heavenly Lord Baizu's appearance, the other was Yao Huang's appearance. Under white light, the commotion that the Gu immortals above blood battlefield plain heard was caused by these two figures. Yao Huang praised, Heavenly Lord's clone methods are getting more profound, you can even imitate 20 to 30% of a rank 8's power. Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled as he shook his head, I am ashamed. This is an immortal killer move that I comprehended after failing to attack Heifan Grotto Heaven a few days ago. I had once heard that Longevity Heaven contains Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal killer move, Perfect Pair. It can allow a Gu immortal to create a clone with the same battle strength as them. My methods cannot be compared to Thieving Heaven Demon Venerables. Yao Huang smiled. He understood the meaning behind the words. Heavenly Lord Baizu mentioned Longevity Heaven, it was not as simple as it looked. Yao Huang explained, Heavenly Lord, don't worry. As long as the rank 8 Gu immortals in Longevity Heaven do not come out, just a longevity token cannot mobilize us. Furthermore, isn't the situation of any region determined by the confrontation between rank 8 Gu immortals? Right now, among the rank 8 Gu immortals in Northern Plains, old ancestor Shui who has the highest battle strength. If he refines fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, there will be no way to deal with him. But recently I saw that snowy mountain blessed land's defenses are tight, even for us, it will be hard to break into it. Our competition is just the righteous path's internal strife. If old ancestor Shui who refines fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, Northern Plains situation will turn into a situation where the righteous path and demonic path rise. Yao Huang spoke frankly. Heavenly Lord Baizu nodded, agreeing with the former's analysis. Originally, the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower had caused a huge change in Northern Plains' situation. Demonic flames were rising. If old ancestor Shui Hu really succeeded in refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, that would be even more incredible. Compared to the rise of righteous path forces, Yao Huang was even more unwilling to see the demonic path becoming arrogant. Thankfully, in this blood path martial competition we invited many lone immortals and demonic path experts. A portion of them died in the competition, while the rest joined Chu sect or Mai Baizu tribe after the competition. It can be said that they have sacrificed their lives to increase the strength of our righteous path. Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled. Rank 8 Gu immortals had great foresight. This blood battle martial competition, on one hand, would help Yao tribe weaken the other Huangjin tribes. On the other hand, they would use Heavenly Lord Baizu and Chu Du's identities to weaken the lone immortals and demonic immortals, stabilizing the situation in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. But when Chu sect was mentioned, Yao Huang frowned. This Chu sect needs to be reformed. Our Northern Plains cannot allow sects to be created. Chapter 1242. Yao Huang's attitude was firm. Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled. Don't worry about this. Chu Du is aware of this. He has already communicated with me. He can give in on this. That's good. Yao Huang nodded. Both sides conversed for a while. The chess game was half done. Time was almost up. The two immortals flew down to White Heaven one after the other. Next, the two announced that in the earlier battle, Yao Huang won. This blood battle martial competition ended with the victory of the Huangjin tribe's alliance. Chu sect and Baizu tribe's Gu immortals had ashen expressions. Only Chu Du had a calm expression. He had expected this. In contrast, the Huangjin tribe's Gu immortals were celebrating. There was no need to explain the outcome of the battle. The blood battle martial competition that shook Northern Plains Gu immortal world and even affected the other 4 regions came to an end. Southern border, giant dream realm. In a deep and eerie sea. Darkness, one could not even see their own fingers. Fang Yuan was immersed in it. His injuries were severe. The pressure at the bottom of the sea was intense. In the water around him, there were countless slender dragon figures swimming around him. These were the dragons that lived in the sea. Each sea dragon had desolate beast-level battle strength. There were countless sea dragons. There were hundreds or even thousands of them. Fang Yuan's character was currently a rank 6 Gu immortal, but facing so many sea dragon beasts, he was still unable to fight them. More importantly, to pass this 9th stage I need to kill all of the sea dragons. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. If this was in the real world, he would have little chance of breaking through the encirclement and surviving. But in this dream realm, it had its own rules. If Fang Yuan wanted to break through, he would fail in the dream realm exploration. This was not giving Fang Yuan a way out. It is impossible to get rid of these sea dragons with just the foundation and methods in the dream realm. Thus, if Fang Yuan wanted to get through this stage, he only had one choice. One was Immortal Killer move Unravel Dream. But with so many sea dragons I can only activate Unravel Dream less than 10 times, it is not enough to resolve this problem. Looks like this scene is probably the final cultivation life of the Dreamland's owner. Fang Yuan was enlightened. Dreams were divided into different categories. Most of them were realistic dreams that reproduced scenes from the life of a certain life form. A small portion of them were strange, bizarre dreams. This dream realm that Fang Yuan explored was clearly a realistic dream realm. It might have been based on the original reality. It was somewhat exaggerated. But it also showed part of the truth that had happened. This Gu immortal was once a Gu master of combat immortal sect. His talent is not bad, but after becoming rank 6, he pales in comparison to the surrounding Gu immortals. The 10 great ancient sects of the central continent also allocate cultivation resources according to sect contributions. This Gu immortal's aptitude was barely passable, his battle strength was not high and his methods were not brilliant. It was hard to get any sect contribution points, and even harder to obtain cultivation resources. Therefore, that's why I thought of exploring the East Sea. In the end, when he passed through the 5 regions' aperture walls, his immortal aperture's foundation was damaged. Afterwards he heard some rumors about Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace and came to explore this sea area, but he was attacked by a sea dragon group and died here. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan finally made his decision. He chose to give up. He took the initiative to leave this dreamland. Normally speaking, the deeper one went into this dream realm, the greater the gains from breaking through. But Fang Yuan was wise and decisive. He chose to retreat. He kept Unravel Dream. He did not waste it here. After a while, Fang Yuan returned to reality. He used Get's Gu to heal his injuries and inspected his own situation. Water Path Quasi-Grandmaster. This attainment level had not changed. He was still far from true Grandmaster. However, it was enough to annex many blessed lands in City Well, because most of them were rank 6 Water Path blessed lands. According to the current situation, it is best to raise my attainment level to Master in all my paths. That way I will be able to annex any rank 6 blessed land. Even though rank 6 blessed lands have less and less help in raising my cultivation level. But if I annex more, the effect will be greater. Fang Yuan pondered. Next, he would enter his dream realm and refine some dream path mortal goo. Of course, he would also spend some time to make deductions. These last days he had an inspiration. He wanted to combine Myriad Self with Sword Dragon transformation. The deduction was progressing smoothly. Fang Yuan's strength path attainment level was high enough. His transformation path was also Grandmaster. The only flaw was that his wisdom path deductions were slightly lacking. But this was not a big deal. Lady White Rabbit came to report the situation of the Immortal Opportunity business, as well as some information that she had gathered. Fang Yuan sat on a cushion. He closed his eyes and said to her, "Speak, I am listening." Fang Yuan deduced his own things while listening to Lady White Rabbit's words. He was multitasking. As a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, it was not hard for him to do this. Lady White Rabbit spoke as she looked at Fang Yuan's face. Her gaze was filled with deep emotions. But to her disappointment, even after she finished her report, Fang Yuan did not open his eyes to look at her. "Alright, you can leave now," Fang Yuan said. Lady White Rabbit could only be filled with disappointment and reluctance as she slowly left this place. Outside the hall, Wu Wen had been waiting for a long time. "Lady, this way please." Wu Wen's attitude towards Lady White Rabbit was much more respectful than before. As long as Lady White Rabbit could meet Fang Yuan, it would prove that Fang Yuan still favored her. This made Wu Wen place great importance on Lady White Rabbit. Because Lady White Rabbit was related to the Immortal Opportunity business. Lady White Rabbit was slightly worried. She asked Wu Wen, "Wu Wen, has Lord Wu Yihai always been cultivating like this?" Wu Wen was stunned. "What do you mean?" Lady White Rabbit sighed faintly. "Lord Wu Yihai is too hard-working when he cultivates. He does not want to waste a single second. Even when listening to my report, he did not stop cultivating. Has he always been like this?" Wu Wen blinked. "Lady, I am speaking the truth. Even though I have not personally witnessed Lord Wu Yihai's cultivation, but I can see it through my own eyes. Lord Wu Yihai is probably the most hardworking cultivator I have ever seen. Ignoring everything else, just him locking himself in the hall and not leaving for such a long time is something I cannot do." Lady White Rabbit's expression became even more worried. "Precisely so, I am worried about Lord Wu Yihai. He cultivates like he is risking his life. Cultivation is about relaxation, and relaxation in the long run. I am worried that Lord Wu Yihai will not be able to hold on and his mental state will be affected. Wu Wen, if you have the chance, you must persuade Lord Wu Yihai, okay?" Wu Wen said in his heart, "The number of times you see him and the time you spend with him is even more than mine. How can I persuade him?" But he still nodded, agreeing, "If I have the chance, I will try to persuade Lord Wu Yihai." Fang Yuan analyzed Lady White Rabbit's information. This allowed him to maintain a relatively clear grasp of the situation of the entire southern border. All in all, southern border's situation was still stable. Even though Wu Duxiu had died, Wu clan only had one rank 8 Gu immortal left, Wu Yong. But after this person took over Wu clan, he displayed great battle strength and clever political methods. Precisely so, even though Ba clan and Tai clan were eyeing him, they had no choice but to hold back their sinister thoughts. The situation of the rank 8s was like this, from top to bottom. It was reflected in all aspects of southern border. Inside the Super Gu formation, the situation was also calm. The Immortal Opportunity business was still going on. Some Gu immortals benefited from it. They were extremely happy, while some Gu immortals watched on coldly, ignoring it for now. Northern Plains blood battle martial competition has already ended. Chu sect reformed into Chu clan. Bai Zhu clan survived. The Huangjin clans won a great victory. They obtained a large amount of cultivation resources. This way, Northern Plains situation is becoming more stable. Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Central Continent, the information I obtained was not much. It was mostly from Jewel Yellow Skies. I only have a vague idea. But they are all rather stable and peaceful. In fact, stability and peace were the norm for the 5 regions. Who wouldn't want to live a peaceful life? Why would they want to fight to the death? The chaos in Northern Plains was actually caused by Fang Yuan. He destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. It was because of Shadow Sect's scheme, causing a series of terrifying effects. Only until the 5 regions' chaotic war did the 5 regions become chaotic. All order collapsed. Fighting became the main theme of Gu Immortal Cultivation. The external conditions were very relaxed and stable. This was the best thing for Fang Yuan. He entered his dream realm and started to refine Dream Path Mortal Gu. The caravan was resting at the foot of the mountain. Swoosh! A ray of moonlight moved agilely in the air, going around the rock in front of them and hitting the tree trunk behind it. Immediately, wood shavings flew. The thin tree trunk was almost cut by the moonlight. After so many days of practice, I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan was covered in sweat, but he was extremely happy internally. Not bad. Gu Master Big Beard walked towards Fang Yuan. Uncle Big Beard, thank you for teaching me this. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, showing his white teeth. He was bright and cheerful. Gu Master Big Beard was dazzled by this sunlight. He was a little confused. Ordinary people can maintain this passion for 7 to 8 days. But you wake up early and sleep late. As long as you have time, you will train for over a month. Your passion has not diminished at all. Is this boring cultivation really so interesting? Fang Yuan clenched his fists. His eyes were shining like the morning stars. Of course. Uncle, don't you think it is very amazing? A person can launch a dazzling attack with just a wave of their hand. Cultivation itself is a very enjoyable thing. Chapter 1243. The bearded Gu Master could not understand Fang Yuan's emotions. After transmigrating from Earth, Gu Masters had all sorts of abilities. They were like superhumans. Becoming a superhuman from an ordinary person was something that Fang Yuan was excited about. He was passionate about. Furthermore, my aptitude is not good. I am only C grade. How can I not work hard? The young Fang Yuan chuckled. Uncle, do what you need to do. I will continue cultivating. Fang Yuan said. The bearded Gu Master smiled as he shook his head. He left tactfully. Standing far away, he looked at Fang Yuan, who was cultivating hard. His gaze was bleak as he muttered, even if I work so hard, so what? C-grade aptitude, the cold and cruel reality will assault me, the gap will extinguish my passion, setbacks will diminish my excitement. How long can this passion and hard work last? At another corner of the dream realm, the real Fang Yuan was touching a tree that was almost cut down by the moonlight. Not bad. This Dream Path Gu material is quite good. If I am lucky, I can refine more than 10 Dream Path Mortal Gu. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His dark and deep eyes flickered slightly as if they were starlight. By Xiang Grotto Heaven. The humans alike Dragon's Gu refinement method was at its final juncture. Hang in there. We can't relax in the slightest. Master, you can do it, you can definitely do it. By Xiang Heavenly Spirit shouted. The Gu formation was working. The light was like a pillar that supported the sky. At the center of the dazzling light, there was a human-shaped torch. It was Bai Ning Bing. His entire face and body were melting, as if he were wax under the heat and had melted into a ball. His hair had long been burnt, and his eyes were blind like glass beads. Even the fingers on his hands and feet had melted into one. Bai Ning Bing's face was completely different. He was in intense pain. For the past tens of days he had never stopped. Initially he screamed in pain, he screamed at the sky, he almost fainted. But afterwards he endured it with great difficulty. He endured it all the way. He gritted his teeth and endured it. Next, his teeth and tongue were burned by the raging wave rising dragon fire. They fused together. He smiled. A ferocious smile. After that, he couldn't even smile because his nose bridge and his face were burned and melted like wax. Right now he was like a human stick, too horrible to look at. But Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit could sense Bai Ning Bing's will. His will. Just like steel, after being burned by flames and hammered by pain, it became stronger and harder. Such willpower caused even Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit to be moved. At the start, even Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit did not think highly of Bai Ning Bing. Because Bai Ning Bing's condition was too terrible. And the humans alike Dragon's Gu refinement method was extremely dangerous. But when refining Gu, failure was inevitable. In history, which Gu Master or Gu Immortal who turned into a human dragon did not make ample preparations, they were extremely cautious and prepared to the extreme before taking such a risk. Boom. There was a loud noise. It was like a thunderclap. The radiance that soared into the sky suddenly disappeared, and a ball of raging flames soared up. It was shaped like a fire dragon, and its scarlet body was incomparably vigorous. After circling in the air, it turned around and charged at Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ningbing was already burned into a lump of meat, her flesh and bones, Dao marks, blood, skin and hair had all fused into one. The lump of meat was like a bottomless pit, it absorbed all of the fire dragons that charged at it. Next, the lump of meat turned redder and hotter, it burned the surroundings, causing the air around it to distort from the heat. When the lump of meat reached its limit, it exploded. In the bright light, a brand new Bai Ningbing appeared. Success, success. Bai Xiang heavenly spirit stared with wide eyes as he muttered. Under the light, Bai Ningbing roared at the sky. She said, "The mountain stretches for 10,000 li, the 9 layers of the abyss, the loach and eel living at the bottom of the well. Today the clouds are rising, my head soars to the sky." Her voice was like the roar of a dragon, it was like the rumbling of the wind, resounding in the whole of Bai Xiang Grotto heaven. Bai Xiang heavenly spirit was completely convinced, he knelt down on the ground. "Congratulations to Master for ascending to the immortal realm." Bai Ningbing stopped her roar, she slowly descended. She was expressionless, her skin was white as snow, her facial features were more refined, she was even prettier than before. A pair of light blue vertical dragon pupils emitted a cold aura. But at the next moment, deep surprise flashed in her dragon pupils. What is going on? I have already become an immortal, I have a real immortal aperture, why did I become a woman? This. Bai Xiang heavenly spirit considered his words before explaining carefully. The humans alike dragon's goo refinement method uses master as an immortal material. The result of the goo refinement depends on the combination of the immortal materials. Master, you already had transformation path Dao marks, to think that these transformation path Dao marks actually affected the final goo refinement result, turning you into a dragon lady. Bai Ningbing. She found that the information path Dao marks and alliance agreements on her body had already disappeared, but these transformation path Dao marks affected the crucial part. Like what the heavenly spirit said, the humans alike dragon's goo refinement method's result was hard to grasp. It depended on the immortal materials used. Bai Ningbing frowned. This seemed to be a curse. The curse of being a woman had been troubling Bai Ningbing ever since Qingmao Mountain. After a while of silence, Bai Ningbing asked, "How can I turn into a man?" Bai Xiang heavenly spirit replied, "That is easy, Master only needs to cultivate transformation path." Bai Ningbing had broad horizons, she shook her head. "This is not a permanent solution. My northern dark ice soul physique is still around, I will cultivate ice and snow path from now on." Bai Xiang heavenly spirit thought about it before speaking. "Master, you have already regained your life, your female identity is your foundation. But if you insist on changing your gender, you will need to find the other half of that rotation goo from back then and refine it into an immortal goo. Using this immortal goo, you can truly turn into a man." Bai Ningbing. In her mind, a person's image appeared unavoidably. "Fang Yuan, to think that you are still the obstacle in front of me." Bai Ningbing snorted coldly in her mind. She already knew that Fang Yuan had the upper extreme heavenly eagle with rank 8 battle strength. If she wanted to snatch that crucial goo worm from Fang Yuan, she had to think about it carefully. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. Above the clouds, goo immortals stood in great numbers. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder said, "Bu Zhenzi, you need to protect our sex fairy at all times during this trip to Northern Plains. She is only a false immortal after all, she has only ascended for a short period of time." Bu Zhenzi was Spirit Affinity House's Supreme Elder, a rank 7 Phantom Path goo immortal. He received the order, "Everyone, as long as I am alive, I will ensure her safety." His words were filled with confidence. First Supreme Elder nodded, looking at Zhao Lianyun. "This time you cannot charge at the front, you need to focus on your own safety. Leave the rest to others, the goo immortals traveling with you are the elites of the 10 great ancient sections. Together with our advantage in ambushing them, we have a huge chance of rescuing them." Zhao Lianyun nodded, she already knew that this ordinary-looking old lady was the goo immortal with the highest status in Spirit Affinity House. She bowed deeply to First Supreme Elder Su Hao and Li Juning. "I am going." "Let's go." First Supreme Elder waved her hand. Bu Zhenzi cupped his fists, bringing Zhao Lianyun along as they rode a ruined bat and flew far away. To think that Zhao Lianyun would become our sex fairy in the end. Providence is making fools of people. I wonder if she can rescue that Ma Hongyun in this trip? In my opinion, the possibility is very high. After all, the goo immortals going to Northern Plains are the elites of our 10 great sects, they are very strong. The goo immortals conversed and left. "I'm going to find my daughter." Fairy Bai Qing had a worried expression as she said to Feng Jioga. Feng Jioge nodded. This time he had wanted to participate in the trip to Northern Plains. However, he didn't expect the Heavenly Court to reject his suggestion. Feng Jioge was a peerless genius that was rarely seen in thousands of years. He had outstanding talent and made people look up to him. He had rank 7 cultivation level but had rank 8 battle strength. According to common sense, he was the best candidate for this trip to Northern Plains, but he was not able to join the rescue team. At this moment, Feng Jioge could not understand what the Celestial Court was planning. When Fairy Bai Qing saw Feng Kim Hong, the latter was sitting by the lake, looking at the ripples on the surface of the lake in a daze. In Fairy Bai Qing's heart, she felt a sense of tenderness. She knew that her daughter's goal had always been to become a fairy of Spirit Affinity House. But this time, Zhao Lianyun unexpectedly obtained Love Gu's recognition, and was also recognized by the Celestial Court, officially becoming a fairy of Spirit Affinity House. This way Feng Kim Hong was eliminated. Fairy Bai Qing slowly walked towards Feng Kim Hong. What? Are you still thinking about Fairy? No. Mother, I am thinking, why did I not obtain Love Gu's recognition? Feng Kim Hong's eyes were slightly red. He had clearly cried alone earlier. That is because you do not have love. Fairy Bai Qing sat beside Feng Kim Hong and stretched out her hand, gently caressing Feng Kim Hong's hair. Feng Kim Hong continued, why do I not have love? What is love? Fairy Bai Qing's gaze flickered. She thought about it before saying, love is different from familial love and friendship. It is more of a type of fate, just like how I met your father back then. Love had suddenly come. Before this, no one had expected it. So this kind of thing cannot be forced. Everything depends on fate. Feng Kim Hong shook his head. I do not want to leave it to fate. This is not my style. I want to find love and be recognized by love, to obtain the status of a fairy. Mother, what do you think is the possibility of this? Fairy Bai Qing smiled. This was basically impossible, but seeing her daughter's serious and expectant gaze as a mother, how could she be honest? Thus she said, there is a possibility, but first you need to find the person you want to love. Such a person is not your father or mother, nor is he one of your female companions. Chapter 1244. Mother means it's those? Feng Kim Hong frowned. In the environment she grew up in, there were no youngsters that could compare to her. Spirit Affinity House had more females than males. This made Feng Kim Hong look down on males of the same age since young. And the most important reason was that Feng Kim Hong's father was too outstanding. He raised her standards, causing her to look down on the men around her. Fairy Bai Qing nodded, asking jokingly, that's right, Huang Er, do you like any of the youngsters you met? Feng Kim Hong frowned. After a moment of seriousness, she shook her head. Fairy Bai Qing almost laughed out loud. Her daughter's dazed look was extremely adorable. She asked again, then let me change my question, which youngster left the deepest impression on you? This time Feng Kim Hong was stunned. Fang Yuan's image involuntarily appeared in her mind. Fang Yuan was the man who caused her a painful defeat. The scene on Danghun Mountain, Feng Kim Hong would never forget it. Furthermore, Fang Yuan had saved Feng Jioge's life. All these events caused Feng Kim Hong to have very complex feelings towards Fang Yuan. Speaking of hatred, it was not simple hatred. Speaking of gratitude, it was not simple gratitude. Fairy Bai Qing saw that Feng Kim Hong was in a daze. Her expression turned ugly. She panicked internally, blaming herself. Oh no! How could I forget about Fang Yuan? Fairy Bai Qing quickly said, Huang Er, don't think too much. As a mother, Fairy Bai Qing was very worried. Although Feng Kim Hong had grown up a lot in terms of emotions, she was still very pure. She was like a blank piece of paper. That Fang Yuan is an otherworldly demon. He used spring-autumn cicada to rebirth. His true age might be even older than father and mother. Fairy Bai Qing's tone was very solemn. Yes. He is listed on the Devil Judgment Board and is an extremely vicious devil. He has slaughtered countless people and harmed the common people. He is extremely dangerous. But he saved Dad, Feng Kim Hong retorted. Fairy Bai Qing had a solemn expression as she stared at Feng Kim Hong's eyes, saying seriously, then you have to remember, gratitude and grudges cannot be mixed, you have to distinguish them clearly. He saved your father's life. Although it was just a coincidence, we will definitely repay it. However, he is a member of the Devil Path and is wicked beyond redemption. After we repay him, when we meet him again, it will be time to eradicate him. Do you understand? Feng Kim Hong nodded. Understood. Southern border. Fang Yuan was in a dream. Achoo. Achoo. Fang Yuan sneezed twice in a row. He rubbed his nose and said to the female Gu master, again. The female Gu master stood behind the counter and took out 3 stones. Please. This was already another dream. The water path dream realm earlier. Because it was too difficult, Fang Yuan gave up on it. A few days later, the dream realm moved and finally, a dream realm suitable for Fang Yuan to explore appeared. What made Fang Yuan very happy was, if he successfully explored this dream realm, he could directly raise his luck path attainment level. There were very few luck path Gu immortals. Because even though Giant Sun Immortal created luck path, he did not popularize it. So, dream realms that contained luck path true meaning were also rare. Fang Yuan was able to encounter such a dream realm. The chances were very small. Fang Yuan looked at the 3 stones in front of him. He already knew. According to the rules of this dream realm, he needed to win 3 times in a row and find the most valuable item among these stones to skip this stage and enter the second stage. Stone gambling. I have already succeeded twice. If I fail this time, all my previous efforts will be wasted. I should use Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan activated the immortal killer move Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan waited for a while but there was no reaction. What's going on? Just as he was feeling puzzled, the female Gu master who served him said softly, "Little brother, choose the middle one. Don't worry, I won't cheat you." Saying so, she winked at Fang Yuan in a flirtatious manner. Fang Yuan finally understood, this was the effect of Unravel Dream. He did not hesitate, he grabbed the middle one. 3 stones were opened, none of them had Gu worms, but according to the stone's material, the middle one had the highest value. The first stage faded away in front of him. Soon he entered the second stage. Northern Plains. Longevity Heaven. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Calamity Luck Altar. 3 layers of round altars, pillars, white jade railings and sunlight shined. Calamity Luck Altar was still operating. 8 Gu Immortals occupied 9 corners of Calamity Luck Altar, activating it day and night. At the center of Calamity Luck Altar, 5 Elements Grandmaster had a solemn expression. He was surrounded by 3 layers of 5 colored rings. The pressure from Calamity Luck Altar was increasing. 5 Elements Grandmaster had to use all his strength to resist it. Both sides were silent. Because it was clear to them that the other party could not be moved by words. Right at this time, the whole of Longevity Heaven resounded with bell sounds. The 8 extremities heard this bell sound and their bodies shook. They were bewildered. This is Immortal Killer Move, Alarm Bell Ring. How can this be? Back then, Ancestor Giant Sun set up this Immortal Killer Move in Longevity Heaven. Once Longevity Heaven encounters a huge danger, the bell will ring. But 5 Elements Grandmaster is already trapped by us. The 8 extremities conversed. They were all at a loss. The leader of the 8 extremities, Heaven Extremity, pondered, "No, even when 5 Elements Grandmaster attacked, the alarm bell did not ring. Now that the bell is ringing, it means there is another danger." The other 7 extremities were flustered. That means to say, this tribulation is even more severe than 5 Elements Grandmaster's sneak attack? Right now, all of us need to activate Calamity Luck Altar to suppress 5 Elements Grandmaster. We cannot split ourselves. How are we going to face this tribulation? With Calamity Luck Altar here, heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations cannot do anything to us. This is going to be terrifying. The second leader, Territory Extremity, looked at Heaven Extremity as he said, "In this situation, we can only awaken the 4 Desolation Immortals." Heaven Extremity had a solemn expression. He nodded slowly. 5 Elements Grandmaster smiled. Longevity Heaven cannot even protect itself. I am curious. What kind of tribulation can make this alarm bell ring? Heaven Extremity was about to speak. Suddenly, a voice resounded in his ears. The so-called tribulations and calamities are actually good luck. They are all luck path in essence. They are all variables. We Gu Immortals need to turn bad variables into variables that are beneficial to us. Calamity Luck Altar was constructed with this concept. Heaven Extremity heard this voice and was surprised and joyful. 5 Elements Grandmaster also looked at this mysterious Gu Immortal who had appeared out of nowhere, asking, "Which 4 Desolation Immortal are you?" "We greet Lord South Desolation." The 8 extremities greeted together, giving 5 Elements Grandmaster a clear answer. Inside Longevity Heaven, there were 8 extremities for Desolation, a total of 12 positions. The 4 Desolation Immortals were Eastern Desolation, Southern Desolation, Western Desolation and Northern Desolation for rank 8 Gu Immortals. The 8 extremities were Heaven Extremity, Earth Extremity, Profound Extremity, Yellow Extremity, Space Extremity, Time Extremity, Flood Extremity, and Desolate Extremity, 8 rank 7 Gu Immortals. Of course, Longevity Heaven was Giant Sun Immortal's grotto heaven. It was huge and had abundant resources. Other than these 12, there were other Gu Immortals. But these 12 were the core authority of Longevity Heaven. They were elites among Gu Immortals. South Desolation Immortal wore azure gold armor. His beard extended to his chest, he had a muscular body and an old face. He continued, "When the bell rings I wake up." The bell rings were 3 long and 2 short. It was neither fast nor slow. It meant that Love Immortal Gu was approaching Northern Plains. Love Immortal Gu had the ability to defy fate. Back then our ancestor was quite wary of it. In order to obtain Love Immortal Gu, our ancestor made a bet with the Celestial Court, but he could not refine Love Immortal Gu for 3 years. He could only use this chance to set up a supreme luck path method on Love Immortal Gu. One day in the future, when the method is activated, Love Immortal Gu will be drawn to Northern Plains by luck. This is the best chance for us to seize Love Immortal Gu. Giant Sun Immortal's immortal killer move was very profound. His descendants could deduce some information about calamities and tribulations from this bell ring. Even though the 8 extremities knew about the alarm bell ringing, they did not know about the details of the bell itself. Hearing South Desolation Immortal's words, they became excited. It turned out that many years ago Giant Sun Immortal had already made arrangements. Heaven Extremity said, "Lord South Desolation, please lead the way. The 8 extremities will listen to your orders. We are willing to risk our lives for Longevity Heaven and seize Love Immortal Gu." Southern Border. This is by Xiang Grotto Heaven. He Lulan stepped into the Immortal Aperture's entrance, officially stepping into by Xiang Grotto Heaven. Tai by Yunxing, Ing Wuxia and Shirnu followed closely behind. Something is not right. Ing Wuxia's expression suddenly changed. At the next moment, the surrounding scenery changed, the Gu formation activated, forming a special space that contained the 4 immortals. Bai Ning Bing's figure appeared faintly. Shirnu was shocked and furious. He shouted, "You are Bai Ning Bing? You dare to betray us? Shadow Sect scum, this day next year will be your death anniversary." Bai Ning Bing sneered, a cold and cruel light shined in her light blue dragon eyes. Ing Wuxia was greatly surprised. Bai Ning Bing actually broke free of his control. It was out of his expectations. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "So that's it, you actually used the humans alike Dragon's Gu refinement method? This method has been lost for a long time. By Xiang Grotto Heaven actually has it. To speak the truth, I need to thank you. Accept my gift." Bai Ning Bing sneered. The image that appeared in front of the 4 immortals became fainter and fainter, before vanishing completely. "Wait a moment, we can still talk." Before Ing Wuxia finished speaking, the Gu formation activated. Snow flew, countless ice spears pierced through the air. The 4 immortals had to deal with them quickly. Etian Mountain ruins inside the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, returning to reality. His soul was extremely weak, but it did not matter. Fang Yuan had plenty of guts. Gu Luck Path Master. Fang Yuan inspected himself. He found that his luck path attainment level had risen to master level. The luck path dream realm earlier had already been completely explored by him. His usage of Unravel Dream was completely exhausted, but his gains were even greater. His luck path attainment level that was extremely ordinary had risen to master level. He immediately felt a different feeling. This feeling was very mystical. It could not be described with words. If my luck path attainment reaches Grandmaster level, I might be able to exchange for the self-luck true inheritance that Land Spirit of Langia has. I would be able to use it very well. My strength would rise greatly. But for now, I feel that I can use Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu and Luck together, to greatly increase the power of the Immortal Killer move Chi Luck Sensation. Chapter 1245. Chi Luck Sensation. This Immortal Killer move came from He Fan Grotto Heaven, Gu Immortal Feng Jun's inheritance. It used Chi Luck Immortal Gu as the core and Mortal Gu as supplementary, allowing the Gu Immortal to sense the people and objects that were closely related to their own luck. Furthermore, the closer they got, the clearer and more complete their senses would be. Using this move, Fang Yuan could sense the location of Ing Wuxia and the rest, even if they were across regional walls. This was because Ing Wuxia and the rest had already connected their luck to Fang Yuan. After connecting their luck would be closely related at all times. After all, they would share blessings and misfortunes together. However, because of Ing Wuxia's various methods, a portion of Chi Luck Sensation's effect was suppressed, even though he hid in his immortal aperture to completely avoid the detection of Chi Luck Sensation. Fang Yuan was very wary of Ing Wuxia and the rest, because even though Shadow Sect was in ruins, a broken ship still had 3 nails, A dead camel was still bigger than a horse. As long as they gathered the remaining resources of Shadow Sect, Wuxia and the rest would become stronger, they would be able to move faster and more steadily than Fang Yuan. This time, I will raise the level of Qi Luck sensation. I might be able to find the location of Wuxia and the rest. I will get rid of them in advance and get rid of this huge threat. Fang Yuan decided to add Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo into Qi Luck sensation, increasing the number of cores of this killer move from 1 to 2. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo is Wisdom Path. I will add some Wisdom Goo in first. Next, I will use some Group Plan Goo and some Connect Luck Mortal Goo, Pair Goo and Sequencing Goo. Fang Yuan did not make any deductions. He made his choice based on his intuition. A large number of Mortal Goo were added. Fang Yuan had some of these Goo worms, but he needed to buy most from Jewel Yellow Skies. There were no twists and turns. Not long after, he collected all the Goo worms. But next, he did not rush to activate the Immortal Killer move. He experimented step by step. Because he gained so many Goo worms at once. The original Qi Luck sensation had changed greatly. If he activated it blindly, it might fail and cause Fang Yuan to be injured. In a more serious situation, the Goo worm would be destroyed. Forget about the Mortal Goo. If the Immortal Goo were destroyed, who would Fang Yuan cry to? When a Goo Immortal creates an Immortal Killer move, the process of testing it was very risky. Fang Yuan first split the entire new Qi Luck sensation killer move into several parts. He began to experiment one by one. The results of the experiment were excellent. None of them were unsuccessful. Fang Yuan then used Wisdom Path methods to deduce and modify the Qi Luck sensation killer move he had just created. Half a day later, Fang Yuan finished deducing. He started to activate Qi Luck sensation for the first time. Halfway through activating it, a small problem that exceeded Fang Yuan's expectations appeared. Of course, these problems were not too big, and it was very likely that they would not affect the final success. However, Fang Yuan was still cautious and stopped activating it. Give up halfway. Many Mortal Goo were destroyed. Fang Yuan did not even blink. It was fine as long as Qi Luck Immortal Goo and Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo were fine. He had a huge business now. He was extremely wealthy. Expending some Mortal Goo was a negligible loss to Fang Yuan. The supplementary Mortal Goo did not need to be purchased again. Fang Yuan had already considered this situation earlier, thus the quantity he purchased far exceeded what he needed in one go. He continued to deduce and found the reason. What exactly caused this unexpected change? This time, Fang Yuan deduced for a long time. After adjusting the Immortal Killer move's contents, he cultivated for a while. He started experimenting again. This time, during the latter half of activating the Immortal Killer move, an unexpected situation occurred again. The Immortal Killer move involved too many Goo worms. Many times even Fang Yuan could not deduce the changes inside. Even though it was just a small spark that appeared out of nowhere, Fang Yuan still felt that he had to investigate it carefully. He stopped activating the killer move again. Be it Unravel Mystery or Qi Luck Immortal Goo, they had to be activated at the crucial moment. Thus, even though he lost many Mortal Goo, it was not a big deal. He did this again and again. He continued to experiment, deduct, and adjust. A few days later, Fang Yuan finally obtained a relatively perfect Qi Luck sensation. This Immortal Killer move had 3 times the number of Goo worms compared to before, with 2 Immortal Goo as the cores, Unravel Mystery and Qi Luck. It was like 2 bright suns. Activating a brand new Qi Luck sensation. A profound feeling quickly filled Fang Yuan's mind. First, Yi Fan, Hong Yi and Han Li were in southern border, central continent and western desert respectively. Their specific locations were much clearer than before. Especially Yi Fan, Fang Yuan immediately found out that he was on Shangliang Mountain. Next he had a vague feeling. Wuxia and He Lulan appeared in Fang Yuan's detection again. But they were very vague, many times more so than Yi Fan. He did not know their exact location. Fang Yuan could only sense a rough range. Strange, other than Wuxia and He Lulan, there is another person who is also in a vague state similar to them. Did Wuxia use Connect Luck Immortal Goo to connect his luck to an unknown Goo Immortal? Fang Yuan immediately guessed the truth. He frowned. It was no secret that Connect Luck Immortal Goo was in Wuxia's hands. This was Fang Yuan's weakness. Right now, Fang Yuan was no longer using Spring Autumn Cicada, he had sealed it. And in terms of luck, with the help of Luck Immortal Goo, it had turned from a weak point to an advantage. But with Wuxia and the rest, Fang Yuan's advantage was taken away. Giant Sun Immortal's early rise was mostly due to Luck Immortal Goo. But Fang Yuan did not fully enjoy the benefits that Luck Immortal Goo gave him. It was fine if he shared it with Yi Fan, Han Li, Hong Yi and He Lulan. After all, these four were people with strong luck. But Wuxia and the other new Gu immortal were at the bottom of the group. They were taking away the benefits of luck. This direction, to think that they are actually in southern border. Wuxia and the rest need to be eliminated. After killing them, I will be truly safe. No one will care about the sovereign immortal body. At the same time, after killing these people, my luck will rise and I will be able to display the true power of luck immortal Gu. At this moment, Fang Yuan was filled with killing intent. He wanted to move immediately and killing Wuxia and the rest. Central Continent. Alright, let's go. Rank 8 Gu immortal Wei Lingyang shouted. His voice was hoarse, he had a middle-aged appearance, he had deep eye bags and was listless. He gave off a feeling of exhaustion. But among the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals, he was the strongest. He was the leader of this Northern Plains rescue mission. And with him were Bai Qin Tian and Myriad Tidal Dragon. These two were also rank 8 Gu immortals. Bai Qin Tian had participated in the Battle of Tian Mountain and survived. Myriad Tidal Dragon's seniority was higher than Bai Qin Tian, and recently he had received guidance from Duke Long. His strength rose again. Duke Long was old, he could not fight anymore, but with him in charge of the overall situation, he immediately displayed a different kind of grandeur. Just rank 8 Gu immortals alone, they were all Celestial Court Gu immortals. Even though they had phantom apertures, their battle strength far surpassed the rank 8 Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sections. The immortals responded loudly. They split into 3 groups and entered the 3 immortal Gu houses. These 3 immortal Gu houses were Wind Cloud Manor's wind-sweeping building. It had 7 floors, curtains were fluttering in the wind. Heavenly Lotus Sect's Canary Pavilion was exquisite and small, it was full of vitality. Combat Immortal Sect's Edge Link Camp was majestic and had flags fluttering in the wind. Each immortal Gu house was guarded by a rank 8 Gu immortal. Zhao Lianyun was placed in the middle one Wind Cloud Manor's wind-sweeping building. She went to the top floor. It was the safest place in this immortal Gu house. This time, our formation is too huge. Not only do we have 3 rank 8 Gu immortals, we even have 3 immortal Gu houses. Victory is already certain. Bu Zhenzi followed behind Zhao Lianyun and said. Zhao Lianyun nodded. She did not show it on the surface, but her heart was pounding. Hong Yun, I'm here. You need to persevere. The 3 immortal Gu houses flew into the sky like 3 meteors. Edge Link Camp was at the front, creating a storm. Wind-sweeping building was in the middle, dispatching reinforcements. Canary Pavilion was at the back, flexible and adaptable. The heavenly Wind Chi Wall was already close at hand. Boom. Edge Link Camp unleashed its might. A huge sharp horn condensed into a solid shape and pierced the heavenly Wind Chi Wall. Its momentum did not decrease as it forcefully opened a passage. Wind-sweeping building and Canary Pavilion followed closely behind. Bam bam bam. Wind-sweeping building continued to shake. Zhao Lianyun's body was also shaking at the top floor. She almost fell down. Bu Zhenzi was tongue-tied. It is said that the heavenly Wind Chi Wall is thicker and harder to pass than the 5 regional walls. Seeing it today, it is indeed so. Our wind-sweeping building is only at the middle section. It is already so unstable as it moves through the open passage. The astral chi is surging from both sides. It is hard to imagine what kind of situation Edge Link Camp is in. The heavenly Wind Chi Wall was formed from countless strands of astral chi. Once a passage was opened, the surrounding astral chi would quickly flow over and seal the passage. Thus, the 3 immortal Gu houses were very close to each other. They were almost touching each other as they charged forward. After half a journey, Edge Link Camp's Gu worms were damaged. Their momentum slowed down and they retreated to the back. Wind-sweeping building took over Edge Link Camp's position, bearing the heavy burden of opening the passage. After a quarter of the journey, Canary Pavilion charged at the front again. Like this, several days later, the 3 immortal Gu houses finally broke through the heavenly Wind Chi Wall and entered Black Heaven. Right now, in the Gu Master World, there were only Black Heaven and White Heaven left in the immemorial 9 heavens. The reason for not choosing White Heaven was simple. It was to prevent exposing themselves. Black Heaven had natural concealment. It could conceal the traces of the 3 immortal Gu houses to a certain extent. This way, the Central Continent Gu immortals could maintain their advantage in sneak attacks. Chapter 1246. Southern Border. Inside the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan savored the power of Qi Luck sensation. He continued to comprehend the benefits of his attainment level. This time, even though the process of raising Qi Luck sensation was a little complicated, it was extremely easy. Everything seems to have happened naturally. It was often difficult for ordinary Gu immortals to perfect or raise the level of an immortal killer move. For example, Gu Immortal Vicious Lightning Fiend of Myriad Dragon Doc, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, spent many years to obtain the immortal killer move Lightning Deity. Vicious Lightning Fiend's Lightning Deity was deduced from Blood Deity's incomplete Gu recipe. This involved Lightning Path and Blood Path. Vicious Lightning Fiend's Lightning Path attainment level was high enough, but his Blood Path attainment was extremely ordinary. Thus, he spent many years and even used some of Myriad Dragon Doc's resources to barely succeed. This is the lack of attainment level, I can only forcefully deduce it. Maybe a high level of Wisdom Path attainment can provide a lot of help, or I can only rely on inspiration and time. Hey Fan was a Time Path great expert, didn't he also have many immortal killer moves that were not created after his death? However, once my attainment level is high enough, deducing killer moves can no longer be called deductions, it is a type of instinct, it is simply too easy. Fang Yuan continued to ponder over it. This time, to raise the immortal killer move Qi Luck Sensation, Fang Yuan had only spent a few days. But it gave him a lot of shock. When imagining the general framework of the immortal killer move, Fang Yuan did not think much, he had a vague concept in his mind. Next, he chose Gu worms as long as they were Luck Path or Wisdom Path mortal Gu. He relied on a type of intuition. Intuition? It was hard to imagine. But the truth was like that once one's attainment level reached a certain level. Understanding of Gu worms, and conceptualization of immortal killer moves of related paths. It had already become an instinct of the Gu immortal. This instinct was close to a talent, it was as if they were born with it, it was so natural and easy. It was as if humans were born to breathe through their nostrils. It was a natural thing. Attainment level is the perception of the great Tao. My luck path attainment level has reached master level, this has given me a keen sense of everything related to luck path. It was an indescribable perception and perception. When upgrading Qi Luck Sensation, I don't even need to test it, I already know what Gu worms to use as support. Similarly, there is Wisdom Path. My Wisdom Path is already at Grandmaster level, my knowledge of Wisdom Path is even deeper than Luck Path. Thus, Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu was able to perfectly fuse into Qi Luck Sensation. Fang Yuan summed it up. He found the benefits of advancing to a higher realm far exceeded his previous imagination. Being able to annex immortal apertures of more paths was only the most direct manifestation. In other aspects, it had also brought about many excellent benefits. In the future, he raised the realm of all the schools to the Grandmaster level and even Great Grandmaster level. Will he be able to come up with a killer move that encompasses all paths? Fang Yuan could not help but let his thoughts run wild. The truth is, Spectral Soul has already reached this level. Perhaps it was because of this. Only then could he think of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu's recipe, right? Thinking of immortal killer moves and immortal Gu recipes. The essence was the same. Thinking of Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan subconsciously looked towards a certain direction in southern border. Not long ago he had already used Qi Luck Sensation to find out that Wuxia and the rest were in this direction. Fang Yuan already had a rough idea of the area. Even though Fang Yuan had deep killing intent towards Wuxia and the rest, he thought about it and decided to make some preparations before making a move. Even though Fang Yuan hatched the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, it only had rank 6 battle strength currently. Wuxia and the rest's information was wrong, they thought that Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. But Fang Yuan could not possibly use this rank 8 battle strength to kill them in battle, right? In the previous battle in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan saw the strength of Wuxia and the rest. This time there was a period of time, Fang Yuan could not estimate if Wuxia and the rest had inherited Shadow Sex resources, or if their cultivation level and battle strength had risen by another level. To be on the safe side, Fang Yuan had to make more preparations, it was better to be prepared. He had to try to get rid of this huge threat in this battle. Qi Luck Sensation was a good example. Fang Yuan had already started to fuse Sword Dragon transformation with Myriad Self. Other than that, he also borrowed Immortal Gu from Wu Clan. This was the benefit of joining Wu Clan. It was different from Langya Sect. Langya Sect was a sect, they paid attention to sect contribution points. Wu Clan had a clan system. Fang Yuan's identity was Wu Yihai on the surface. He was also Wu Yong's younger brother, he was the closest blood relation in the entire clan. Thus, when Fang Yuan asked to borrow some immortal Gu from Wu Clan's treasury, Wu Yong did not stop him, he agreed. In fact, Wu Yong was quite satisfied with Fang Yuan's recent performance. After Fang Yuan entered the Super Gu formation, he followed their agreement and did not interfere with Wu clan's internal affairs. This allowed Wu Yong to have a better grasp of Wu clan's situation. Secondly, Fang Yuan, who was acting as Wu Yihai, handled the immortal opportunity business perfectly. He displayed great political skills. Ba clan and the rest could not do anything about it. He helped Wu clan to defend the giant dream realm. This was a contribution to Wu clan. Wu Yong remembered Fang Yuan's contribution. He not only agreed to Fang Yuan's borrowing of Wu clan's treasury, he even lowered the rental price. Fang Yuan paid a lot of Eastern Sea cultivation resources to Wu clan. He borrowed several immortal goo. Among them were Strength Path Dragon Strength Immortal Goo and Transformation Path Dragon Scale Immortal Goo. They were all targeted. These immortal goo would be a huge help to Fang Yuan's fusion of Myriad Self and Sword Dragon transformation. By Xiang Grotto Heaven. Within the Super Goo formation, He Lulan, Shirnu Tai by Yunxing, and Ing Wuxia occupied 4 positions, resisting by Ning Bing. Howl. The Super Goo formation activated, cold winds howled and ice blades flew, enveloping the 4 immortals. With Ing Wuxia at the lead and the other 3 supporting him, they resisted the suppression of the Super Goo formation. Even though they were in a sorry state, their formation was still stable. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Tai by Yunxing. It was Bai Ning Bing's appearance, but only her upper body was visible. Her lower body was like a wisp of smoke. The moment Bai Ning Bing appeared, she immediately charged towards Tai by Yunxing. Tai by Yunxing was the weakest among the 4 immortals. Bai Ning Bing chose to attack him. It was a correct tactic. Tai by Yunxing quickly retreated. In the previous battle, he had already experienced the power of Bai Ning Bing's move. He suffered greatly. If not for the other 3 immortals' help, he would have died already. Switch. Shirnu go. Seeing that Tai by Yunxing was in danger, Ing Wuxia quickly commanded. White light flashed on the 4 of them at the same time, before an eerie sigh resounded in the air. Shirnu and Tai by Yunxing's positions switched instantly. Shirnu faced Bai Ning Bing's attack. Shirnu grunted, but he managed to block it. Tai by Yunxing was behind Shirnu. Seeing this, he quickly used a Cloud Path Immortal Goo to heal him. Bai Ning Bing is getting stronger. She is familiarizing herself with Bai Xiang's methods. She has many Ice and Snow Path Immortal Goo. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Damn it. Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit actually has the humans alike Dragon's Goo refinement method. Wasn't this method destroyed by Duke Long already? What the hell is he doing? Also, during the battle earlier I felt my luck shaking. Fang Yuan actually raised his investigative method to such an extent. Now, even if I enter my immortal aperture, he will not be able to find me. Ing Wuxia was facing huge pressure now. Bai Ning Bing suddenly betrayed them. She was getting stronger as the battle dragged on. Ing Wuxia and the rest could not escape. On the other hand, Fang Yuan had also grasped his location. In Ing Wuxia's knowledge, Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. If he rushed here, Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven would not be able to block the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. This also meant that Fang Yuan could appear in front of him at any time. Even if Fang Yuan appeared at the next moment, Ing Wuxia would not find it strange. Bai Ning Bing, stop now. If we split, there will be harm, but if we work together, there will be benefits. Since you have already turned into a dragon man, you have the qualifications to inherit the immortal Goo House Dragon Palace. Back then, the Dragon Man race was extremely powerful. They had countless Goo immortals and created Dragon Palace. After the Dragon Man race perished, the immortal Goo House Dragon Palace was hidden in a corner of Eastern Sea. My Shadow Sect has a rough idea of that location. Unfortunately, only Dragon Man Goo immortals who use the humans alike Dragon's Goo refinement method have the qualifications to inherit it. If you cooperate with us, Dragon Palace will be yours. Ing Wuxia shouted. Bai Ning Bing did not respond. The Super Goo formation continued to attack relentlessly. Ing Wuxia felt stifled. He shouted again, Bai Ning Bing, if you don't stop now, it will be too late. You and I both know who it is. He has the rank 8 upper extreme heavenly eagle. Not long ago he had already used luck path methods to find our location. I'm not trying to scare you. Earlier the luck shook intensely, even you should have felt your heart pounding, right? Bai Ning Bing snorted coldly, her voice was transmitted. He is here, that is what I wanted. I am going to negotiate with him, even if I have to give up this Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven, it is worth it. Ing Wuxia was anxious. He shouted, don't you and I know what kind of person he is? You are asking a tiger for its skin, you will only harm yourself in the end. Wait, why do you want to cooperate with him? Bai Ning Bing smiled, this is a grudge between me and him, it has nothing to do with you. The 4 of you should just die obediently. Wuxia suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I know, you want to obtain that rotation goo in his hands? Right, that's right, you used the humans-alike dragon's goo refinement method and turned into a dragon lady. If you want to turn into a male, you need to find the source. I have it, I have the goo worm you need. It is with me. What? Bai Ningbing was surprised. For the first time, the super goo formation attacking Wuxia showed signs of slowing down. Chapter 1247. Zhao Lianyun stood at the highest floor of the immortal goo house, wind-sweeping building, looking outside. He saw that black heaven was covered in darkness, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. But it was not without light. Some faint, blurry spots of light appeared in Zhao Lianyun's field of vision. One look and one could tell that they were very far away. Black heaven was huge, or rather, the immemorial 9 heavens were like this, each layer was at least the size of the 5 regions combined. However, because of the Ren ancestor and his 10 sons, only black heaven and white heaven remained. We finally got past the heavenly wind chi wall, we entered black heaven. This is black heaven? It seems very peaceful. The surrounding goo immortals started to discuss. In this layer, Zhao Lianyun and Bu Jinzi were not the only 2 goo immortals. We have entered black heaven. Wei Lingyang transmitted to the other 2 rank 8 goo immortals. Right now, the 3 immortal goo houses had changed their formation. With Edge Link Camp at the front, Canary Pavilion and Wind Sweeping Building were at the left and right behind them. The other rank 6 and 7 goo immortals had never entered black heaven before, they did not know the dangers inside. Wei Lingyang, Myriad Tidal Dragon, and Bai Qintian knew clearly. The immemorial 9 heavens, normally speaking, only rank 8 goo immortals could enter and search for resources inside. Other rank 7 goo immortals like Feng Jioga and Chu Du could also enter, but the risk was higher. Ignoring everything else, after entering black heaven, the 3 immortal goo houses' speed fell by a lot. Moreover, the immortal goo houses no longer shined brightly, they were gray, like 3 lifeless meteors. The surrounding goo immortals' discussions gradually stopped. The entire floor of wind-sweeping building fell into silence. Complete silence. The first feeling that black heaven gave to Zhao Lianyun was that it was extremely vast. It seems that our luck is quite good. Bai Qintian transmitted. It is better to be careful. We have just started our journey. Myriad Tidal Dragon maintained his vigilance. Wei Lingyang suddenly said, be careful, there is a beast group ahead. The 3 immortal goo houses' speed fell by a level, even with such a powerful formation. The 3 rank 8 goo immortals were very careful and cautious. Soon Zhao Lianyun heard the sound of snorting. What is it? It looks like a large group of pigs. Many goo immortals were lying outside the windows looking over. Very soon. The immortals were all amazed. Using the power of the immortal goo houses, the goo immortals could see through the night sky. There was a large group of pigs running below them. Pigs flying in the sky seemed very funny, but the goo immortals had a completely different feeling. All of them were shocked. This is an astral soaring heavenly pig. My God, there are actually so many of them. It is hard to imagine. Each astral wind flying heavenly boar is an ancient desolate beast with battle strength comparable to a rank 7 goo immortal. It's rare in the 5 regions, but there are hundreds of them here. Fortunately, desolate beasts have low intelligence. They don't have the intelligence of humans. The goo immortals were shocked, but also glad. This group of astral flying heavenly pigs constantly let out puffing sounds as they soared into the sky. Under the watchful eyes of the immortals, the leader was the largest boar king. Suddenly, it charged into the heavenly wind chi wall below the boar's leg. Next, the astral flying heavenly pigs behind the boar king also followed suit. They were as agile as flying fish, with agility that did not match their size. They charged into the heavenly wind chi wall one after another. Soon, this large group of astral flying heavenly pigs vanished from the immortal's vision. Bu Zhenzi stood beside Zhao Lianyun, sighing, nature's creation is truly mystical. We goo immortals have to pass through the heavenly wind chi wall. It is very difficult. But for these astral flying heavenly pigs, it is an easy matter. The heavenly wind chi wall is like the sea to a group of fish. At this time a voice was heard, actually. Long ago there were goo immortals who had discovered this. They killed the astral flying heavenly pigs and used the immortal materials in their bodies to refine chi path immortal goo. These chi path immortal goo can often help goo immortals effectively pass through the heavenly wind chi wall. Bu Zhenzi and Zhao Lianyun turned around and saw a young goo immortal, beautiful like a woman, quietly standing in front of them with a slight smile. Bu Zhenzi's eyes shined with brilliance, recognizing this person. This young goo immortal cupped his fists and greeted, I am Yuez, a disciple of Ancient Soul Sect. Greetings to Senior Bu Zhenzi and Spirit Affinity House's current generation Fairy Zhao. Yuez, although you only have rank 6 cultivation level, you are very knowledgeable. There are often rank 7 Gu immortals looking for you to refine immortal Gu or research Gu recipes. You can be said to be an outstanding talent among rank 6 Gu immortals. Bu Zhenzi replied with a praising tone. Of course, the main point was to introduce him to Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun accepted a phantom aperture and stored love Gu inside. After going through special training, she had just entered the circle of Gu immortals. She did not know much about Central Continent's Gu immortals. Hello Yuez. Zhao Lianyun nodded at the young Gu immortal, asking, since you said so, Yuez, why didn't we use this type of immortal Gu when we passed through the heavenly wind Qi wall? Yuez smiled. That is because Qi Path's golden age has already passed. Nowadays, countless Qi Path Gu recipes have been lost, and most of the Gu materials have also gone extinct. Think about it, how many people can reach the immemorial 9 heavens? Almost all Gu immortals have to become rank 8 before they have the qualifications to enter and explore this place. Thus, it is insignificant whether we have this type of Qi Path immortal Gu or not. Zhao Lianyun nodded, expressing his understanding. At this time, the group of immortals beside the window let out a low cry. Zhao Lianyun turned around, only to see a large patch of dark clouds brushing past wind-sweeping building. Dark clouds are the most commonly seen phenomenon in black heaven. This kind of cloud can only be considered the smallest type among the dark clouds. The truly huge dark clouds are like floating continents in black heaven. In the depths of the dark clouds, there are often ferocious and terrifying beast groups or plants. Yuez explained. Even for the smallest black cloud, the 3 immortal Gu houses needed several minutes to fly past it. Yuez was indeed very knowledgeable. There were many things that even rank 7 Gu immortal Bu Zhenzi did not know, but he could explain them clearly. Almost all of Zhao Lianyun's questions could be answered by him. Both sides gradually conversed more, the atmosphere was relaxed and joyful. In the following journey, the 3 immortal Gu houses encountered several more dark clouds. These dark clouds were not very obvious in black heaven. Without a powerful investigative killer move, they would unknowingly fly into the dark clouds. The dark clouds were like lone islands in the sea. The surface and even the interior of the dark clouds were not dead. There were usually life forms residing in them. The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were very careful. They did not casually move the immortal Gu houses into the dark clouds. They would rather take a detour and move further away to avoid entering the dark clouds. But sometimes not looking for trouble did not mean trouble would not find you. Snake cries resounded. A large group of dark venomous snakes suddenly flew out of the dark clouds, attacking the 3 immortal Gu houses. These dark venomous snakes all had desolate beast level battle strength. The king snake was at ancient desolate beast level. How can this be? At this distance, we should not be in the territory of the dark venomous snakes. Wei Lingyang was confused. Fight or retreat? Bai Qintian asked. Wei Lingyang thought about it. Retreat. If we can avoid fighting, we should preserve our battle strength. We still have a long journey ahead. It will not be easy to retreat, they are dark venomous snakes after all. Inside another immortal Gu house, one Hai Long transmitted. Dark venomous snakes were very vengeful. Once they identified their prey, they would not let it go easily. The 3 immortal Gu houses accelerated. After flying for some distance, the dark venomous snakes were still behind them. Not just that, even more dark venomous snakes came out of the dark clouds. So many snakes. That dark cloud is simply a snake nest. I wonder how the 3 rank 8s will deal with it? In my opinion, we should fight. We have 3 immortal Gu houses after all. That's right. These dark venomous snakes have poison path Dao marks, especially their gallbladders. They are the best immortal materials for refining healing Gu worms. The Gu immortals inside the immortal Gu houses talk to each other, expressing their opinions. But the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals retreated. They did not listen to these Gu immortals' wishes to fight. They continued to fly like this. The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals tried their best to avoid them. Along the way, the dark venomous snakes encountered another group. It was larger than the previous one. Other than that, they also encountered bear mosquitoes. These mosquitoes were the size of bears. They had ferocious mouthparts. Most importantly, they had terrifying numbers. The dark venomous snakes paled in comparison. The number of bear mosquitoes was not small. Once, the 3 immortal Gu houses were surrounded by a group of bear mosquitoes. They had to fight. Each bear mosquito had desolate beast battle strength. Tens of thousands of bear mosquitoes attacking together. What did that mean? It was terrifying beyond compare. After this battle, those restless Gu immortals shut their mouths. They realized the dangers of Black Heaven. Thankfully, they had 3 immortal Gu houses and rank 8 Gu immortals to protect them, otherwise they would have perished in the battle against the bear mosquitoes. After flying for a while, a dazzling starlight appeared in front of them. Above a black cloud, star fragment grass was growing everywhere. Countless insects were living in the grassland. The 3 immortal Gu houses stopped for the first time. Several Gu immortals were sent out to search for star fragment grass and other resources. Did you guys feel it? Wei Lingyang transmitted at this time. That's right. This trip to Black Heaven was very smooth. I have never encountered such a situation while exploring Black Heaven. By Qin Tian's side. Myriad Tidal Dragon continued, I'm afraid that in this trip to save Ma Hongyun, Zhao Lianyun's presence has affected our luck. These clouds in the immemorial 9 heavens are moving freely, there are no rules, even Providence cannot interfere with this. Whatever we encounter depends on our luck. Wei Lingyang nodded, I think so too. Chapter 1248. _D. Genius 1 second remember love, go/novel web, providing you with interesting novels to read. Above the vast sea of clouds, a figure was floating, looking at the moving clouds and the vast land. He was silent. This person wore green gold armor, his beard reached his chest, he was tall and sturdy, his face was old, it was South Desolation Immortal. Yao Huang greets Lord South Desolation Immortal Envoy. A figure appeared, it was Yao Clan's first Supreme Elder, rank 8 Gu Immortal Yao Huang. South Desolation Immortal turned around, smiling, we are both rank 8s, you can call me friend, there is no need to be so polite. Yao Huang bowed respectfully, in terms of cultivation level, Lord South Desolation is several times higher than me. In terms of seniority, I am Lord South Desolation's great-grandson, how can I be rude? South Desolation Immortal nodded, sighing, you are very good, but it is a pity that our Huangjin bloodline is declining. In the vast northern plains outside of Longevity Heaven, there is only one rank 8 Gu Immortal, a member of our Huangjin clan. Prince's Impatience might be a member of Gong clan, but in South Desolation Immortal's eyes, he was not a bloodline member, he was still an outsider. In my generation the Huangjin clan had 4 rank 8s, one of them was called Tiger Deity, he had unparalleled divine might, he was a promising candidate to break through to rank 9. Unfortunately he died in Black Heaven. Time flies, the Huangjin bloodline is indeed declining with each generation. South Desolation Immortal's eyes showed deep disappointment. Yao Huang was speechless. Yao Huang was not qualified to criticize the Huangjin bloodline like this. Only South Desolation Immortal had the qualifications to do so. In fact, South Desolation Immortal was speaking the truth. Yao Huang could not refute it. It was indeed so, the Huangjin clan in Northern Plains was gradually declining, talents were declining, lone cultivators and demonic path stars were emerging endlessly. For example, Heavenly Lord Baizu Chudu and that Lu Guanyi. However, Ancestor Giant's son had already predicted this situation. South Desolation Immortal suddenly changed the topic, saying something that shocked Yao Huang. Oh? Ancestor Giant's son rose up in the medieval antiquity era? He could actually predict this situation? Even though he cultivated luck path. However, his wisdom path attainments were definitely not weak. Furthermore, the so-called luck is essentially a variable. Since the ancestor created the luck Tao, he naturally knew the truth of the changes in the world. After he established the 88-point Jinyang Tower, he once said that this building would definitely collapse in the future. Once it collapses, it would be the beginning of a great era, the sign of a great change in the world, said South Desolation Immortal. The Medicine Sovereign was shocked. Is that so? What was a great era? An era where immortal venerables and devil venerables were born. This was the publicly acknowledged great era. South Desolation Immortal let out a long sigh. Ancestor Giant's son painstakingly set up all kinds of methods to trick his descendants and preserve his strength. Let his descendants face the wind and the waves in this great era, and become the people who make waves. At the very least, we have to protect ourselves and preserve our bloodline seeds. Yao Huang hesitated and said, no matter how weak our golden bloodline is, it can't be that we can't even sustain ourselves, right? Northern Plains is still under our control, even if we can't do anything. There's still the Longevity Heaven. South Desolation Immortal shook his head. No matter how strong Longevity Heaven is, it is only formed from the ancestors' immortal aperture. Meanwhile, the Celestial Court has 3 immortal venerables who left behind their immortal apertures, and the members of the Celestial Court have all donated their grotto heavens. How can the foundation of longevity heaven compare to the Celestial Court? Like this time, Central Continent is invading, they directly sent 3 rank 8 Gu immortals and 3 immortal Gu houses. Does our golden bloodline have such strength? The Medicine Sovereign was tongue-tied. What? Central Continent is invading? South Desolation Immortal did not explain, he only said, "Follow me closely." Before he finished speaking, he flew into the sky. The Medicine Sovereign quickly followed behind. The 2 immortals passed through the heavenly wind-chi wall and entered Black Heaven. Under South Desolation Immortal's lead, the Medicine Sovereign headed towards the southeast direction. After flying for a while, the Medicine Sovereign's heart shook. Black Heaven. Danger lurks everywhere. Even though I often explore and search for rank 8 immortal materials, I have never had such a smooth journey like today. Could it be? Lord South Desolation has a route map of Black Heaven? But in fact, route maps were not useful in the immemorial 9 heavens. This was because the clouds in the 9 heavens were constantly changing. There were fixed locations, but they were very rare. The Central Continent trip was already very smooth, but they still encountered problems like astral wind, flying heavenly boars, and black venomous snakes. South Desolation Immortal and the Medicine Sovereign, however, were safe and sound. It was as if they were strolling in their own backyard. Alright, this is the place. South Desolation Immortal stopped. The Medicine Sovereign also slowed down and flew to his side, standing still. He felt a little strange. The surroundings were empty, there was not even a trace of wind. Why did South Desolation Immortal stop here? At the next moment, the South Desolation Immortal used his actions to answer. Golden light burst out of his body. He was like a fragment of the sun, forcing the Medicine Sovereign to close his eyes. The Medicine Sovereign's heart jumped. Black Heaven was dark and gloomy. Such a strong action was no doubt inviting the attack of fierce beasts. But even after being vigilant for a long time, he did not see any beast groups. Is this Black Heaven or not? The Medicine Sovereign was puzzled. A moment later, South Desolation Immortal's immortal killer move was finally activated. A dark golden palace appeared from the void, revealing a grand and majestic palace. The Medicine Sovereign had never expected an immortal Gu house to be hidden here. He soon recognized the origin of this palace. His expression was extremely excited as he muttered, "Isn't this Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace? Calamity Luck Altar, 88-point Jianghu Tower, and Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace were the 3 immortal Gu houses that Giant Sun Immortal had when he was alive." 88-point Jianghu Tower was placed in Imperial Court Blessed Land by Giant Sun Immortal. Calamity Luck Altar was placed in Longevity Heaven, while this Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was placed in Black Heaven by Giant Sun Immortal, hidden for countless years. Ancestor Giant Sun must have a deep meaning for placing this Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace here. But what is his intention? The Medicine Sovereign was guessing in his heart when South Desolation Immortal turned around and looked at him, saying, "Follow me." The Medicine Sovereign followed South Desolation Immortal into Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. "You are here." There was actually someone in the hall. He was sitting cross-legged on a cushion. His wool was not condensed. When he opened his eyes, his gaze was like lightning, shining with golden light. The Medicine Sovereign saw this person and shuddered. His heart was filled with shock. Ancestor Giant Sun? Howl howl. The wolf group howled as they chased after the 3 immortal Gu houses. These wolves were tall and slender. They had strong bodies. They had black wolf eyes and claws, emitting a cruel and fierce aura. The most peculiar thing was that they had no fur, they had leather armor. They were shiny black and very sturdy. This was a Night Heavenly Wolf group. The scale was huge. There were over 10,000 Night Heavenly Wolves. Each of the Night Heavenly Wolves was a desolate beast. The Wolf King was an ancient desolate beast. There was even a Wolf Emperor. It had rank 8 battle strength. We can't escape, we are surrounded. To think that the Wolf Emperor has a rank 8 wild immortal Gu that can conceal its tracks. A wolf pack of this size is not commonly seen in Black Sky, and we actually encountered one. The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals conversed rapidly. Wei Lingyang shouted, "Break out of the encirclement towards the northwest." Edge Link Camp took the lead. Its aura rose as immortal essence was expended rapidly, forming a giant horn that pierced the sky. Wherever the giant horn went, it pierced through the wolf group's formation, creating a huge hole in just one move. Hundreds of desolate beast Night Heavenly Wolves died tragically. The immortal Gu House Edge Link Camp charged into the wolf group. Canary Pavilion and Wind Sweeping Building followed closely behind. A great battle that shook one to the core. During this time, the Wolf Emperor personally attacked. Its huge wolf claws smashed over like a small mountain, sending the immortal Gu houses flying. Thankfully, each immortal Gu house had a rank 8 Gu immortal protecting it. The 3 immortal Gu houses displayed their might, killing wolf corpses everywhere. The wolf group's encirclement tactic had already reached a level of perfection. The 3 immortal Gu houses charged left and right. They could not break out of the encirclement. In the end, the Wolf Emperor personally howled and retreated with the wolf group, ending this battle. The wolf group had lost too many wolves. The Wolf Emperor did not want to expend too much of its strength. Thus it retreated. The 3 immortal Gu houses were badly damaged. Large numbers of Gu worms were lost, including 2 or 3 immortal Gu reeds. The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were also sweating profusely. They were in a sorry state. Their immortal essence expenditure was even more enormous. Why is it that the closer we get to northern plains, the more difficult it is? We have already encountered 5 night heavenly wolf groups. Not only that, we also encountered dragon crocodiles, ghost spirit foxes. It is like countless beast groups are hunting us. Forget about these beast groups. The key is to not encounter the black and white reversal cloud again. That time I almost couldn't return from wind-sweeping tower. Let's rest first. We need to repair the immortal Gu houses. Wei Lingyang said. The 3 immortal Gu houses had just stopped when countless lights lit up in the surrounding thousands of li. It was like countless flowers were blooming. The light red flames were very delicate, like layers of flower petals. Within the flames there was a deep black dot. Oh no, this is the unique phenomenon of black heaven. Black lantern, the flames inside are all blind flames, don't look at them. Bai Qin Tian screamed, quickly closing his eyes. But it was too late. Many Gu immortals only took a glance before losing their vision. Within the 3 immortal Gu houses, screams and screams could be heard everywhere. Zhao Linyun was very lucky. Right now she was talking to Yue Yizi with her back facing the window. Yue Yizi saw some blind flames from the corner of his eyes. He immediately felt his vision weaken. His vision turned blurry. He quickly closed his eyes. He had reacted early, but many Gu immortals were not so lucky. Some Gu immortals were looking around from the window. They saw at least 10,000 blind flames. Their vision turned pitch black. They could no longer see anything. The 3 immortal Gu houses quickly escaped from the danger zone. Thankfully, the black lantern phenomenon was not like the wind and rain. It did not cause any substantial damage. The immortal Gu houses successfully escaped, quickly leaving the black lanterns behind them. The 3 rank 8 Gu immortals counted and found that at least 3 of them had lost their vision. Their current methods could not be used to save them. 7 of them had extremely bad vision. Their battle strength was greatly affected. They could be saved, but the price was high. Some healing immortal Gu had to be transported from jewel yellow skies. We just escaped from the wolf group and wanted to rest, but the black lantern phenomenon happened at the center. This is too unlucky. Wait, what is that? A large group of ants was migrating over. Each ant was a Gu worm. Nether ant Gu. Nether ants are opening the way. Next will be a soul beast army, hundreds of thousands or even millions. Quick, let's go. The 3 immortal Gu houses had just stopped but had to continue moving. Chapter 1249. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Giant Sun Immortal actually appeared in front of Yao Huang. Yao Huang was extremely shocked. He could not believe it. South Desolation Immortal Envoy pays respects to Immortal Venerable. At this time, South Desolation Immortal had already bowed respectfully. Unfilial descendant Yao Sanqiu pays respects to Immortal Ancestor. Yao Huang's body trembled in excitement. He knelt down on the spot with tears flowing down his face. Giant Sun Immortal smiled. Get up. My main body died long ago. What is in front of you now is only a corpse. Yao Huang raised his head in shock. He looked carefully and saw that this Giant Sun Immortal was not a living person. He was an immortal zombie. Ever since Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate Gu, all the souls in the world could stay in heaven and earth. At the same time, zombies also started to appear. Gradually, Gu immortals found that their lifespan was insufficient. Turning into immortal zombies was one of the best choices. Even though the Celestial Court disliked and resisted it, they could not resist the will of the people and the general trend. There were more and more immortal zombies in the 5 regions. Ordinary Gu immortals could turn into immortal zombies. There was no reason why the great Giant Sun Immortal could not do it, right? When the Medicine Sovereign thought of this, the bewilderment in his heart vanished. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun continued to explain. Right now, other than my body, I only have some remnant will left in my body. But Yao Huang was still very excited. Undeniably, you are the origin of our Huangjin bloodline, our common ancestor. As long as you show yourself once, the Huangjin tribes will put aside their differences. We will unite together. The whole of northern plains will become our Huangjin tribe's garden again. But immortal zombie giant's son shook his head. My main body died long ago, only a corpse is left. I have not transcended rank 9 after all, I have not obtained eternal life. Why would I show myself? I will just be a laughing stock. Moreover, this body I left behind only has the strength for one attack. If it moves even a little, it will turn to ashes. You're alone? Yao Huang was extremely shocked, but the reverence and fanaticism in his eyes did not fade. Even if Lord Immortal Ancestor only has one attack left, it will definitely shake heaven and earth. The sun and moon will lose their luster. Immortal Zombie Giant's son laughed, of course. But don't count on it. I set up Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace here to protect Northern Plains. As for leaving this body behind, there was another cause and effect. I need to return a favor. Favor? The Medicine Sovereign was taken aback. Giant Son Immortal left behind his fleshly body, turned into an immortal zombie, and sat in Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace for more than 300,000 years, all to return a favor. Who was it? How could a dignified immortal venerable owe him a favor? And this favor was so huge that it was worth it for the Giant Son Immortal to pay such a price? Yao Huang was extremely puzzled, but Immortal Zombie Giant Son did not continue to explain, instead saying, "This time, Central Continent's Gu Immortals are invading, I cannot do anything. Don't count on me, everything depends on the two of you." Yao Huang slowly stood up with a solemn expression. Even though Central Continent's Gu Immortals are strong, we have Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. There's also me and Lord Southern Wasteland. Don't worry, Ancestor. Even if the Three Autumns have to risk their lives, they will stop these people. Even if I have to give up my life and die on the battlefield, I won't hesitate. Immortal Zombie Giant's son glanced at Yao Huang and shook his head. He closed his eyes and meditated again. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a statue, not saying a word. Yao Huang did not know what he meant, but at this time, South Desolation Immortal patted his shoulder. "Follow me." The two immortals took their leave, leaving the main hall and entering the rear hall. Yao Huang's tone was still filled with excitement. "Please give the order, Lord Southern Wasteland, I will go through fire and water without hesitation." South Desolation Immortal shook his head. Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace is a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It was personally created by Ancestor Giant Son according to the Heaven and Earth Luck True Inheritance. Ancestor had great foresight, he placed this Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace here. It has already suppressed this heaven for more than 300,000 years. Do you know what Heaven and Earth Luck is? Yao Huang was slightly dazed, muttering, "Heaven and Earth Luck." South Desolation Immortal did not wait for him to answer, he smiled and said, "A person has their own luck, a wild beast also has its own luck, a blade of grass also has its own luck. But all living beings have their own luck. Other than that, a rock, a stream, they also have their own luck. The entire world has heaven's luck and earth's luck. The Heaven and Earth Luck True Inheritance is to see through the profundities of Heaven and Earth Luck, to research it, to use it, and to change it. Not to mention Central Continent Gu Immortals, 3 rank 8s with 3 immortal Gu houses. Even if they double their numbers, they will not be able to return. I did not summon you here to fight with your life on the line. You are the only rank 8 of the Huangjin bloodline outside of my longevity heaven." "What?" Yao Huang was extremely shocked. South Desolation Immortal continued, "I do not have much lifespan left, I have been struggling at death's door for so long, lifespan Gu is already useless. Now watch how I use this immortal Gu house to exterminate these Central Continent Gu Immortals. After I die, you will take over the position of South Desolation." Yao Huang stared with wide eyes, he could not help but cry out, "Lord South Desolation." The wind-sweeping tower was silent. Black lanterns were like wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. It was a unique phenomenon in Black Heaven. It was not that they were unprepared, but the appearance of the Black Lantern phenomenon was too sudden. Most importantly, when this phenomenon occurred, Canary Pavilion, Wind-Sweeping Building, and Edgelink Camp, these 3 immortal Gu houses, were at the center of the countless Black Lanterns. Normally speaking, when rank 8 Gu Immortals explored Black Heaven, they would discover the Black Lantern phenomenon from afar and quickly avoid it. This time, Central Continent's Gu Immortals had just gotten rid of the Night Heavenly Wolf group, they had just relaxed, but to think that the Black Lanterns would appear, many Gu Immortals were heavily injured. At the highest floor of Wind-Sweeping Building. "Father. Your eyes." Rank 6 Gu Immortal Shi Zhengyi's eyes were filled with tears as he sobbed. His father was a famous Rank 7 Gu Immortal expert, but to think that he was one of the 3 who had lost his sight. When the Black Lantern phenomenon appeared, he was using his investigative killer move to observe the wolf group. His investigative killer move was extremely effective, but it became the main culprit behind his blindness. It was almost certain that from now on Shi Gu would bid farewell to the light. He would become a blind person who could not see the outside world. But Shi Gu was very calm. He stretched out his hand and stroked Shi Zhengyi's hair, consoling him. So what if I am blind? I have many methods. I have all kinds of investigative killer moves. Even if I am blind, I can continue to cultivate and fight. What does it matter? But Shi Zhengyi lowered his head and gritted his teeth. He looked like he was about to cry. My son, don't cry so easily. Gu Immortal cultivation is filled with danger to begin with. As long as we do not lose our lives, we should continue to move forward. Don't cry like a weakling. Don't you like to listen to stories and read novels? Think about those main characters. What are they like? Shi Gu said warmly. Shi Zhengyi nodded heavily. Father, I understand. Even the rank 7 Gu Immortal Shi Gu was hit and lost his sight. Zhao Yinyun saw this and her heart shook. For the first time she felt that this Immortal Gu house, wind-sweeping building, was not so sturdy and safe. But soon she thought of Ma Hongyun. Hongyun, wait for me. Even if there are countless dangers and difficulties, I will find you and save you. Zhao Lianyun encouraged herself inwardly, her eyes shining with determination. Yuizi, how are you? Zhao Lianyun asked the young Gu Immortal in front of her. This refinement path Gu Immortal had been sitting cross-legged on the ground ever since he saw the dark lantern outside the window. His eyes were shut as he activated an immortal killer move to heal himself. Hearing Zhao Lianyun's question, Yuizi did not stop the immortal killer move or open his eyes. He said, Thankfully I woke up early and closed my eyes in time. If I was a bit late, I would not have been able to save myself. Yuizi did not say anything else. He shut his mouth. His heart was still pounding, his forehead was still covered in cold sweat. Gradually the Gu Immortals became silent. Inside the 3 Immortal Gu houses, all of them were shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. Outside the Immortal Gu houses, soul cries could be heard. Even with the Immortal Gu houses isolating them, they were still very piercing and unpleasant to hear. Bu Zhenzi looked outside the window with a worried expression. This is bad, we are surrounded by a soul beast army. Chapter 1250. And at the periphery, among the Nether Ant Gu, there were countless soul beasts. It was truly a huge army. What was even more shocking was that their auras were linked together. They were like a group of towering mountains. Once they moved, they would be earth-shattering. Like a tsunami, mountains would crumble and the earth would crack. Not only was the scale of the soul beasts shocking, there were also ancient and immemorial soul beasts among them. The Gu Immortals could even sense the aura of many wild immortal Gu. There are 5 immemorial soul beasts. We just left the Black Lanterns and now there is a soul beast army. The 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals converse secretly. The development of the situation made the 3 feel that something was amiss. This luck was too terrible, it was strange and sinister. Wei Lingyang said solemnly, It seems that for the rest of our journey, we will have to consider the worst-case scenario. Damn it. Bai Qin Tian clenched his fists. Ever since Fate Gu was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, the door of life and death's ability to absorb souls has fallen by countless times. Many powerful souls were left behind in this world. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable achieved Dao, the great era changed, soul beasts appeared, many souls even turned into soul beasts. Right now, in immemorial Black Heaven, soul beasts are the most numerous. They are messing with the world. When can we restore order and restore order to the world? So, Myriad Tidal Dragon said, after the Battle of Etion Mountain, almost all the immortal zombies in the world died. These were all people who escaped from fate. Now that they are dead, the resistance to the refinement of Fate Gu has fallen by countless times. With Granny Sha managing it, even without the success Dao marks in infallible blessed land, we can still make a lot of progress. Wei Lingyang shook his head. Pay attention, the soul beast army is surrounding us. The urgent matter now is to escape from this soul beast army. Myriad Tidal Dragon sighed. The best way is still thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's defensive killer move. It is as famous as divine concealment, ghostly concealment. According to rumors, the Gu Immortals who use this immortal killer move cannot be discovered by soul beasts. But now, I will use my Dragon Flow escape. But this time I will not only use myself. I will also bring 3 immortal goo houses and many goo immortals. After using this move, I will not be able to fight for the next 3 days. After a bit of discussion, the 3 immortals agreed to Myriad Tidal Dragon's suggestion. A dragon's roar rang out. Countless pale dragon silhouettes appeared out of nowhere, surrounding the 3 immortal goo houses. The pale dragon shadow converged into a long river. Countless light dragons moved majestically, with an unstoppable momentum. They carried the 3 immortal goo houses as they charged forward. The Soul Beast army roared and formed layers of barriers. But Dragon Flow Escape's momentum was extraordinary, it was grand and powerful. A hole was forcefully created in the Soul Beast army. The 3 immortal goo houses successfully escaped from danger. The Soul Beasts moved very quickly and the army did not give up. Instead, he chased after her. Myriad Tidal Dragon did not dare to deactivate the immortal killer move, Dragon Flow Escape. He could only grit his teeth and endure it. The 2 parties chased for more than 6 hours. Only then did the Soul Beast army give up, and their attention was drawn to a bunch of dark venomous snakes. I can't. This time, I need to rest for at least 7 days before I can act again. The rest is up to you guys. Flowing Tidal Dragon's face was deathly pale. His eyes, which had been brimming with vigor, were now bloodshot, giving off a strong feeling of weakness. After deactivating the killer move Dragon Flow Escape, Flowing Tidal Dragon fell to the ground almost immediately, falling into a deep slumber. His eyes were shut. He was snoring. His snoring is very strange if you listen carefully. If one listened carefully, it was like the roar of a dragon. As he fell asleep, a lump of fog formed around his body. The fog started to form a cocoon. 2 hours later, the cocoon became thicker, turning into a pale white dragon egg. We got rid of those soul beasts. That was a close one. That killer move earlier seems to be the killer move of one of the rank 8 great experts, Lord Myriad Tidal Dragon. It is so grand and imposing, it is truly amazing. Inside the 3 immortal goo houses, the goo immortals cheered and praised. Bai Qin Tian and Wei Lingyang, however, had grim expressions. Myriad Tidal Dragon had already fallen into a deep slumber. One of the 3 rank 8 battle strength experts had already died, but they still had about half of the journey left. The 3 immortal goo houses moved slowly. The goo immortals inside started to repair the immortal goo houses. For the next 2 hours, the Central Continent goo immortals encountered several ghost spirit fox groups and bear mosquito groups. They fought or retreated, relying on the power of the immortal goo houses. They continued to move forward. Bai Qin Tian's heart shook, his lips curled up as he showed joy. Lord Wei Lingyang, I found a large area of heaven-attached fungi 3,000 li away. Is that so? Myriad Tidal Dragon let out a breath of air. Then let's go and rest. The 3 immortal goo houses slightly changed their direction. After a while, the 3 immortal goo houses landed on the surface of the heaven-attached fungi. What is this place? Is it safe? Zhao Lianyun looked outside the window. She had a shocked expression, especially when she saw her goo immortal companions leaving the immortal goo houses and moving around on the heaven-attached fungi. Yue Yizi smiled as he explained, the immemorial 9 heavens have their own peculiarities. For example, the Black Lantern phenomenon is unique to Black Heaven. But the 9 heavens also have some similarities. For example, astral wind flying heavenly boar or heaven-attached fungi. This type of fungus only grows in the immemorial 9 heavens. Heaven-attached fungi are a rank 6 immortal material, and most importantly they need to grow alone. There cannot be any Dao marks or other life forms around them, not even meteors. So once heaven-attached fungi appear, it means that this is a safe place to rest. Alright, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going out to pick some heaven-attached fungi. It's not easy to come across such a good opportunity. Yue Yizi quickly ran out of wind-sweeping building. Zhao Lianyun had no interest in the heaven-attached fungus. She had only been a goo immortal for a short period of time. She did not understand the importance of cultivation resources. Right now, her mind was filled with thoughts of how to save her lover, Ma Hongyun. After a while, there were almost no goo immortals left in wind-sweeping building. Aren't you going to collect some heaven-attached fungi? Zhao Lianyun looked at Bu Zhenzi, feeling strange. Bu Zhenzi smiled. The sect ordered me to protect you. I will not leave your side at all times. Zhao Lianyun was considerate. Then it seems I need to go down as well. Bu Zhenzi shook his head. Thank you for your good intentions, but even if I stand on the heaven-attached fungi, I will not pick them. Because that will distract my attention. If an accident happens, it will be too late for regrets. Zhao Lianyun heard this and felt warmth in her heart. She said softly, "Thank you." Bu Zhenzi shook his head. "You are welcome, you are the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, it is my duty to protect you." Zhao Lianyun sighed, leaning against the window again. She said with a faint tone, "To think that Black Heaven is so dangerous, there is still such a safe place. There is always a way out, we will definitely succeed this time. Don't you think so?" Bu Zhenzi did not hesitate, he answered, "Of course." He suddenly dragged out his tone, it was very strange. At the same time, Zhao Lianyun saw specks of starlight flickering in the night sky far away. This was not darkness, of course, because the color was completely different. This kind of blue starlight was like countless diamonds sprinkled on black silk. It was very dazzling and unforgettable. Zhao Lianyun squinted her eyes, she praised, "So beautiful." "It is very dangerous. According to the records, this scale." Bu Zhenzi's expression was pale, his voice was trembling. Zhao Lianyun immediately became vigilant. "What do you mean?" She had just asked when she heard the warning and order of rank 8 Gu Immortal by Qin Tian. Outside the Immortal Gu house, the Gu Immortals ran back in panic. Wei Lingyang's gaze was like an eagle's, he looked at the approaching starlight with a grim expression. Such a huge star cloud storm. Billions of stars were flying at high speed. Some of the shooting stars drew long trails of light for miles in the night sky. Among them were many giant stars, some were as small as islands, while others were as large as continents. Between the stars, there were countless starlight flickering, it was as if countless lightning bolts were interweaving. Star cloud storms were the unique phenomenon of immemorial blue heaven. But because of historical reasons, immemorial blue heaven shattered, and a large number of stars fell into immemorial black heaven. Thus, immemorial black heaven also had star cloud storms. Chapter 1251. The range of the star cloud storm was too wide and it was extremely fast. It was impossible for the 3 immortal Gu houses of Central Continent to escape. Stars were densely packed as they flew towards them. Thunder clouds were everywhere, starlight was gushing out continuously, the scene was grand and majestic, anyone who looked at it would feel fear, they would feel their own insignificance. "I will lead Edge Link Camp, you guys follow behind." At the crucial moment, Wei Lingyang made a decision. The 3 immortal Gu houses moved towards the star cloud storm. The huge immortal Gu house was like 3 ants at the foot of a giant elephant in front of the star cloud storm. Heaven and earth were roaring. The star cloud storm was like a prehistoric whale, it devoured the 3 immortal Gu houses of Central Continent. The 3 immortal Gu houses did not even have the qualifications to fill the gaps between the teeth of this star cloud storm. Rumble, a wind-sweeping building shook intensely. Zhao Lianyun could not stand steadily, she fell to the ground. Outside the window, endless starlight was extremely dazzling, it shone on the whole of wind-sweeping building, turning it into a sea of blue light. Zhao Lianyun felt like she was on a small boat that had fallen into a stormy sea, she was enduring the attacks of the tsunami and thunder. Her mouth was dry, she was on tenterhooks, even with Gu immortal battle strength she could not get out of this predicament. She could only place her hopes on the immortal Gu houses, on the 3 rank 8 great experts. Zhao Lianyun did not know that among the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals, Myriad Tidal Dragon had already fallen into hibernation. Thankfully, wind-sweeping building was under by Qin Tian's control. The situation was much better than Canary Pavilion. Even so, Bai Qin Tian was covered in cold sweat. He was extremely focused and did not dare to relax at all. He moved wind-sweeping building, moving through the star cloud storm. He continued to dodge the huge stars on the ground. These stars were extremely fast. Once wind-sweeping building was hit, it would suffer a heavy blow. Even though wind-sweeping building was an immortal Gu house, it would not collapse after being hit by these stars. In this special environment, once wind-sweeping building lost control, it would lose its speed and direction. It would be hit by stars one after another. Once it formed a vicious cycle. In that case, there was a real possibility that they would perish in the nebula storm, with their ship destroyed and their lives lost. Gu immortals are strong, immortal Gu houses are powerful, but against this divine might of heaven and earth, they are insignificant. Bai Qin Tian gritted his teeth. Oh no! He could not react in time and wind-sweeping building finally suffered. A star that was the size of a small mountain crashed into the wind tower with a fierce gust of wind. The size of the wind-sweeping tower was not even 1/10 of the size of the star. But it was an immortal Gu house after all, it was very sturdy. It wasn't the wind-sweeping tower that shattered, but the stars that crashed into it. However, the huge momentum brought about by the stars pushed wind-sweeping building a long distance away. Originally, the three immortal goo houses were working together, flying together and helping each other. This way the other two immortal goo houses avoided the stars. Wind-sweeping tower immediately left the team. Bai Chen, hurry up. Wei Lingyang sent a message. But in this star cloud storm, there was chaos everywhere. Countless star path down marks interfered with the communication between Wei Lingyang and Bai Chen Tian. Bai Chen Tian could only hear a very short and incomplete sentence. But he knew what Wei Lingyang wanted to say. Wei Lingyang wanted him to work hard and catch up to them. Inside the star cloud storm, Wei Lingyang could not stay. He could not help Bai Chen Tian, because he had another immortal goo house, Canary Pavilion, to take care of. Bai Chen Tian could only rely on himself. Come. Bai Chen Tian called out, his eyes shined with bright light, his rank 8 aura burst out like the howling of the wind. Wind-sweeping buildings' body shined with bright green light, the dazzling light turned into gusts of wind. The wind blew past everyone's ears. These dark green gales linked together and fused into one, forming a vertical and slender tornado pillar. The immortal goo house wind-sweeping building stabilized, the surrounding star cloud storm was pushed away by the wind pillar. This is wind-sweeping building's strongest method. Yuezi's eyes shined brightly as he said excitedly. Wind-sweeping building was at the center of the wind pillar. It became extremely calm. It was as if they had suddenly entered a calm and safe harbor from landslides and tsunamis. Wind-sweeping building's goo immortals cheered loudly. Zhao Lianyun had just gotten up from the ground when a huge star broke through the tornado wind pillar, flying towards wind-sweeping building. At the crucial moment, Bai Chen Tian reacted in time. He controlled wind-sweeping building to descend by a huge distance. This huge star almost brushed past wind-sweeping building. Some goo immortals who were at the windows could see the countless holes on the surface of the star when the two sides passed each other. Because they were too close, they were very clear. The goo immortals who were usually very elegant shouted in shock. They were like mortals who encountered a natural disaster and were panicking. Wind-sweeping building moved forward in the star cloud storm with difficulty. Even though this immortal goo house had used its strongest method, it was not enough against the star cloud storm. Some of the giant stars had astonishing momentum and could directly smash the tornadoes in the periphery. Between the stars, there was also a violent and chaotic magnetic star force. This star force dragged, repelled, attracted and crushed wind-sweeping tower. Wind-sweeping building had to dodge the attacks of these star forces. Thankfully, rank 8 goo immortal Bai Chen Tian was controlling the situation. Any other rank 7 goo immortal would not be able to hold on. But even Bai Chen Tian was sweating profusely. His rank 8 immortal essence was expended rapidly. This expenditure far surpassed any battle Bai Chen Tian had ever fought in his life. No, this star cloud storm is too huge. I don't know when I can get past it. Bai Chen Tian willed. He ordered the goo immortals in the immortal goo house to inject their immortal essence into wind-sweeping building. The goo immortals contributed their strength. Zhao Lianyun was no exception. Even though she only had a phantom aperture, she had refined immortal yuan stone. She had stored a lot of immortal essence. Boom boom boom. From time to time, 1 or 2 huge stars crashed into the wind pillar. Wind-sweeping building dodged most of them, but some crashed into them. The magnetic star force was everywhere. It was like a malicious giant that played with wind-sweeping building like a toy. Inside the immortal goo house, the goo immortals did not say anything. They focused on instilling their immortal essence into wind-sweeping building. The atmosphere was very tense. Every time a star crashed into it, many goo immortals' bodies shook. Zhao Lianyun's heart was in her throat. This was the first time she had faced such a situation. The situation was terrible. Even if the building broke and she died the next moment, Zhao Lianyun would not be surprised. Hong Yun. She chanted Ma Hongyun's name in her mind. Every time she said it, her heart would calm down a little. After chanting it countless times, Zhao Lianyun's heart miraculously calmed down. Hongyun, you once risked your life for me, do you know that? I'm risking my life for you now. Even if I die here, I have no regrets. I will come and save you. When I see you, I will tell you that the starlight here is very fierce. There is danger beyond your imagination. It is not romantic at all. In a daze, Zhao Lianyun seemed to have returned to the past. At that time, Zhao Lianyun's father had already died in battle. She was alone and was forced to marry someone. She could only rely on Ma Hongyun for the time being. On a gentle hillside. In the night, Ma Hongyun was sitting next to her on the grass. Lady Xiaoyin, look, there is a meteor shower. Ma Hongyun pointed at the night sky, shouting. Boring. You brought me here just to show me this? Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes. What is there to see? Ma Hongyun scratched his head. I also feel that there is nothing to see, but they said that to make a girl happy you have to watch a meteor shower with her. At this time, we can often see meteor showers at night in northern plains. Zhao Lianyun helplessly sighed inwardly, thinking, I am already so old, I'm afraid only young girls will be happy about this. No, my body is still small, I am also a young girl. Thinking so, Ma Hongyun asked, Lady Xiao Yun, after seeing this meteor shower, are you feeling better? Zhao Lianyun sighed inwardly again, saying in a coquettish voice, Much better, I am very happy, look, the meteor shower is so beautiful. Ma Hongyun's body trembled, he quickly waved his hand, Lady Xiao Yun, don't say that, I am getting goosebumps. Zhao Lianyun stood up and kicked Ma Hongyun fiercely, Instead of learning, you learn to flirt with girls. You still want to flirt with me, I'll let you flirt with girls, I'll let you flirt with girls. Ma Hongyun screamed in pain from the kicks, shouting that he was wronged. Lady Xiao Yun, quickly stop, quickly stop. What is flirting with girls? I have never done it before. If I did something wrong, can't I change? Stop kicking, stop kicking. Zhao Lianyun ignored him, kicking Ma Hongyun until he was rolling on the ground. Finally, Zhao Lianyun was covered in sweat. She placed her hands on her waist, looking at Ma Hongyun who was covering his head and scurrying away like a frightened rat. She laughed happily. Ma Hongyun heard her laughter and slowed his steps, thinking, Lady Xiao Yun is laughing happily indeed, watching the meteor shower with her can make her mood better. But it hurts. The past was like smoke, dissipating in front of Zhao Lianyun's eyes. Unknowingly, Zhao Lianyun's lips curled up into a smile. Hongyun, when I save you, I will definitely kick you 70 to 80 times, it will be a celebration. Zhao Lianyun thought so. At this time, her phantom aperture unexpectedly emitted a mysterious aura. The aura was formless and colorless, quickly spreading out. Chapter 1252. Every moment in the star cloud storm was unbearable. After a long time, a certain Gu immortal in wind-sweeping building suddenly realized something. He spoke, Do you guys feel that it has been a long time since a star crashed into this place? As soon as he finished speaking, the dark green tornado that enveloped wind-sweeping building suddenly dissipated. The immortals saw a tranquil night sky, and far away, the star cloud storm was moving away with a grand momentum. After a moment of silence, wind-sweeping building erupted in cheers. We made it. That was close. Even with the immortal Gu house's protection, we were in danger of dying in immemorial black heaven. It was all thanks to Lord Bai Qin Tian, otherwise, we would have died in the star cloud storm already. The Gu immortals talked to each other with joyful expressions. Bai Qin Tian's gaze was eerie, but he thought, it was all thanks to Zhao Lianyun's love immortal Gu that we could escape the star cloud storm. At the crucial moment, Love Immortal Gu let out an aura that pointed Bai Qin Tian in the right direction. Bai Qin Tian followed this direction and controlled wind-sweeping building, quickly flying out of the star cloud storm. And inside the star cloud storm, there were countless star path Dao marks in all directions. The Dao marks interfered with each other. Bai Qin Tian's locating method was useless. Bai Qin Tian's face was filled with worry. I have already escaped danger, but Wei Lingyang does not have Love Gu. I wonder if he is still struggling inside the star cloud storm. After losing contact with the other two immortal Gu houses, Bai Qin Tian stopped moving. He circled around and searched. Fortunately, half a day later, he successfully got in contact with Wei Lingyang. Wei Lingyang led Canary Pavilion, moving through the star cloud storm with difficulty. They left the range of the storm after Bai Qin Tian, but unfortunately, they fell into the ambush of the Sky Chief Beast group. After getting this information, Bai Qin Tian immediately controlled wind-sweeping building, leading a group of Gu immortals to reinforce them. They reached the ambush. The Gu immortals found Canary Pavilion and Edgelink Camp. They sucked in a breath of cold air. These two immortal Gu houses were surrounded by Sky Chief beasts. In the immemorial Nine Heavens, there were basically Sky Chief beasts that lived more or less. Each Sky Chief beast was at least a beast king, comparable to a normal beast emperor. The king of each Sky Chief beast herd was basically a desolate beast Sky Chief. The beast sovereign in front of him was an ancient desolate beast. There were more than 100 ancient Sky Leaders in this Sky Leader pack. There were more than 1,000 desolate beasts, and the rest of the Sky Chiefs were densely packed like ants, innumerable. Edgelink Camp and Canary Pavilion were at the very center, surrounded and attacked by countless Tiankues. Although he was resisting tenaciously, his body was already badly damaged. The situation was dire. Bai Qin Tian did not think much and immediately controlled wind-sweeping building to charge in from the outside. At this time, there was no longer any hindrance in communication. Wei Lingyang immediately drove the Edge-Link camp. Together with Canary Pavilion and Bai Qin Tian, they broke out. The Sky Chief beasts let out deafening roars. The sound waves were like tsunamis, extremely shocking. Both sides engaged in an intense battle. Countless immortal killer moves shot out like fireworks in the Sky Chief Beast group. The Sky Chief Beast horde charged forward. Once one batch died, another batch would immediately take their place. The Sky Chief Beast group was huge, they did not care about these casualties. As for those Desolate Beast Sky Chief and Ancient Desolate Beast Sky Chief, they could often stand tall in the flames of war for a period of time. During the stalemate, Edge-Link camp suddenly showed its might. Rays of light condensed into sharp horns that charged in all directions. Even the Desolate Beast Tian Kuei couldn't withstand the extremely powerful offensive power, and died on the spot. Even the Ancient Sky Chief did not dare to face it head-on. Wind-sweeping building created a jade-green wind pillar again, while Canary Pavilion let out countless bird cries. The three immortal goo houses worked together and forcefully created a path in the Sky Chief Beast group, converging at the center. Next, the three immortal goo houses turned around and escaped. After a few minutes they got rid of the pursuit of the Sky Chief Beast group. The situation is not good. Bai Qin Tian communicated with Wei Lingyang, saying in a heavy tone, "The three immortal goo houses are heavily damaged, Canary Pavilion is on the verge of collapse. We need to recuperate. Right now, Myriad Tidal Dragon is in deep slumber. I expended a lot of immortal essence this time, half of it is gone." Immortal essence affected a goo immortal's battle strength to a large extent. Bai Qin Tian had used up half of his immortal essence. Wei Lingyang was the same. Immortal goo houses were powerful, but they expended a lot of immortal essence. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan did not plan to construct any immortal goo houses. He knew most of the structure of graceful chaotic dual stage, of course he had forgotten some parts, and also understood the structure of Sacred Feather City. But he did not have Giant Sun's immortal essence. With just his own immortal essence, he could not activate the immortal goo houses. Immortal goo houses expended too much immortal essence. Only rank 8 goo immortals could sustain it. Rank 6 and 7 goo immortals needed to gather the strength of a group of immortals to unleash their power. Most importantly, the central continent goo immortals were still more than halfway to their destination. It seems we can only use spaceless tunnels. Wei Lingyang said in a heavy tone. Bai Qin Tian was dazed for a moment before nodding in agreement. That is the only way we can travel more than half the distance and reach our destination immediately. The two rank 8 goo immortals had firm wills. The more they suffered, the more determined they became. They did not even think of retreating. And their situation was unexpected. But before they set off, the Wisdom Path goo immortal of Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle, had prepared other plans for them. Spaceless tunnels were one of them. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Through this rank 8 immortal goo house, the situation of the 3 central continent immortal goo houses was seen by Yao Huang. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace affects the luck of heaven and earth. The things in immemorial black heaven, like the direction of the lightning storms, even providence cannot affect them. But Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace can. This is an invincible defense. With Heavenly Palace here, who can invade my northern plains? Yao Huang was extremely excited, his tone was passionate, he was filled with admiration towards Giant Sun Immortal. Yao Huang looked at South Desolation Immortal saying, "Lord, I finally understand why you are so calm. As long as Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace exists, nobody can invade my northern plains." South Desolation Immortal laughed heartily. This Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace has been here for over 300,000 years. What does that mean? It has already deeply influenced immemorial black heaven, even immemorial white heaven has been infiltrated by it. This is the supreme power of heaven and earth luck. Yao Huang thought of Ma Hongyun. He said, "Heaven and earth luck is so mystical, all living beings' luck is not bad either. But right now, fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo's host is already in old ancestor Xuehu's hands." Yao Huang was helpless against old ancestor Xuehu, but South Desolation Immortal was different. Especially when Yao Huang saw this Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, and the miserable state of the 3 central continent immortal goo houses, he was moved. He wanted to incite South Desolation Immortal to deal with old ancestor Xuehu. But South Desolation Immortal shook his head and smiled. Since Ma Hongyun has the Huang Jin bloodline, he is ancestor Giant Sun's descendant, it is not a big deal for him to obtain fortune rivaling heaven goo. It will not be so easy for old ancestor Xuehu to take away fortune rivaling heaven. Yao Huang was still worried. That old ancestor Xuehu has already been refining for a long time, with just the power of fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, can he really fail this time? South Desolation Immortal shook his head again. Of course not. Even if fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu has quasi-rank 9 power, it cannot completely counter rank 8 Gu immortal old ancestor Xuehu, not to mention there is still one of the 4 refinement path experts of Northern Plains, Fairy Wanshou. Do you think Longevity Heaven did not make a move? We naturally would not watch fortune rivaling heaven fall into the hands of outsiders. We had already made a move. If old ancestor Xuehu could not see this, his Gu refinement would not have succeeded. Yao Huang realized at this point, Longevity Heaven had already made a move, but this method was too ingenious. Everyone was deceived, even Xuehu and Wanshou were kept in the dark. Amazing, he's really amazing. Compared to Longevity Heaven, even old ancestor Xuehu is being toyed with. Yao Huang could not help but admire this, he was sincerely convinced. His gaze towards South Desolation Immortal changed again. He felt that this South Desolation Immortal was unfathomable, filled with the demeanor of a senior. However, at the next moment, South Desolation Immortal's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 1253. Where is this place? Zhao Lianyun looked outside the window, showing a surprised expression. But this time, even the well-read and knowledgeable Yue Yizi was unable to answer her. Instead, Bu Zhenzi, who was in charge of protecting Zhao Lianyun, spoke in an uncertain tone. This strange scene, is it Spaceless Tunnel? The 3 immortal Gu houses from Central Continent, Canary Pavilion, Edge Link Camp, and Wind Sweeping Building, were moving forward in a huge tunnel. This tunnel was mainly blue in color. There were long and thin colorful lines that extended along the tunnel. These colorful lines were embedded in the walls of the blue tunnel. They were like dazzling flowers. What is Spaceless Tunnel? Yue Yizi asked. Bu Zhenzi looked at Zhao Lianyun with a complex gaze. You should be very familiar with it, right? Meh. Zhao Lianyun was surprised. She did not understand why Bu Zhenzi would say this. Bu Zhenzi sighed, saying, because Spaceless Tunnel is an immortal killer move created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Southern Border, Super Gu Formation. Inside the dream. Disciple greets Master. Fang Yuan knelt on the ground, paying his respects to the female Gu immortal in front of him. The female immortal nodded. I am Jing Miaozi, I cultivate water path. Although you are my descendant, whether you can cultivate my water path will depend on your luck and comprehension. Only by passing this test can you become my true disciple. Please instruct me, Master. Fang Yuan said respectfully. The female immortal waved her sleeves, the dream realm changed. Fang Yuan stood in front of a dark green pond. This pond water was dark green and had no ripples, it was like a huge piece of jade. The long river is turbulent, it is water. The sea is surging. It is water. And this dark green pond in front of you is also water. Water path is broad and profound, I cultivate the path of calm water. Step into this pond, when you can stand on the water without using Gu worms, I will officially take you in as my disciple. Fang Yuan stared with wide eyes. This was the first time he had heard of such a test. He called out, Master. If I don't use Gu worms, I'm no different from a mortal. How can a mortal body stand on the water and not sink? That's your problem. The female immortal flicked her sleeves and disappeared from Fang Yuan's sight. Fang Yuan frowned and paced around the pond. After a few rounds he stepped into the green pond. Plop. There was a soft sound. His whole body fell into the water. He quickly climbed ashore, completely drenched and in a sorry state. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He hesitated for a moment before using Unravel Dream. But this time, Unravel Dream, which had always been successful, was useless. There was no change at all. Fang Yuan let out a long sigh in his heart. So it's useless? Sigh, this is troublesome. Not long ago, Fang Yuan's luck path realm increased. This allowed him to easily raise Qi luck sensation to a higher level. At this point, the whereabouts of Wuxia and the others were exposed. They were in the southern border. After Fang Yuan realized this, he started to make preparations and increase his strength. He even borrowed immortal Gu from Wu clan. But he wanted to leave but met with a problem. Once Fang Yuan left, Wu clan had no rank 7 Gu immortals in the Super Gu formation to control the situation. Furthermore, Wu clan was in charge of the immortal opportunity business. It was a huge matter. Without an expert to look after them, if other clans wanted to cause trouble, it would be easy. Even though Wu Yong agreed to help Fang Yuan borrow Wu clan's immortal goo, he did not agree to this matter. Even though Wu clan had many goo immortals and was very strong, they had a huge business, they needed more manpower. They had very few goo immortals, they were lacking in manpower. Some positions were even more difficult to be transferred at a whim. Like Fang Yuan's current position as the guardian of the Super Goo formation, not everyone in Wu clan had the ability to do it. Even if they had the ability, they had to consider the political aspect. Fang Yuan made such a request, he wanted to leave his position, this gave Wu Yong a huge headache. But Fang Yuan was firm, Wu Yong could only start assigning the Goo immortals their positions. But this matter could affect everything, Wu Yong said this needed time, Fang Yuan could only choose to wait. But in the process of waiting, Fang Yuan encountered a good dream realm. Dream realms were of all shapes and sizes, they were constantly moving. There were realistic dream realms, there were also strange dream realms. Fang Yuan usually chose realistic dream realms to explore. Strange dream realms were hard to understand, Fang Yuan did not want to take unnecessary risks. According to historical records, the female immortal Jing Miaozi is Shui Ni's disciple. The master of this dream realm is Jing Miaozi, she is also her final disciple. There can only be one person, the famous water path great expert Sea Calming Man. In Central Continent's history, the immemorial desolate beast Shui Nanwu caused chaos. It caused falling heavenly river to change its course, causing tsunamis to flood the land. Central Continent's central region was flooded, while the eastern region experienced huge tsunamis. Back then, Sea Calming Man, who was already a Goo immortal of Celestial Court, stood up and used several immortal killer moves to restore falling heavenly river to its original position. The sea became calm again, he had incredible methods. My Unravel Dream killer move has always been successful, but it has no effect at this stage. Strange. This was not the first time Fang Yuan had used Unravel Dream. But even after using it several times, this dream realm did not budge. Fang Yuan thought about it, he guessed that this dream realm was very powerful. The core immortal goo of Unravel Dream was only rank 6, it could not break this dream realm. The strength of a dream realm did not depend on the person involved in the dream realm. For example, Fang Yuan had once explored Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. There he used Unravel Dream and had great gains. But at this moment, Fang Yuan's Unravel Dream could not let him pass Sea Calming Man's dream realm. Sea Calming Man was only rank 8, he could not compare to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. But the strength of the dream realm had little to do with their cultivation level when they were alive. As for what the relationship was, Fang Yuan was not clear about it. Don't forget, in the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan was not interested in exploring dream realms, his focus was on blood path cultivation. Fang Yuan did not have a deep understanding of dream realms, but he knew something: the stronger the dream realm, the greater the benefits after exploring it. Bearing this in mind, Fang Yuan's interest in this dream realm deepened. Wu clan's transfer order has not been announced yet. The immortal goo I want to borrow, Wu Yong will definitely not let go until he completes the transfer. In that case, I will research this dream realm properly during this period of time. In the next few days, Fang Yuan calmed himself down, he worked hard and entered the dream realm again and again to explore it. Without using goo worms, he had to stand on the water surface. On the surface, this seemed like an unsolvable problem. Because without using goo worms, goo masters were no different from mortals. Of course, this did not include fortune rivaling heaven or black boar goo, which engraved Dao marks on the goo master's body. There are water path goo worms like water leg goo, they can engrave water path Dao marks on the goo master's feet. It allows the goo master to move freely on the water surface. But this has nothing to do with passing this dream realm. Not to mention, in this dream realm he could not use water leg goo. Even if he could, Fang Yuan would not use it. Because he knew that this problem did not lie in the content itself, it was in him. As for the method of freezing the water surface and standing on it, that was a small trick, he did not understand the essence of this problem. Just as Jing Miaozi said before, she's testing my comprehension. This realistic dream realm, since Sea Calming Man could pass it, there is no reason I can't. After all, my water path attainment level is already at quasi-grandmaster level. Fang Yuan continued to try, he had already lost count of the number of times he had fallen into the pool. If an ordinary mortal were to fall into this dream, falling into the pool of water once would be enough to shatter the mortal's soul. And if a goo immortal fell into the pool 3 or 4 times, their soul would also weaken to a very low level. Fang Yuan's soul foundation was very deep, Every time he entered the dream realm, he would fall into the water 17 or 18 times before his soul would weaken to its limit. At this time, Fang Yuan would use Guts Gu to heal himself. Even though Guts Gu was a mortal Gu, it came from the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Danghun Mountain. It was very effective. With this help, Fang Yuan continued to work hard. He started to feel something. This feeling could not be described with words, it was very mystical. Fang Yuan tried again. When he landed on the surface of the water with a plop, he once again fell into the dark green water. When he got to the shore, he saw his master Jing Miaozi standing beside the pool and looking at him. Jing Miaozi said angrily, "What kind of comprehension ability is this? It is such a simple test, but you can't even pass it now. You are not fit to be my disciple." Fang Yuan, however, smiled. "No, master, I did it. Like you said, I have to stand on the surface of the pool without sinking or falling. I have already done it." Jing Miaozi laughed from anger, pointing at the water all over Fang Yuan. "Then what is this?" Fang Yuan shook his head. "This is nothing. The pool in my heart has no ripples. I am already standing on it, looking down. I can see my reflection on the mirror-like water surface." Jing Miaozi's anger and smile slowly vanished. She looked at Fang Yuan deeply, nodding as she said plainly, "Not bad. From today onwards, you are my official final disciple." At the next moment, the dream realm vanished. Fang Yuan returned to reality. "There is only one scene in this dream realm?" Fang Yuan showed surprise in his eyes. Soon, the shock in his eyes turned into joy. "Amazing, my water path attainment has officially reached Grandmaster level." Earlier, Fang Yuan's water path attainment was at quasi-Grandmaster level. He was only a step away from Grandmaster. He was still far from it. But now this distance was crossed. Fang Yuan became a true water path Grandmaster. After Transformation Path, Strength Path, Blood Path, Wisdom Path, and Star Path, Fang Yuan finally had a sixth path. He reached Grandmaster level. Chapter 1254. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Not here. Not here either. This is very strange. Why did these Central Continent Gu immortals suddenly disappear without a trace? The South Desolation immortal was no longer as calm and composed as before. His face was no longer calm and collected, and his forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat. He continued to manipulate Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace to search for directions, but he could not find the location of the Central Continent Gu immortals. Yao Huang was also somewhat dazed. He hurriedly asked, "Lord South Desolation, do you need me to do anything?" At this time, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's voice entered their ears. "This is Spaceless Tunnel." South Desolation Immortal was even more shocked. "Don't tell me Central Continent's Gu immortals have Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's Immortal Killer move?" But Immortal Zombie Giant Sun denied it. "No, they are using the Spaceless Tunnel left behind by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable." Spaceless Tunnel. Space Path Immortal Killer move. In the past, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had traveled the entire world in order to find his way home. Undeniably, he was the Venerable who had traveled the most places among all the Venerables. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's traces were almost all over the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was too insignificant and the Gu Master world was too vast, so he created the Spaceless Tunnel. This Immortal Killer move could greatly shorten his journey and speed up his exploration. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had disappeared long ago, but a portion of the Spaceless Tunnel Killer move that he left behind in the 5 regions and 2 heavens still existed for a long time. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had never stopped investigating Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Because Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was different from other Venerables, he was an otherworldly demon. From this, the Celestial Court would not let him off easily. Spirit Affinity House could obtain one of Thieving Heaven's true inheritances and let Zhao Lianyun inherit it. This was one of the results of the Celestial Court's investigation of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Central Continent's Gu immortals found this spaceless tunnel. Moreover, they had a way to use it to shorten their journey. Then where is this Spaceless Tunnel Killer move pointing to? South Desolation Immortal reacted. He immediately realized the crux of the matter. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun replied, "I cannot investigate it. This is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's work after all." When Giant Sun Immortal was alive, he was in Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's ruins. He had suffered losses before. Giant Sun Immortal was the creator of Luck Path, but against Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, he seemed to lack a powerful method to deal with him. The South Desolation Immortal fell silent. The Medicine Sovereign was dumbfounded. What should he do? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun answered, since they used the spaceless tunnel, we can only wait for them to appear again. Yao Huang asked, this means that Central Continent Gu immortals can appear anywhere? If they directly appear in Northern Plains, what should we do? Even though Central Continent's Gu immortals were in a pathetic state and had lost a lot of battle strength, their formation was still very strong. 3 immortal Gu houses, 3 rank 8 Gu immortals. Not counting those rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals, there was still a rank 9 Love immortal Gu. If such a huge force appeared in the headquarters of a Huangjin clan, the ones to suffer would not be the Central Continent Gu immortals, but the Huangjin clan. If these Central Continent Gu immortals suddenly appear near my Yao clan. Thinking of this, Yao Huang immediately felt uneasy. Please enlighten us, immortal ancestor. South Desolation Immortal asked. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun chuckled. Descendants have their own fortune. Fortune and calamity coexist, they can be converted into one another. This is a calamity for Northern Plains, but it can also be converted into fortune for Northern Plains. My main body is already dead. This is no longer my era. Do your best, regardless of success or failure. As for how to convert calamities and tribulations into fortune, that will depend on yourselves. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun finished speaking. There was no more sound. South Desolation Immortal and Yao Huang looked at each other helplessly. Southern Border, Super Gu Formation. Fang Yuan held an ordinary Gu material in his hand. He casually tossed this Gu material into the furnace in front of him. The fire in the furnace burned, but it emitted waves of coldness. The fire in the furnace was also very special. It was not an ordinary orange flame, but pale white with a bit of blue. This was a cold flame. A moment later, the cold flame suddenly extinguished without a sound. It caught everyone off guard. A Gu worm flew out of the furnace. This Gu worm looked like a larva. Its body was slender, brown with a bit of green, and it was wide. When it floated towards Fang Yuan, its body bent and stretched. It was quite unique. This was a strength path Gu worm. It was naturally only a mortal Gu. However, its name was Nirvana. From this, it was naturally different from the rest. Fang Yuan already had pulling water. It was a rank 6 strength path immortal Gu. This one was a strength path mortal Gu. Pulling water Gu could unleash a mysterious force, allowing Gu masters or Gu immortals to control rivers and rivers. This pulling water mortal Gu's effect was naturally far inferior to rank 6 pulling water immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan was very happy. What? Firstly, immortal Gu were unique. If Fang Yuan had 2 immortal killer moves that required pulling water immortal Gu, what would he do? Now that he had pulling water mortal Gu, Fang Yuan could use a large number of mortal Gu to temporarily replace pulling water immortal Gu. Thus, even if a Gu immortal had an immortal Gu, it did not mean he had no need for the corresponding mortal Gu. Secondly, Fang Yuan's attempt succeeded because his water path attainment level was at Grandmaster level. Pulling water Gu was a strength path Gu worm, but it was related to water path. All along, even though Fang Yuan's strength path attainment level was at Grandmaster level, he had not been able to deduce pulling water's mortal Gu recipe. Now that his water path attainment level was at Grandmaster level, he did not even need to deduce it. He only used his intuition to draw out the mortal Gu recipe. Everything was a matter of course. Water path Grandmaster. Fang Yuan started to feel the benefits of this. Not just Gu recipes but killer moves as well. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had accumulated a lot of water path knowledge, like water path killer moves or water path Gu recipes. Now that he recalled these contents, he had a brand new feeling. He had a deeper understanding. This feeling was indescribable. It was just like when he stood under the tower and looked at the bricks of the tower. Now that he had suddenly risen to the top of the pagoda, the scenery he saw was still different from before. Although the rise of the realm can't be measured by any objective material, but my strength has increased a lot. This is especially true for people like me. I already have 5 people in the Grandmaster realm. These Grandmaster realm sects were combined together. Mutual influence and improvement will result in even greater benefits. No wonder 500 years ago, so many people flocked to the Dream Realm. Fang Yuan recalled that at that time, he was still focusing on the cultivation of blood path. Of course, there was a reason for this. Firstly, Fang Yuan was not in a good situation at that time. He was surrounded by powerful enemies and Fang Yuan needed combat strength. Secondly, Fang Yuan knew nothing about dream path. Without a method like Unravel Dream to explore dreams, recklessly exploring dream realms would not be worth it. Thirdly, now that Fang Yuan recalled it, Providence might have played a role in this. Just as Fang Yuan wanted to experience the improvement of Water Path Grandmaster attainment in all aspects, a rank 7 Gu Immortal finally arrived from Wu clan. This Gu Immortal brought Wu Yong's transfer order, and of course Fang Yuan borrowed the Immortal Gu from Wu clan. Fang Yuan quickly completed the transaction and left the Super Gu formation. He flew towards the northeast direction, without stopping. This time the excuse he gave to Wu Yong was that he had no other choice. He needed to return to Eastern Sea alone. Everyone had their own secrets. If it was an ordinary Wu clan Gu Immortal, Wu Yong would definitely investigate it. But for Wu Yihai, even if Wu Yong wanted to ask, he would not be able to get any answers. Thus Wu Yong wisely did not pursue the matter. Fang Yuan entered the regional wall and arrived in Eastern Sea. He found a nameless sea area and placed his immortal aperture. He rested for now. During this period he practiced his killer moves in the sovereign immortal aperture. He familiarized himself with the new immortal Gu. The more crucial the moment, the calmer Fang Yuan became. He decided that he had to kill Wuxia this time. In order to get rid of this threat, he made more preparations. When Fang Yuan felt that the time was ripe, he stored his immortal aperture and prepared to move, executing the plan that he had been preparing for a long time. Chi-Luck Sensation. Fang Yuan activated this immortal killer move, but to his surprise, he found that Wuxia and the rest had left southern border and returned to Eastern Sea. Good, Eastern Sea is more suitable for me to attack. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He flew into the sky and targeted his target. Wuxia and the rest flew above the sea. Bai Ningbing was flying alongside them. Their relationship had changed. They were now allies of equal status. It turned out that a few days ago, Wuxia took out Jianghu to calm Bai Ningbing's battle intent. Wuxia used this chance to discuss cooperation with Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing was no longer the same as before. She expressed that she would rather give up Jianghu and kill Wuxia and the rest. Wuxia had a glib tongue. He criticized the current situation and finally convinced Bai Ningbing to form a new alliance with them. Bai Ningbing obtained Jianghu. She also knew that Fang Yuan had the upper extreme heavenly eagle. He was a huge threat. At this time, it was not wise to stay in Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven. Because of the upper extreme heavenly eagle, Fang Yuan could use it to enter the Grotto Heaven easily. If Bai Ningbing and the rest stayed in Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven, they would become clues for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan would be able to find Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven easily. At this moment, Bai Ningbing looked at the blue sea as she frowned, transmitting secretly, Wuxia, you said you have a way to deal with Fang Yuan. We are in Eastern Sea now. We are still traveling. What method do you have? Tell us. Wuxia smiled. To deal with rank 8s, we need rank 8s of the same level. Eastern Sea is not our destination. Northern Plains is. This means that Shadow Sect's remnant forces in Northern Plains actually have rank 8s? Who are you trying to fool? Bai Ningbing transmitted in disdain. If they had rank 8 battle strength, why did they not use it at Etian Mountain? Wuxia smiled bitterly. That was because the timing was not right. The timing is right this time? The timing is good. Northern Plains and Central Continent are fighting over fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. We are going to Northern Plains this time. We will go to the center of the vortex, snowy mountain blessed land. We will seize fortune rivaling heaven and use rank 8 battle strength to kill Fang Yuan and take back the sovereign immortal body. Wuxia said this as he smiled, looking behind him. Hey, he is coming. Chapter 1255. As he spoke, Wuxia felt the luck above his head vibrate intensely. This time, Fang Yuan's Chi-Luck Sensation killer move's power rose by a lot. Wuxia found that even if he entered his immortal aperture, he could not conceal it. However, Wuxia was not someone who would wait for death. He thought about it and decided to do the opposite. Earlier, he had tried all ways to conceal himself and conceal his aura. Now that he could not do that, Wuxia increased the luck vibration instead. They were connected by luck. Fang Yuan could use this connection to use Chi-Luck Sensation to find him. Wuxia could do the same. Thus, Wuxia had researched a Gu-worm combination recently that allowed him to deduce the distance between him and Fang Yuan based on the vibration of his own luck. Wuxia named this immortal killer move, Luck Shake Distance. This way Fang Yuan's familiar face would not work. It could not deal with Wuxia's method. Wuxia was one of Spectral Soul's split souls. Even though he lost his memories, he had been replenished in the river of time. His attainment level was not low. The most important thing was attainment level. Precisely so, Wuxia could think of different combinations of Gu worms at any time to deal with all sorts of situations. Of course, the attainment level needed to be high enough. At the same time, the Gu Immortal needed to experiment and practice for a long time. Get into formation. Let's use our previous tactic to repel Fang Yuan. Sensing that Fang Yuan was getting closer, Wuxia ordered, the 5 Gu Immortals stopped moving, they started to set up a Gu formation. They successfully convinced Bai Ningbing to join them. Bai Ningbing's inheritance in Baixiang Grotto Heaven caused Wuxia's side to grow stronger. This immortal Gu formation was the powerful method that trapped Wuxia and the rest. This time, Wuxia was going to let Fang Yuan have a taste of his own medicine. He's here. Bai Ningbing suddenly said. Now that she was the owner of Baixiang Grotto Heaven, her wealth rose sharply. She had excellent immortal Gu, her investigative methods were also much better than before, surpassing Wuxia and He Lulan. She was the first to discover Fang Yuan's traces. The other 4 immortals hurriedly looked towards the source of the voice. In the southern sea region. It set off a surging wave. A sword flood dragon swung its body, incomparably strong and vigorous, piercing through the clouds and waves as it rushed over. The sharp dragon horns pierced the sky, the dense dragon scales flickered with silver light, and the dragon claws looked sinister and terrifying. The dragon teeth in his mouth shone with a cold light. Wuxia and the other 4 immortals were on high alert. Bai Ningbing took a step forward. Does the enemy dare to enter the formation? Fang Yuan saw Bai Ningbing. Although she had transformed into a dragon lady and had become even more beautiful, her appearance had not changed much. Her foundation was still the same, so Fang Yuan was stunned. He did not expect to see Bai Ningbing under such circumstances. In fact, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing had not seen each other for a long time. Even during the Battle of Yitian Mountain. Bai Ningbing also stayed out of the situation and did not show her face. It seemed that ever since the Three Kings Mountain incident and Bai Ningbing's betrayal, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing had parted ways until now. Everything had changed. Back then, the 2 young Gu masters who survived Qingmao Mountain had already become Gu Immortals. Bai Ningbing, who was known as a genius but had the northern dark eye soul physique of the 10 extreme physiques, had a bleak future. She became a rank 6 Dragon Man Gu Immortal and even had Baixiang Grotto Heaven. And Fang Yuan had even more rich experiences. After they parted, he first became the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Next, he wreaked havoc in northern plains, toppling 88-point Jinyang Tower and destroying Imperial Court Blessed Land. Next, he appeared in Eastern Sea, Central Continent, Western Desert, and other places. Finally, during the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he snatched away the fruits of Shadow Sect's 100,000-year plan, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Using this immortal Gu, Fang Yuan's cultivation level rose like a rocket. It was extremely fast and shocking. He already had rank 7 cultivation level now. During this period, he even used Dream Realms to reach Grandmaster attainment level in 6 paths. The 2 started fighting on Qingmao Mountain. They were known as the Black and White Demons. They traveled in southern borders mortal world and worked closely together. Now that they met again, they were mortal enemies. Alright, I'll take care of you as well. Fang Yuan's killing intent filled his heart. He roared as he let out a dragon breath. The white dragon breath was extremely sharp. It flashed and traversed an immeasurable distance, arriving in front of Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing did not dodge, he smiled instead. At the next moment, the sword light dragon breath crashed into a formless wall of light. It was useless. A Gu formation that could trap Wuxia and the others was naturally extraordinary. Gu formation? Fang Yuan thought to himself. At this moment he did not have any good ideas. Formation path. Fang Yuan had little knowledge about formation path, even in the 500 years of his previous life. To break a Gu formation path attainment was needed. Or perhaps, wisdom path deductions were possible. Fang Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster, but he lacked a powerful wisdom path immortal Gu. It would not be easy for him to deduce the weakness of this Gu formation. The sword dragon circled in the air, not moving forward. Wuxia and the rest were inside the Gu formation, waiting for Fang Yuan to attack. At once, thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind as he tried to think of countermeasures. The other party set up the Gu formation in advance. It means that even though they cannot conceal their traces, they already have a method to investigate me. The probing just now shows that this Gu formation is not ordinary. Since they could set up this Gu formation, it means they have confidence in dealing with me. A broken ship still has 3 nails. It has only been a while, but Wuxia already has such a method. Fang Yuan did not attack blindly. He could not see through this Gu formation unless Fang Yuan was a fool. He would not recklessly charge into the Gu formation. But he could not rule out the possibility that Bai Ningbing and the rest were bluffing. This Gu formation was weak internally. it could defend against attacks from the outside. Thus what Fang Yuan needed to do next was to probe. While Fang Yuan fought with Wuxia and the rest in Black Heaven, inside the spaceless tunnel, 3 immortal goo houses were moving slowly. Myriad Tidal Dragon had already woken up. He looked at the scene inside the spaceless tunnel and sighed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's methods are truly unimaginable. He has already disappeared for so long, but his immortal killer move from 300,000 years ago is still effective. I would not believe it if I did not see it with my own eyes. Wei Lingyang smiled. All right, since you have woken up, we will not stay here any longer. Let's go. It turned out that the Central Continent Goo Immortals were very meticulous. Even though they could have left the spaceless tunnel long ago, they purposely stayed here to wait for Myriad Tidal Dragon to wake up. Myriad Tidal Dragon had used his immortal killer move earlier to break free. He had fallen asleep. Now that he had woken up, the Central Continent Goo Immortals regained the strength of 3 rank 8 Goo Immortals. The 3 immortal Goo houses' speed rose sharply. This was the final part of the spaceless tunnel. Central Continent's Goo Immortals were united. They prepared for the upcoming battle. Hong Yun, persevere, I am coming. Zhao Lianyun's eyes shined. He had a resolute expression. But just as they were about to get past the final part, a change occurred. A huge ghostly face suddenly appeared, blocking the 3 immortal Goo houses, completely blocking the spaceless tunnel. What is going on? This is Spectral Soul Demon Venerables. The 3 rank 8 Goo Immortals were still in shock, when the ghostly face opened its mouth and let out a silent roar. Amidst the roar, the entire spaceless tunnel started to collapse. Countless space path fragments splattered everywhere, terrifying spatial cracks appeared. They spread like a spider web. Bam! With a loud sound, the Central Continent Goo Immortals found that this mystical tunnel that they were in shattered into countless pieces like a mirror. Defend! Myriad Tidal Dragon shouted. Defend! Bai Qin Tian and Wei Lingyang activated their immortal Goo houses to their limits at the same time. However, the 3 immortal Goo houses were extremely fragile now. They were like small boats in a tsunami. They could not control themselves. At once, the 3 immortal Goo houses that were together were engulfed by the chaotic space path currents. They were separated, each doing their own thing. A huge hole suddenly formed. It was like a huge beast opening its mouth. Everything nearby was sucked in by it. Myriad Tidal Dragon's Canary Pavilion did not even last for a few breaths of time before it was devoured by this huge hole, vanishing without a trace. The remaining wind-sweeping building and Edge Link Camp were barely holding on. Edge Link Camp was like a bun that was being sliced apart by the space path cracks. Wind-sweeping building was also breaking apart. The powerful immortal Goo houses were extremely fragile now. Spaceless Tunnel was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal killer move, together with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's methods. It was like 2 Demon Venerables working together. The Central Continent Goo Immortals did not expect that the spaceless tunnel that they thought was a shortcut would turn into a fatal trap. 300,000 years ago, during the medieval antiquity era, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable traveled in Black Heaven and left behind Spaceless Tunnel. After that, Giant Sun Immortal failed to refine love. He left behind all sorts of methods. During Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's era, he seemed to have seen through the former scheme, or for some other reason he also left behind an immortal killer move here. Duke Long did not know about the Venerable's secrets. No matter how good Fairy Myrtle was at deductions, she could not deduce such a thing. At this moment, the Central Continent Goo Immortals were facing the huge crisis of being completely wiped out. Am I going to die? Am I going to die here? No, I can't. Hong Yun is still waiting for me to save her. How can I stop here? Help me, love. Zhao Lianyun screamed in her mind. As if sensing her unshakable will, Love Immortal Goo started to shine with endless light in her phantom aperture. This light spread out with Zhao Lianyun at the center. Rumble. Wind-sweeping building completely broke apart. The Goo Immortals screamed in shock as they activated their defenses. But many of them could not even last for a few breaths of time before they were shredded to pieces by the space path storm. Only the thin layer of light around Zhao Lianyun was unbreakable. Not just that, this layer of light spread rapidly, affecting the 4 people around her. A hole formed in front of Zhao Lianyun. At the next moment, Love Immortal Goo burst out with a huge force, allowing Zhao Lianyun and the 4 Goo Immortals to charge into the hole. Their vision changed drastically. Where is this? Zhao Lianyun found that she was on solid ground. This is snowy mountain blessed land. A voice transmitted. Chapter 1256. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? Zhao Linyun cried out in shock. She raised her head and saw a female Gu immortal standing in front of her. This person laid on the cloud bed. Her face was ordinary and she wore a silk dress. She had a head of long green hair that was extremely eye-catching. It was like a river that started from the female immortal's head and flowed down the cloud bed, almost covering the entire floor. The female immortal saw that Zhao Linyun's expression was not fake. She felt strange and asked, "It seems that the five of you did not mean to barge into Snowy Mountain Blessed Land?" Zhao Linyun looked around and found that she was in a hall. She was not alone. There were 4 Gu immortal companions beside her. The 4 companions woke up one after another. Although Zhao Linyun had just become a Gu immortal, she found that she basically knew these 4 Gu immortal companions. The most familiar was Bu Zhenzi. He was the supreme elder of Spirit Affinity House. A rank 7 Gu immortal, he was ordered to protect Zhao Linyun. Yu Yizi, this young and beautiful Gu immortal from Ancient Soul Sect. Although he was only rank 6, his refinement path attainment was high and was widely recognized. Shi Jingyi, this was also a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He had been at the highest floor of wind-sweeping building with Zhao Linyun earlier. Although Zhao Linyun did not speak to Shi Jingyi, she had seen his father, Shi Gu. Because of the darkness, he was completely blind, so she had a deep impression of him. The last person was someone that Zhao Linyun did not know. This was the first time they had met. However, Shi Jingyi recognized this person. He immediately ran towards him and called out, "Senior Mu Linglan, why are we here?" This person was Mu Linglan, a water path Gu immortal from Spirit Butterfly Valley. He had rank 7 cultivation level. "I also find it strange." Space suddenly shattered and threw out the 5 of you. The female immortal spoke with a plain tone. "You barged into Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. I am still waiting for you to dispel my doubts." "Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? This is Snowy Mountain Blessed Land?" Shi Zhengyi shouted, looking at the outside world through the window of the hall. It was indeed covered in snow. There were more than 10 snowy peaks far away. At the same time, Shi Zhengyi found that he was in a hall at the peak of a snowy peak. The central continent Gu immortals quickly reacted. Bu Zhenzi quickly ran to Zhao Linyun's side and stared at the female immortal in front of him. "If I'm not wrong, you are the 9th peak master of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Hair Mistress. The blessed land of the Great Snow Mountain. Hong Yun is here." Zhao Linyun's eyes lit up. The female deity straightened her upper body and revealed a solemn and nervous expression. "So you really came for Ma Hong Yun?" "That's right, hand over Ma Hong Yun." Zhao Linyun shouted. Hair Mistress looked deeply at Zhao Linyun. "Ma Hong Yun isn't with me. If you want to find him, I'm afraid you'll have to fight all the way to the first main peak. However, Lady Wan Shou and Old Ancestor Shui who are guarding there, the 5 of you are probably not enough. Where there is a will, there is a way." Shi Zhengyi clenched his fist and shouted. "Even if I die here, I will save Hong Yun." Zhao Linyun was determined. Mu Linglan took a few steps forward. "The 5 of us are only the vanguard. There are still rank 8 Gu immortals behind us. Your Snowy Mountain Blessed Land might have the geographical advantage, but you only have 1 rank 8 Gu immortal." Mu Linglan was bluffing. In fact, the medieval Gu immortals who stayed behind in the spaceless tunnel were likely to have perished. The only ones who could be truly saved were Zhao Linyun's group of 5. Relying on Love Gu's power and Zhao Linyun's obsession, the 5 Gu immortals directly landed in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Hair Mistress's expression changed slightly. She was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, while the 5 Gu immortals in front of her not only had the advantage in numbers, there were even 2 rank 7s present. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land had a total of 15 snowy peaks. Hair Mistress was at the 9th snowy peak and did not expect the peace to be suddenly broken. 5 Gu immortals appeared in front of her without any warning. "I will be the main attacker, you guys retreat." Mu Linglan secretly transmitted his voice. He did not pass on responsibility and decided to step forward. Hair Mistress saw something amiss and quickly stretched out her hand. "Please wait, we are friends and not enemies." "What do you mean?" Bu Zhenzi stopped the restless Mu Linglan. Hair Mistress said, "Do you think I am willing to risk my life for Old Ancestor Shui? Old Ancestor Shui forcefully ordered us to plunder immortal materials for his own benefit. We are suffering unspeakably, but we are afraid of Old Ancestor Shui's tyrannical might and have no choice. To speak the truth, I had wanted to surrender long ago, but I was thinking that Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu immortals would attack. I had never expected it to be you Gu immortals from Central Continent. I have no intention of fighting you. If you want to find trouble with Old Ancestor Shui, I will welcome you with open arms." Like this? Bu Zhenzi and Mu Linglan glanced at each other, somewhat hesitant. Hair Mistress continued, since you want to attack Snowy Mountain, you must have gathered the relevant information. To speak the truth, Snowy Mountain's internal affairs are already divided. Old Ancestor Shui who has already gone crazy in order to refine fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu, completely disregarding our Peak Lord's feelings. Unfortunately, we are under his control and cannot resist, we can only wait for external help. The 5 Central Continent Gu Immortals did not speak, they had not expected the situation to develop like this. Mu Linglan pondered for a while before saying, since you want to surrender, just this is far from enough. Join our subjugation team, we can see your sincerity. Hair Mistress smiled bitterly, if I could attack, I would have resisted long ago. Sir, you don't need to probe if I really join you, can you trust me? There is more than one way to help you, I am willing to tell you the defensive arrangements of Snowy Mountain's internal affairs. Speak. Mu Linglan nodded. Hair Mistress looked at the 5 immortals, speaking slowly, in order to refine fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu, old Ancestor Shui who has greatly modified Snowy Mountain blessed land, and not long ago he invited Sun Ming Lu to set up a Super Gu formation here. This Super Gu formation is extremely powerful, it uses the Peak Lords of the Snowy Peaks as the formation cores and connects to Reverse Flow River. Anyone who tries to challenge the formation can only charge through one snowy peak after another. And the Peak Lords guarding the snowy peaks will receive the amplification of the Gu formation, but their rank 6 cultivation can display rank 7 battle strength. In contrast, the battle strength of the Gu Immortals who challenge the formation will be greatly suppressed. Under such circumstances, every snow-capped peak was a difficult challenge. Even if a rank 8 Gu Immortal comes, as long as they do not destroy this Gu formation, they will have to spend some time here. How do we know if your information is true or false? Mu Linglan asked. Hair Mistress smiled bitterly again, everything I said is true, if you don't believe me you can test it. Alright. Mu Linglan waved his sleeves, a wave of water appeared out of nowhere and swept towards Hair Mistress. Hair Mistress was not flustered, she slightly waved her hand, her long hair suddenly shot up and formed a dam, blocking all the water wave. Mu Linglan immediately frowned. After his first attack failed, he had already seen the problem and stopped attacking. The other 4 Central Continent Immortals looked at each other. Sure enough, as Hair Mistress said, Hair Mistress could display rank 7 battle strength here, while Mu Linglan was a rank 7 Gu Immortal, but his offense was greatly weakened. What was supposed to be a swift and fierce attack was actually easily intercepted by Hair Mistress. This Gu formation is too powerful. Shi Jingyi exclaimed. Bu Zhenzi directly asked. Then where is the weakness of this Gu formation? Hair Mistress shook her head. I am not familiar with this Gu formation, but after these days of probing, I have some experience that I can tell you. First of all, the Gu formation isolates the inside and outside, even communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies is impossible. Currently, only old Ancestor Shui who can take the initiative to contact us Peak Lords. As for Peak Masters, they can't communicate with each other. Secondly, each Peak Lord is the core of the Gu formation. It seems that they can only guard their respective peaks' halls and cannot leave the snowy peaks. This is my guess, but it should not be far from the truth. Finally, it is time for you to die. Hair Mistress' expression suddenly changed, the black hair on the floor tiles suddenly rose up, trying to entangle the 5 Gu Immortals. Mu Linglan was vigilant and instantly flew out of the hall. Zhao Lianyun also successfully escaped with Bu Zhenzi's help. In the hall, the black hair quickly wrapped Shi Jingyi and Yue Yizi into 2 thick green hair cocoons. Devious Demoness. Attack together. Mu Linglan was shocked and furious. Without needing him to speak, Bu Zhenzi and Zhao Lianyun had already made their move. Rumble. Thunderous sounds came from the 9th snowy peak. An intense battle instantly erupted. Eastern Sea. Dragon breaths that resembled white sword lights shot towards the Gu formation, causing the whole Gu formation to shake. Feng Yuan is too cautious, he has not charged into the Gu formation, what do we do? Bai Ningbing asked Ing Wuxia. Ing Wuxia sighed and transmitted his voice. I had originally planned to use this Super Gu formation to compete with Feng Yuan's upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and probe his foundation. But to think that Feng Yuan is only attacking from the outside, there is no chance for us to take advantage of. A sword hidden in the dark was even more terrifying. Feng Yuan could of course rely on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to pierce through space and charge into the Gu formation. But this would expose the fact that his upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was only rank 6. How could Feng Yuan expose his weakness? Although we have the Gu formation's protection and are impregnable, Fang Yuan has the initiative. He has a transformation path killer move. While we have the Super Gu formation, our immortal essence will be expended and we will suffer huge losses. Bai Ningbing continued. Shinu requested to fight. Why don't I go out to fight and lure him in? Bai Ningbing sneered in disdain. Fang Yuan is a crafty old fox. How could he be provoked by you and charge into the Gu formation? Shinu stared at Bai Ningbing angrily. Then what do you think we should do? No matter. Wuxia waved his hand. Wait for me to make some arrangements and leave behind a decoy to confuse him. We will then secretly use the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel to leave this place and throw him off. As long as we stall for time, we will reach Northern Plains and meet up with the rank 8 Gu Immortals. That will be the time to deal with Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing's expression was grim. You made me set up this Gu formation just to abandon it? Forget about the mortal Gu, you even want to abandon the immortal Gu? Chapter 1257. What are a few immortal Gu? Wuxia said solemnly, as long as the plan succeeds, all the losses can be made up for. Being able to give up is a man of character. Moreover, this is not giving up innocently, it is to confuse the enemy and gain precious time for us. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Why do I feel like you are purposely weakening me? Then you are worrying too much. The enemy is outside the formation. You can stay behind and personally control this Gu formation to stall for time for us. Wuxia glanced at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's eyes flickered with bright light before she finally nodded. As you wish. It was not that she did not think of fighting alone, but against such a powerful Fang Yuan, she did not have confidence in winning. Northern Plains, snowy mountain blessed land. Ninth Peak. Central Continent's group of 5 Gu Immortals were ambushed by Hair Mistress. They were all bound by the cocoons made of green silk and were struggling intensely. What killer move is this? I can feel my immortal essence rapidly depleting. Yue Yizi suddenly shouted, his whole body burning with a dazzling flame. However, the flames didn't seem to fear the flames at all. Instead, countless streams of water seeped out from her hair, drenching Yue Yizi. My flame is earth cauldron fire, it can refine rank 7 Gu materials in minutes, but it cannot even burn a single strand of green hair. Yue Yizi was extremely shocked. Aha, it is useless. The longer I activate this green silk binding, the more powerful it becomes. Ever since old ancestor Shui who started refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, I have been activating this immortal killer move without stopping. Just think about it and you will know how long it will take. Hair Mistress lay down again laughing loudly. Moreover, what I said earlier. I'm not completely deceiving you. Snowy mountain blessed land is indeed shrouded by a super Gu formation. My battle strength will rise sharply here. You have rank 7 strength but you will be weakened. Surrender obediently. If you surrender now you might still have a chance to live. Humph, you are thinking too simply. Right at this time, an illusory figure flew out of a green silk cocoon. The hair cocoon was not damaged at all, but the figure had strangely passed through it and appeared outside. The silhouette immediately turned from illusory to solid. It was no one else. It was the rank 7 Gu Immortal of Spirit Affinity House. Bu Zhenzi. Hair Mistress's expression immediately sank. So you are a phantom path Gu Immortal, no wonder you could escape from my green silk bind. As he spoke, countless strands of green hair shot up from the ground one after another. They were as hard as needles and as soft as snakes. Tens of thousands of them shot towards Bu Zhenzi in the air. Bu Zhenzi laughed brightly. You want to hurt me? It's still too early for you. He turned incorporeal again but this time he fell into another green silk cocoon. The Gu Immortal in the hair cocoon. It was Zhao Linyun. At this moment she was using an immortal killer move to defend against the cutting of the green threads. Bu Zhenzi came to her side. Zhao Linyun was shocked at first but then he was overjoyed. I will count to 3, release your defense and come out with me. Bu Zhenzi placed his hand on her shoulder and instructed. Zhao Linyun thought. If I give up my defensive killer move, won't I be turned into minced meat by the green threads? But thinking about it again, Bu Zhenzi would not deceive her. Zhao Linyun's thoughts moved and she decided to believe Bu Zhenzi. At the next moment, she gave up on her defense and stopped activating her defensive method. The green hair curled up. In an instant, Zhao Linyun had already turned phantom. Next, 2 figures came out of the green silk cocoon. The hair cocoon turned pale with fright. Bu Zhenzi cultivated phantom path, it was normal for him to be able to turn phantom by himself. But he could actually make others turn phantom and even affect them after turning phantom. That was not normal. Phantom Path Gu immortals were rare to begin with, and Bu Jinzi was definitely an outstanding talent among them. Because of his methods, Spirit Affinity House believed that he alone could protect Zhao Lianyun very well. After Bu Jinzi saved Zhao Lianyun, he did the same thing and saved the other 3 from the hair cocoon. 5 Central Continent Gu immortals began to attack Hair Mistress. Hair Mistress fought against 5 alone, but she was not at a disadvantage. The green hair coiled around her body, sometimes dancing like a snake, sometimes standing upright like a wall, dissolving the 5 Gu immortals' attacks one by one. She clearly only has rank 6 cultivation, but she actually has rank 7 battle strength. I also discovered that there are traces of a Super Gu formation operating in the whole of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Get out of the way, let me do it. Mu Ling Lan pushed aside the 4 immortals and activated an immortal killer move. Ow! With a wolf howl, 3 giant light blue water wolves appeared out of nowhere, baring their fangs and claws as they charged towards Hair Mistress. Hair Mistress's hair wall was broken through 5 times in a row. It could not block the water wolves' charge. She quickly flew up and broke through the roof of the hall, charging into the sky. The 5 Central Continent Gu immortals all had the ability to fly. They immediately charged forward. Hair Mistress soon fell into a passive state. Although her battle strength was quite high, Zhao Lianyun's side had the advantage in numbers. Hair Mistress gradually defended more and attacked less. Most of the green hair was broken, and the rest formed into a ball, protecting her body. This immortal killer move is really amazing. It can actually release strength. The immortal killer moves we used were absorbed by it, and then spat out to deal with us. Even my snake wave pierce heart cannot penetrate this ball. Mu Ling Lan's expression was solemn. Bu Zhenzi suddenly transmitted to Mu Ling Lan. Mu Ling Lan's mind shook. Then let's do it again. He prepared for a while before suddenly stretching out his right index finger, pointing at the huge green hair ball that was constantly rotating. At the next moment, an agile water snake that was half a foot long flew out from the tip of his index finger. The small snake was completely condensed from water. It was vivid and lifelike, and its whole body was dark blue in color. The water snake was originally extremely fast, but under Mu Ling Lan's control, it flew slowly on purpose. At this time, Bu Zhenzi suddenly used an immortal killer move. The water snake turned from solid to phantom, easily passing through the ball and arriving in front of Hair Mistress. Hair Mistress was pale with fright. She quickly used her second defensive killer move. But the water snake turned from phantom to solid again, biting through Hair Mistress's defense and directly drilling into her heart. Hair Mistress screamed. Her soul escaped. The ball exploded. Countless short hairs shot out like thousands of sharp arrows. They shot out in all directions. The 5 Central Continent immortals quickly blocked without any hesitation. They could only let Hair Mistress's soul escape smoothly. We won. Hair Mistress is dead, only her soul is left. Shi Jingyi was overjoyed and very excited. Good coordination. Bu Zhenzi and Mu Ling Lan looked at each other and smiled. In defeating Hair Mistress, these 2 rank 7 Gu immortals put in the most effort. First, they relied on Bu Zhenzi to resolve the situation. Then Mu Ling Lan was the main attacker. Yue Yizi, Zhao Lianyun, and Shi Jingyi were supporting them from the side. The battle ended. The 9th snowy peak quieted down. What should they do next? The 5 immortals discussed and quickly reached a consensus. They would retreat first and wait for the Central Continent group to arrive. With just the 5 of them, how could they resist the whole of Snowy Mountain? Not to mention other Gu immortals, just old ancestor Shui, who alone was an unrivaled opponent. However, after trying, the 5 immortals found that they could not leave this place. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was originally a public blessed land. The entire blessed land was pieced together. Its defense could not compare to a normal blessed land. But there was a super Gu formation here. Even Bu Zhenzi's phantom transformation method was of no use. Damn it, among the 5 of us, there is not a single formation path Gu immortal. Among the 5 of us, there is not a single formation path Gu immortal. If there was a formation path great expert, they might be able to see through the mysteries of this Gu formation and break it. Mu Ling Lan sighed while wringing his hands. Originally, among the Central Continent Gu immortals, they had specially arranged for several formation path Gu immortals. Unfortunately, because Spaceless Tunnel collapsed and an unexpected calamity descended, none of these formation path Gu immortals came along. Central Continent's 5 immortals helplessly found. Although they defeated Hair Mistress and only let her soul escape, The 5 of them were trapped in the 9th snowy peak and could not leave this super goo formation. What do we do? The 5 immortals looked at each other, feeling great pressure. How could it not be? This was the enemy's base. Not to mention others, just the rank 8 goo immortal old ancestor Shui who could crush them with a flick of his finger. Do you feel strange? We came to snowy mountain blessed land. It has been so long but no one has come. Yuizi suddenly said. The 4 immortals looked at each other. They all had the same feeling. It is quite strange. We invaded snowy mountain blessed land and fought with Hair Mistress. The commotion was huge. But other than Hair Mistress no one else appeared. We fought with Hair Mistress for a long time, but during this period no other goo immortals came to reinforce us. Old ancestor Shui who did not appear, maybe it is because of the arrogance of a rank 8. But at least the other goo immortals should have allied together and attacked us. Even a lion needs to use its full strength to capture a rabbit. Mu Linglan, Bu Zhenzi, and Yui Yizi analyzed the situation and felt it was quite strange. Right at this time, inside Zhao Lianyun's immortal aperture, love suddenly activated. An intense immortal goo aura rose from Zhao Lianyun's body. Such a surging aura made the other 4 immortals' expressions change. What a powerful aura. Is it a rank 9 immortal goo? Back in Spaceless Tunnel it was this aura, I remember it clearly. So it was you who took action and protected us. Mu Linglan, Yui Yizi, and Shi Zhengyi looked at Zhao Lianyun with a dumbfounded expression. Zhao Lianyun, however, had no control over herself at this moment. Her eyes rolled back and her feet rose a foot above the ground. Her whole body floated up, her head was slightly tilted back, and her throat was making gurgling sounds. Don't disturb her, this is love activating. Bu Zhenzi quickly said. Love. Spirit Affinity House's signature immortal goo was actually brought over by Zhao Lianyun? The other 3 immortals were extremely shocked. Bu Zhenzi smiled bitterly and explained to them. A moment later Zhao Lianyun woke up. I already know all the secrets of this goo formation. The 4 immortals were overjoyed. This was the effect of love goo earlier? Mu Linglan stared with wide eyes. Zhao Lianyun nodded. Quickly tell us. Bu Zhenzi urged. Chapter 1258. This formation is called Fate Reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation. This net was created by Sun Ming Lu. It uses over 10 immortal goo and most importantly, it is filled with water from Reverse Flow River, thus its power is extremely shocking. Zhao Lianyun explained in a low voice. Love goo activated on its own, expending a large amount of immortal essence in Zhao Lianyun's phantom aperture, it had all sorts of effects, but this time, it actually allowed Zhao Lianyun to directly learn about the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation's origin. Reverse Flow River? Could it be the legendary Reverse Flow River? Yui Yizi's eyes widened. Right, it is the Reverse Flow River in the Legends of Renzu. Zhao Lianyun nodded. The Legends of Renzu recorded that Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley and Reverse Flow River were the 3 rounds after the Door of Life and Death. Back then Renzu went to Obsession Death Domain to save his eldest son, Verdant Great Son, but failed. Renzu could only pass the 3 rounds himself and revive. In the end, after Renzu passed Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, he failed in Reverse Flow River. Reverse Flow River is also a secluded domain of heaven and earth. To think it is in old ancestor Shuihu's hands. Bu Zhenzi sighed. Mu Linglan sighed. It is said that back then, thieving heaven demon Venerable used ghostly concealment to enter the Door of Life and Death, stealing Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, but could not do anything to Reverse Flow River. Who could have thought that Reverse Flow River would be taken out by someone? Mu Linglan was the supreme elder of Spirit Butterfly Valley. This central continent ancient sect had the most information network, so Mu Linglan knew many secrets of the world. However, Central Continent's immortals quickly accepted this fact. Since Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley could be taken away, it was not strange for Reverse Flow River to appear. The important thing now is how to break this fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Bu Zhenzi emphasized. But Zhao Lianyun shook his head with a bitter smile. It is almost impossible to break this formation. Even rank 8 goo immortals would be trapped here, unable to extricate themselves. Even though this super goo formation does not have a single rank 8 immortal goo, the super goo formation uses Reverse Flow River perfectly, it has unlimited uses. Zhao Lianyun explained slowly. After the other 4 immortals heard it, they were all dumbfounded. They no longer had any thoughts of breaking the formation. It turned out that this Super Gu formation had completely remodeled snowy mountain-blessed land, with 15 snowy peaks as the formation cores, forming an impregnable defense. After Gu immortals enter the Gu formation, they would be transported to different snowy peaks according to their cultivation level. If it was a rank 7 Gu immortal, they would be sent to the rank 7 Gu immortal's snowy peak to fight. If it was a rank 8 Gu immortal, they would be sent to Old Ancestor Xuehu. Jiye's previous words contained both truth and falsehood. It was not complete nonsense. The fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation could indeed raise the battle strength of the Gu immortals in the formation core. It would allow a rank 6 Gu immortal to have rank 7 might, while a rank 7 Gu immortal would not be able to reach rank 8, but they would still receive a huge boost. Moreover, this fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation even imitated Regret Pool. It had some time path mystical abilities. The truly vicious thing was that any Gu immortal who died in the Gu formation would be considered to have sacrificed their lives to this formation, helping Lady Wanshou, who was at the center of the formation, to refine Ma Hongyun. No wonder when we killed Ji Yi, her body and immortal aperture quickly turned to dust, vanishing into nothingness. Even though Ji Ye's soul escaped, it is likely that her soul has already dissipated in this formation. To think that Sun Ming Lu could actually create such an extreme Gu formation? The strength of this formation is hard to match even among the 10 great ancient sections. Sun Ming Lu is publicly recognized as the #1 formation path grandmaster in Northern Plains. It is rumored that he has an unyielding nature and values relationships greatly. He does not associate with the demonic path. Back then, Old Ancestor Xuehu had to disregard his status and invite him 3 times and 4 times, but he did not yield. In the end, it was because Old Ancestor Xuehu was doing this for his beloved wife, Lady Wanshou, that he was moved and helped Lady Wanshou create the refinement path Gu formation. Now it seems that to be able to create such a vicious refinement path Gu formation, Sun Ming Lu is not a good person. The Central Continent Gu immortals discussed. That means to say, as long as we leave this snowy peak, we will be forced to separate and fight alone? Wu Zhenzi asked. Zhao Lianyun nodded. That should be the case. We came here because of the power of Love Immortal Gu. Love Immortal Gu was a rank 9 Immortal Gu. Its power surpassed the entire Super Gu formation. Thus, the 5 Central Continent Gu immortals all came to the 9th snowy peak. But now, Love Immortal Gu was useless. Once the 5 of them stepped out of this snowy peak, they would be taken away by the Gu formation and be separated. Bu Zhenzi frowned tightly. This was bad news. He was protecting Zhao Lianyun and protecting Zhao Lianyun, that was also protecting Love Immortal Gu. But now, this Super Gu formation would separate them. It was truly difficult. How about this, Fairy Lianyun? Enter my immortal aperture. I don't believe this Super Gu formation can affect the immortal aperture? Bu Zhenzi hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. A Gu immortal's immortal aperture was their clan's greatest secret. They would normally not let outsiders in. But Bu Zhenzi thought of the importance of this matter. He decided to make a sacrifice and let Zhao Lianyun in. Between the two of them, this was the only way. Because Zhao Lianyun's was not a true immortal aperture, but a phantom aperture. The Celestial Court's phantom aperture had both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that it could only store immortal essence, Gu worms and wills. It could not be nurtured like a normal immortal aperture. Every once in a while it needed to be replenished, otherwise it would not last long. The advantage was that it could store immortal Gu of any rank. Like now, Zhao Lianyun could directly store Love Immortal Gu. He did not have to worry about this rank 9 Immortal Gu bursting his immortal aperture. But after trying it, the Central Continent Gu immortals found that they could not even open the entrance of their immortal aperture. Evidently, Sun Ming Lu had considered this problem when he created this Super Gu formation. This was not the weakness of this Gu formation. The Central Continent Gu immortals fell into a dilemma. They found that even though they got rid of Mistress Ji, they were trapped here. But there was good news. They did not have to worry about reinforcements, or rank 8 Old Ancestor Xuehu attacking them. Because in this Super Gu formation, the Snowy Peak Lords were guarding a peak they could not leave. The rank 8 Gu immortals who invaded Snowy Mountain Blessed Land could not attack the rank 6 or 7 Snowy Peak Lords. They could only fight Old Ancestor Xuehu. This rule also restricted Old Ancestor Xuehu. Old Ancestor Xuehu could not attack the rank 6 or 7 Gu immortals. Because this rule originated from the use of reverse flow river. Humans strive for higher ground, water flows to lower ground. This was the law of the world. Rank 8 was high, rank 7 and rank 6 were low. The Gu Immortals at higher levels could only fight Gu Immortals of the same level. In the entire Gu formation, the first snowy peak was the highest. Thus, all living beings who entered the Gu formation had to go up, they could not turn back. This was the power of Reverse Flow River. The legends of Rinzhu recorded that even Rinzhu could not go against the flow. But this Reverse Flow River was only a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Sun Ming Lu used the abundant Tao marks in this secluded domain of heaven and earth to create the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Thus, as the main force of the formation, old ancestor Xuehu and the Snowy Peak Lords had to follow this rule. If it was not Reverse Flow River but one or several immortal Gu with the same effect, the Gu Immortals could control it and create a battle environment that was beneficial to them. It would not be as rigid as now. But no matter what, even with this flaw, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was absolutely impregnable. It was easy to defend and hard to attack. With this Gu formation, it was no wonder old ancestor Xuehu was so confident. He did not conceal the Gu refinement. Even if he tried to conceal it, he might not be able to. Most importantly, he was not afraid of the Gu Immortals attacking him. In fact, he was even looking forward to it, because the Gu Immortals who died in the Gu formation, be it friend or foe, would turn into pure energy to help him refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. In that case, why don't we set up camp here and wait for reinforcements? Bu Jinzi suggested. This suggestion made the other central continent Gu Immortals nod in agreement. Even though they knew about this Gu formation, it was not of much use. Zhao Lianyun frowned, but she did not refute it. After all, Ma Hongyun was at the first snowy peak. That was the center of the Gu formation. It was used to refine Gu. Even if Zhao Lianyun and the rest passed many snowy peaks, they would still have to reach the first snowy peak and face the rank 8 Gu Immortal old ancestor Xuehu. Black Heaven, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. We found a small group. South Desolation Immortal let out a breath of turbid air. Ah, where? Yao Huang quickly asked. They actually went to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Strange. South Desolation Immortal fell into doubt. Even though he knew that the central continent Gu Immortals had entered the spaceless tunnel, he did not know that an accident had occurred in the spaceless tunnel. He had thought that he would find a large group of central continent cultivators, but he only found a small group. However, there was a big fish, Zhao Lianyun. Love Immortal Gu. The reason why South Desolation Immortal woke up was because of this. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Yao Huang frowned. Not all of the central continent Gu Immortals have appeared. South Desolation Immortal shook his head. Maybe this is central continent's Gu Immortals' plan to lure the enemy. Be it rank 8 Gu Immortals or immortal Gu houses, none of them have appeared. Yao Huang's frown deepened. Like earlier when Fang Yuan and Ing Wuxia were fighting, Fang Yuan did not take out the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Ing Wuxia was instead very wary of it. Yao Huang and South Desolation Immortals' situation was similar. If all of central continent's Gu Immortals appeared, they would definitely use their full strength to deal with these people. But now, only 5 people had appeared. South Desolation Immortal and Yao Huang could not figure out what the central continent Gu Immortals were doing. Was there some scheme? Are they hatching some kind of special big plan? South Desolation Immortal thought about it and decided, let this group of central continent Gu Immortals face off against Snowy Mountain Blessed Land first. The most important thing is still the central continent group. If these Gu Immortals do not appear, we will wait and see. Yes. Yao Huang nodded, but he was guessing inwardly. Lord South Desolation has a clear understanding of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's situation. This is definitely not the ability of Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Don't tell me we have a spy in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? Chapter 1259. Eastern Sea. Greater than over equal to sword dragon waves swallowed and spewed out sword light. Rays of white dragon breath landed on the Gu formation, causing the Gu formation to shake. Something is not right. Ing Wuxia and the rest are not fools. Their immortal essence expenditure is much higher than mine when activating the Super Gu formation. But they are still in a deadlock, allowing me to attack as I please. Do they have other motives? Fang Yuan attacked fiercely. Although he did not break the Gu formation, he had the initiative. Thoughts were moving rapidly in his mind. He had not stopped thinking for even a moment. The other side should know I have the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Are they not afraid that I will use the upper extreme heavenly eagle to pierce through space and enter the Gu formation? Or is this Gu formation a trap for my upper extreme heavenly eagle? Or could it be that Langya sect's sixth heir already knows through land spirit of Langya that my upper extreme heavenly eagle is only an egg, thus they are not afraid? Wait. Fang Yuan stopped his attacks and dove into the sea. He was underwater, observing the reactions of Wuxia's side while activating an immortal killer move. Qi Luck Sensation. They are indeed inside the Gu formation, not a single one is missing. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. It seems that I was overthinking. Fang Yuan continued to attack the Gu formation, but he gradually found that the Gu formation was passively defending Wuxia by Ningbing and the rest did not appear. Fang Yuan willed and stopped his attacks. He had the initiative now, attacking or not depended on a single thought. On the contrary, the other side was defending and was in a passive state. They did not know when Fang Yuan would attack, and they had to expend immortal essence to maintain the Gu formation's operation. Fang Yuan stopped his attacks. Other than maintaining the sword dragon transformation, he did not expend immortal essence at all. On the contrary, the other side was still activating the Gu formation without stopping. After a silent confrontation for an hour, Fang Yuan gradually sensed something amiss. The Gu formation was like a deep pool, there was no movement inside. The opponent actually chose to be in a deadlock with Fang Yuan with an unshakable stance. Wuxia seems to have other motives. He needs the Gu formation to create a safe environment. No matter what, I can't let him continue smoothly like this. I have to act quickly and destroy him. Looks like I can't keep this trump card any longer, so I have to use it in advance. Although Wuxia's plan was effective and Fang Yuan's fake connection was misled, the result was that Fang Yuan's fake connection was misled. However, Fang Yuan still had a keen judgment of the situation. He decided to act swiftly and decisively, no longer hiding any trump cards. If it was in the past, the sword flood dragon breath would have been his strongest technique, but it was no longer the case. In the next moment, a dragon's roar resounded, resounding for thousands of miles. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. Wuxia's field of vision suddenly changed. Looking carefully, he was already at the boundary wall. This was the blue water boundary wall of the East Sea. It was dark blue and was like a giant screen that supported the sky and the earth. It was boundlessly wide. The four Gu immortals, among which Tai by Yunxing had entered He Lolan's immortal aperture, were standing in front of the regional wall. They were as tiny as ants, while the world was so vast. If they entered the regional wall, the ancient battle formation could not be used, they could only travel on foot. Because using Gu worms or immortal killer moves inside the regional wall would cause the immortal aperture to shake. The ancient battle formation was even more so, the backlash was extremely huge. While looking, Wuxia's expression changed. Bai Ningbing also subconsciously turned around, her eyes shining with cold light as she stared in the direction they came from. The Gu formation has been broken. Bai Ningbing said in a heavy voice. So fast. He Lulan was also moved. She thought of the scene of her being trapped earlier. Fang Yuan had actually broken the Gu formation so quickly. Even if one was inside the formation and the other was outside, it showed how terrifying the other party's battle strength was. Don't tell me he used the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle? He Lulan quickly thought of a possibility. No. Bai Ningbing shook her head. Fang Yuan broke the Gu formation but did not find anyone, nor did he obtain any Gu worms. Once the Gu formation was broken, the Gu worms would all self-destruct. How could Bai Ningbing leave them for the enemy? Although the losses were disastrous, the scene of Fang Yuan's attack was transmitted to them. In a battle between Gu immortals, information was an extremely important factor. Bai Ningbing, Wuxia and the rest naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity to gather information. Fang Yuan used a completely new killer move, he seems to have successfully researched it recently. Wuxia said. This killer move has terrifying power. Bai Ningbing's expression was grim. If not for the fact that we don't have a way to counter it, even if we join hands, we might not be able to last for a few breaths of time. What? He Lulan gasped, and even Shi Nu, who had always been silent and expressionless, was shaken by this. Wuxia knew the situation was bad. He had set up the Gu formation and plotted to stall for time. Although the plan had succeeded at the start, he had not expected it to only stall for such a short amount of time. Moving through the regional wall would take some time. Most importantly, the sovereign immortal body's uniqueness allowed it to move freely through the regional wall without any suppression. Wuxia had already obtained this information. The Super Gu formation was forcefully broken. Fang Yuan found that we are not here. He will definitely use Qi Luck Sensation to investigate again. If we enter the regional wall, even in the best-case scenario, according to Fang Yuan's previous speed, he will definitely be able to catch up to us. We will have to fight him in the regional wall. So, should I enter this regional wall or not? Ing Wuxia's forehead was covered in sweat. He felt like a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. Ing Wuxia assessed the situation. He knew clearly that his side was on the brink of survival. Although they were safe and sound now, they might face a crisis of life and death soon. And whether they could turn this crisis into safety depended on his decision. A heavy pressure was pressing down on Ing Wuxia's shoulders. This was not just his own survival, it also concerned his Gu immortal companions. Alright, Ing Wuxia did not care about the safety of his Gu immortal companions, he was not even afraid of dying. But the crucial thing was, if he died, who could save the demon venerable's main body? Right now, Shadow Sect was in ruins, he was their only hope. How can this be? In such a short period of time, Fang Yuan's battle strength has grown to such a level? He can't even use Wisdom Gu, how did he deduce it? Don't tell me he obtained a new powerful Wisdom Path method? Deducing immortal killer moves was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Fang Yuan's trump card was very sudden. Ing Wuxia was caught unprepared. If I enter the regional wall, I will definitely fight Fang Yuan in the regional wall after using all my confusion methods. Our side is in a huge disadvantage. Ing Wuxia was clear that using immortal killer moves in the regional wall would cause backlash, but Fang Yuan did not have this restriction. The 5 regional walls were simply the best place for him to kill and loot. Even rank 8 Gu immortals might not be able to do so. Because rank 8s faced greater restrictions than rank 6s and 7s when entering the regional wall. Of course, rank 8 Gu immortals traveled in day and night, they would not be stupid enough to enter the regional wall. If Ing Wuxia insisted on entering the regional wall, it would be a huge risk. Fang Yuan had exposed his trump card, even if he did not use the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, with just this trump card, Ing Wuxia felt that he would not be able to face it head-on. No, there is still Bai Ningbing. Ing Wuxia suddenly had a thought as he glanced at Bai Ningbing. He immediately felt that the alliance earlier was the right choice. At the same time, he felt some emotions to think that he would have to rely on Bai Ningbing's strength at this time. Speaking of which, the Wheel of Fate was really full of twists and turns. The great Ing Wuxia actually relied on Bai Ningbing, who had been used as a chess piece. But how much strength does Bai Ningbing have? She has just taken over by Xiang Grotto Heaven not long ago. Ing Wuxia did not have much confidence as he thought about it. He thought again, but if we do not enter the regional wall this time and only move around in Eastern Sea, omnidirectional travel is not a method that can be used continuously, we need to rest for a while. In that case, Fang Yuan will find us sooner or later. Most importantly, this is Eastern Sea. And we are all Gu immortals from other regions. Ing Wuxia's body was a Western Desert immortal zombie, Bai Ningbing was a Southern Border Gu immortal, Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan were from Northern Plains, Shirnu was from Central Continent, there were no Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Gu immortals from other regions would be ostracized or even hunted down in other regions. Although in Eastern Sea, this rejection was not very strong. But don't forget, Fang Yuan was an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. Sovereign immortal body. He could perfectly blend into any region and become a local Gu immortal. At that time, when both sides fought and an Eastern Sea Gu immortal appeared, with Fang Yuan having the upper hand, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals would help Fang Yuan. That was a matter that needed no explanation. There were few people who would offer help in times of need, but there were many people who would add flowers to the brocade. So, if we stay in Eastern Sea, our next opponent might not be just Fang Yuan, there might be other Eastern Sea Gu immortals as well. Ing Wuxia smiled bitterly. Undeniably, he had been through many trials and setbacks, he was much more mature than before, he was able to think in all aspects, this was something he had never done before. Not to mention, Fang Yuan still has the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. I have to go to Northern Plains. Snowy mountain blessed land is my only hope. I can use a rank 8 Gu immortal to exterminate him. After thinking about it, Ing Wuxia finally made up his mind. He took the lead and flew into the regional wall. Several hours later, a sword dragon flew over from afar. They entered Northern Plains? This sword dragon was Fang Yuan's transformation. Everything was as Ing Wuxia expected. After he broke the Gu formation, he did not see any traces of Ing Wuxia and the others. How could Fang Yuan not understand? The other party was trying to escape. Fortunately, he did not hesitate to expose his trump card and forcefully destroyed the Gu formation. Otherwise, he would have been kept in the dark. It seems that Qi Luck sensation can detect the target, but it can also be misled. Then, could my final target be a fake as well? If it was fake, Fang Yuan could do nothing about it. After all, this was his only target. But if it was real, Chapter 1260. Waiting time was often long and unbearable. Shi Zhengyi paced around the hall. He could not sit still, so he stood up and walked around. Yue Yizi sat cross-legged on the ground and opened his eyes, saying in dissatisfaction, "Can't you rest properly? Stop pacing around." Shi Zhengyi shouted, "I have already rested well, Sai. How long do we have to wait?" "Wait until the central continent Gu immortals come," Bu Zhenzi said. "If they don't come, are we going to keep waiting?" Zhao Lianyun frowned. She was also getting impatient. When fighting with Hair Mistress, the 5 immortals were completely focused and did not feel anything. Now that they were holed up here, every second was torture. Zhao Lianyun's situation was even more serious. It was like a fire was burning her heart. Bu Zhenzi frowned and was about to speak. But at this time Zhao Lianyun transmitted, "You must have some thoughts in your hearts. Not only did you see the final scene of Spaceless Tunnel, you even personally experienced it. Do you think the other Gu immortals died inside?" "How can that be?" Shi Zhengyi was the first to refute. His expression changed and his gaze towards Zhao Lianyun contained some anger. Because his father, Shi Gu, was among these Gu immortals. Zhao Lianyun's words were akin to cursing his father to death. Zhao Lianyun did not care about Shi Zhengyi's attitude and continued to transmit, "Everyone knows that we came here because of Love Gu's power." But the other Gu immortals did not have such care. At that time, even immortal Gu houses were about to collapse, not to mention Gu immortals themselves. If there are no reinforcements, what are we waiting for? The other Gu immortals heard this and their expressions changed. Actually, they all had such worries in their hearts, they just did not say it out loud. Now that Zhao Lianyun took the initiative to remove this veil, Bu Zhenzi thought about it and said, "Your guess is not impossible. But even if there are no reinforcements, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects will send a second batch of Gu immortals." Zhao Lianyun continued, "Then can the second batch of reinforcements come? All of you have personally experienced the hardships and dangers that we faced on the way here. Could the infernal affairs be used a second time? Even if it works, can we use it again without worry?" Bu Zhenzi stared at Zhao Lianyun's eyes and said solemnly, "You have to believe in the sect, Zhao Lianyun. You are the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. The sect is your foundation. If you don't even trust the sect, who can you trust?" Zhao Lianyun was keenly aware of Bu Zhenzi's displeasure. However, she stubbornly continued, "Even if the sect sends reinforcements and can rush here, the sect will not be able to send reinforcements. But what about time? When on Earth would they arrive? What kind of price would he have to pay? What kind of accident would happen? This is Northern Plains, not Central Continent." Not Masako fell silent. He could not refute Zhao Lianyun's words. Zhao Lianyun heaved a sigh of relief. "In short, I don't want to wait any longer. We have to wait even if we can't." Bu Zhenzi frowned, his face full of anger. He and Zhao Lianyun stared at each other, neither side backing down. They both had their own insistence. Zhao Lianyun's eyes soon turned misty. She took the initiative to shift her gaze to the side. "If Hong Yun is harmed during this period of time, what will happen? Can you guarantee that?" In fact, Zhao Lianyun was getting more and more afraid as she waited. She was not afraid of her own safety. Rather, in this situation where reinforcements were far away, waiting could not solve the problem. If during this period of time, Ma Hongyun was killed by old ancestor Shui Hu and used as a Gu material to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, then this would be Zhao Lianyun's life's regret. If she recalled this in the future, she would feel extreme regret. She had once been so close to Ma Hongyun, she had already entered snowy mountain-blessed land. Fate had given her a great opportunity, but she did not grasp it. From the 9th snowy peak she could see the blurry scene of the first snowy peak. Even at such a close distance, she waited here and lost her final opportunity. Zhao Lianyun did not want to see this happen. Such an outcome would make her feel even more sorrow and pain than death. Seeing Zhao Lianyun and Bu Zhenzi quarreling, the other 3 immortals could not speak. After all, this was an internal matter of Spirit Affinity House. Bu Zhenzi retorted, "Even if you don't want to wait now, can you save Ma Hongyun? Even if you defeat the other peak lords, don't forget, you have to face old ancestor Shui Hu in the end, because Ma Hongyun is imprisoned on the first snowy peak." "I know this." Zhao Lianyun clenched her fists, raising her voice, "But you also said that before old ancestor Shui Hu, we still have more than 10 peak lords to deal with. We can make the first move and get rid of these peak lords. Anyway, rank 8 Gu immortals cannot attack us in this Gu formation. This way, once our reinforcements arrive, we can directly attack the first snowy peak. It will save time and effort." Bu Zhenzi was indignant, her expression was dark. Then I will speak the truth. This super goo formation amplifies the enemy and weakens our resistance. If we leave this place, we will be forcefully separated by the goo formation and transported to other snowy peaks. If you fight alone, can you match these people? In the previous battle, Mu Linglan and I were the main force. What can you 3 rank 6s do? Bu Zhenzi spoke bluntly, but the 3 rank 6 goo immortals could not refute him, because he was speaking the truth. Zhao Lianyun lowered her head and was silent for a while before raising her head. Then I will use love immortal goo again. Bu Zhenzi sneered, who do you think you are? How could love immortal goo be manipulated by you and listen to you? Back then even Giant Sun Immortal could not refine love goo. That is because he did not obtain love goo's acknowledgement. Zhao Lianyun said. According to you, all the other fairies of my spirit affinity house are useless? None of them can control love goo? Bu Zhenzi sneered. How will we know if we don't try? Zhao Lianyun retorted firmly. Bu Zhenzi chuckled and was about to speak, but Zhao Lianyun had already moved. She called out in her mind, Oh love, love, I beg you, use your divine might and lead the 5 of us to charge into the other snowy peaks. Love did not move like it was dead. Zhao Lianyun was unresigned. She continued to pray and plead in her mind. Bu Zhenzi saw that Zhao Lianyun did not move and was about to speak, but at this time he saw love goo's aura rise from Zhao Lianyun's body, and at the same time, light enveloped Zhao Lianyun's body. The other 4 immortals were shocked. They stared at this scene with their eyes wide open. Mu Linglan could not help but speak. It is like when we left the spaceless tunnel and came to snowy mountain blessed land, it was this aura and light. Continue, don't stop. Shi Jingyi urged. At the next moment, the light on Zhao Lianyun's body spread to the other 4 goo immortals, as if it had intelligence. This way we can charge into the other snowy peaks. Maybe we can directly leave snowy mountain blessed land. Shi Jingyi was filled with hope. Bu Zhenzi's mouth was slightly open. He could not say anything at this time. The shock in his heart was much more intense than the others. Love goo cannot be controlled. This is the iron law of history. Even Giant Sun Immortal could not do anything to it. But why? Why is love goo in Zhao Lianyun's hands so obedient? Don't tell me, Zhao Lianyun is the strongest fairy since the founding of Spirit Affinity House. No, it is more likely because of her identity. She is an otherworldly demon. Could it be that otherworldly demons are compatible with love goo? Others cannot control love goo, but otherworldly demons are not restricted? Countless thoughts surged in Bu Zhenzi's mind, like raging waves. Just as he was thinking, the space behind him suddenly broke open, turning into a fist-sized black hole. The black hole emitted an unimaginably huge suction force, forcibly dragging Bu Zhenzi into the black hole. Even someone as strong as Bu Zhenzi, a rank 7 goo immortal, could not defend against it. He was directly pulled in, vanishing on the spot. At the same time, the same scene happened to the other goo immortals. In the blink of an eye, this hall was empty, becoming extremely silent. I left the 9th snowy peak and came here. Bu Zhenzi was filled with shock. The moment his feet touched the ground, he quickly sized up his surroundings. This was also the interior of a hall. But this hall was different from before. The previous hall was exquisite and had the fragrance of a woman, while this hall was extremely grand, overflowing with heroism, displaying the master's masculine demeanor. Which snowy peak is this? Bu Zhenzi had this thought. But soon, his expression changed as he cursed, damn it! He found that he was the only one in the entire hall. The other 4 goo immortals were nowhere to be seen. He then realized, he had been thinking too much before the teleportation. Even if Zhao Lianyun was an otherworldly demon, how could he control love goo? Love goo was still so unreliable, it had countless effects. Who knew when it would act up? I was sent here, then what about the others? Where are they? The best result would be for them to be together, that way Zhao Lianyun would be safer. But if Zhao Lianyun is alone, I'm afraid. Bu Zhenzi did not dare to think about it. Just at this moment, an ink-like black shadow, sticking close to the ground, silently attacked him. Bu Zhenzi felt a sense of danger. He quickly jumped back and dodged. But the shadow was like a venomous snake. It was extremely fast, following him like a shadow. In less than a breath's time, it was about to reach Bu Zhenzi's feet. Phantom transformation. At the crucial moment, Bu Zhenzi activated the specialty of a phantom path goo immortal. His whole body turned phantom. Chapter 1261. Pa. There was a series of applause. Phantom path after all. A goo immortal appeared. This person was tall and sturdy with a face full of stubble. His eyes had no sclera and were completely black. Behind him there was a black leather cloak which was very eye-catching. Bu Zhenzi's pupils shrank. He knew this person. Since the Central Continent Gu immortals came to save Ma Hongyun, how could they not have information on Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? So it is Shadow King. Bu Zhenzi spoke lightly, revealing the identity of the Gu immortal in front of him. At the same time, he also understood that he was already on the 7th snowy peak of the Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Speaking of which, the peak master of the 7th snowy peak was actually Shuesongzi. But after Shuesongzi died, a demonic path Gu immortal took the initiative to join. It was this person. In fact, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was also a place that Northern Plains demonic path Gu immortals yearned for. Especially those demons that were wanted by the Huangjin tribes, they needed a backer like old ancestor Xuehu. Or some Gu immortals who wanted to extend their lifespan joined Snowy Mountain Blessed Land because of Lady Wanshou. Of course, recently because old ancestor Xuehu wanted to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, the morale of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's people was low. Shadow King looked at Bu Zhenzi and smiled, "You Central Continent Gu immortals are really too much, coming all the way here to die. It's still uncertain who will die." Bu Zhenzi sneered in response. "Is that so?" King of Shadows suddenly turned into a pitch-black shadow and pounced at Bu Zhenzi with extreme speed. Rumble. The next moment, a muffled explosion of thunder came from the 7th snowy peak. The hall shook and the snow on the mountainside rolled down, forming a small avalanche in an instant. Unlike what Bu Zhenzi had expected, Zhao Lianyun was not alone, nor was he accompanied by the 4 immortals. The 12th snowy peak. The two sides had already started fighting. "Two little ants. Watch me stomp you all to death." The peak leaders of the 12 snowy peaks let out a roar and stomped down with their right feet. The 12th snowy peak master transformed into a giant with the head of an ox and the body of a human. His feet also transformed into solid ox hooves. Bang! The cow's hooves crushed the tiles on the floor. A deep pit like the mouth of a well was formed in an instant. The peak master was awe-inspiring. The 2 Central Continent Gu immortals quickly retreated. One of them was Zhao Lianyun and the other was Shi Jingyi. Zhao Lianyun's face was a little pale. Her opponent was huge and her battle experience was very limited. This undoubtedly put a lot of pressure on her. Shi Jingyi had just rolled on the ground and managed to avoid being trampled by the cow's hooves. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. "Damn it." He turned over abruptly. He stood up from the ground. "Watch me." Yeah. Shi Jingyi opened his mouth, his tongue flicking out and retracting like a rapid spring. Every time it extended and contracted, a scarlet sword light would shoot out from the tip of the tongue at an extremely high frequency. Zhao Lianyun was stunned. Ordinary people could only curl their tongues, and some people didn't even have the ability to curl their tongues. This was the first time Zhao Lianyun had seen someone with a tongue that could retract back and forth like a spring. The scarlet red sword light was very sharp. The 12th peak lord cultivated the transformation path and transformed into a giant. His skin was already very thick. However, after being hit by the scarlet sword light, his whole body was filled with bloody holes. So painful. The 12th peak lord shouted in pain, raising his arms to protect his head. At this moment he could only defend and not attack. His aura was suppressed. "Amazing," Zhao Lianyun murmured in admiration. "Of course this is my vital immortal Gu, sword tongue Gu." Shi Jingyi flicked his tongue. He could shoot out scarlet sword light while replying to Zhao Lianyun. What was even stranger was that he could enunciate and speak very clearly. "Are you a sword path Gu immortal?" Zhao Lianyun asked. "Oh no. I am a path cultivator." Shi Jingyi replied. "You can speak and fight at the same time, so you are so strong." Zhao Lianyun had a whole new level of respect for this thick-browed, big-eyed and seemingly simple-minded Shi Jingyi. "I vow to defeat all demons and evil path cultivators." Shi Jingyi seemed to be very proud of himself. "You guys are too complacent." The 12th peak lord shouted. Boom. With a loud sound, a towering aura burst out from his huge body. The majestic aura radiated in all directions, creating endless air currents. "Oh no, it is an immortal killer move. Quickly defend." Shi Jingyi and Zhao Lianyun defended with all their strength, but it was useless. The air currents were extremely powerful. The two were like a pair of toys, easily sent flying. With the 12th peak lord as the center, the floor tiles in the hall were sent flying. The scene was chaotic. With two bangs, Zhao Lianyun and Shi Jingyi crashed into the walls of the hall, coughing out mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were in intense pain, their organs were bleeding and many of their bones were broken. The 12th Peak Lord's attack succeeded. He had been at a disadvantage earlier, but now he had the upper hand. This is a chi path killer move. How can it be so powerful? Zhao Lianyun and Shi Zhengyi endured the intense pain, struggling to stand up. The two were sent flying. They were very far from each other now. How is it? My Zhao Denyo's immortal killer move Bolchi does not feel good, right? You are young but your strength is not low. Unfortunately, in this Gu formation I have the amplification of the Gu formation. My battle strength has already risen to rank 7, how can you fight me? Ah. Zhao Denyo laughed loudly, his laughter was like a huge wave that filled the hall. Watch me crush you to death. Suddenly, Zhao Denyo stopped laughing, staring at Shi Zhengyi with a ruthless expression. Next, Zhao Denyo bent his waist and knees, suddenly jumping, his body was like a small mountain as he pounced towards Shi Zhengyi. Rumble. With a loud sound, Zhao Denyo pressed Shi Zhengyi to the ground. Shi Zhengyi. Zhao Lianyun cried out in shock. She had personally witnessed this terrifying scene, being pressed down by such a huge Zhao Denyo, wouldn't Shi Zhengyi be squashed into meat paste? But at the next moment, Zhao Denyo's back bulged. Then Shi Zhengyi stood up from below Zhao Denyu's stomach, raised both his hands up high, and shouted with all his might. With a push of his arms he actually pushed Zhao Denyu away. It was like a little white rabbit throwing a lion away. This unimaginable scene caused Zhao Lianyun to stare with wide eyes. How can this be? My transformation has the weight of a wild ox, you actually pushed me away? Even Zhao Denyo could not believe it. Shi Zhengyi vomited blood. After pushing Zhao Denyo away, he immediately knelt on the ground, exhausted. This is the power of righteousness. Shi Zhengyi spoke with difficulty. Stop talking, you vomited too much blood. Zhao Lianyun shouted. Bullshit righteousness. Zhao Denyo regrouped, charging towards Shi Zhengyi again. His body was huge, but when he burst out with speed he was like a gale, it did not match his body size at all. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Denyo arrived in front of Shi Zhengyi. Ah, look at my power of righteousness. Shi Zhengyi roared, not dodging at all but collided with him. Bam! A muffled sound echoed. Zhao Lianyun's heart ached as she heard this. Shi Zhengyi was like a small ball, flying far away, vomiting blood in the air. Next he fell to the ground like a broken sack, blood splattered everywhere. I'm going to kill you. Zhao Denyo was about to charge forward and give Shi Zhengyi a fatal blow, but the moment he took a step, he found that his hands and feet were bound by rotten silver chains. At the other end of the chains was Zhao Lianyun. It turned out that she had already been preparing her immortal killer move. Unfortunately, the actual battle was completely different from training, especially in this tense atmosphere. Zhao Lianyun's killer move activation failed twice. Thankfully, Shi Zhengyi had been stalling for time. Zhao Lianyun only succeeded on the third try. Immortal killer move, life-locking silver chain. Cough cough, thank you, this killer move is very beautiful, it's really not bad. Obtaining precious time to breathe, Shi Zhengyi crawled up from the ground with difficulty. Every time he spoke, he would vomit a mouthful of blood. Stop talking, you are still vomiting blood. Zhao Lianyun felt anxious for him. Hee, you don't know, I cultivate information path. I need to keep talking to heal my injuries. The louder I shout, the more powerful my attacks will be, Shi Zhengyi explained. Little girl, you are too annoying. Zhao Denyo screamed. He raised his arms and tore the rotten silver chains on his body. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not tear these chains apart. In that case, Zhao Denyo laughed sinisterly again, activating Bull Chi soaring to the sky. Boom! An intense explosion resounded in the hall. Soaring air currents burst out again. This time the roof of the hall was blown away. Crack crack. With a crisp sound, the silver chains were shattered into countless pieces by this immortal killer move. These shards of chains hadn't even fallen to the ground when they transformed into specks of silver light in midair before vanishing without a trace. Zhao Denyo used his signature killer move to shatter life-locking silver chain, regaining freedom. In contrast, Zhao Lianyun and Shi Zhengyi were sent flying by the air currents again. They coughed out blood and fell to the ground. Damn it. Shi Zhengyi wanted to get up, but his body was breaking apart, he had no strength left. As for Zhao Lianyun, she had already fainted. Her injuries were more severe than Shi Zhengyi's. Because life-locking silver chain was broken, Zhao Lianyun had already suffered backlash. Adding on Zhao Denyo's immortal killer move, her injuries worsened. Even though she had rank 9 Immortal Gu Love Gu from the start of the battle until now, Love Immortal Gu had no effect. Love immortal goo could not be controlled. Even if it showed its might, it might not be able to resolve the problem. It was truly a scam. It was completely dark. Zhao Yin, who was in a coma, felt like she was floating alone in the endless darkness. This is the feeling of death. So this is death. As expected, I am the most failed transmigrator in history. I actually died at the hands of a minor character. Chapter 1262. Thinking of this, Zhao Lianyun suddenly heard a voice coming from the darkness. This voice was calling her name. Zhao Lianyun? Zhao Lianyun? Who is calling me? Who is calling me? Calling my name. Why do I feel that this voice is so familiar? I remember now, isn't this my previous voice? Thinking of this, Zhao Lianyun suddenly recalled a scene from the past. That was during the imperial court contest. Zhao Lianyun's father died in battle. She was used as a political bargaining chip to be given to someone else for a marriage alliance. Zhao Lianyun relied on Ma Hongyun to resist this fate. She went from a rich young lady to a lonely person. One day Ma Hongyun dragged her to a valley. Look, I found a good place for you. Ma Hongyun was very happy. Zhao Lianyun swept her gaze around and noticed that it was just an ordinary little valley. She couldn't help but pucker her lips and say, "What's so strange about this? Isn't it just a lousy valley? There is no scenery at all. How can this be?" Ma Hongyun stared with wide eyes. Valleys are rarely seen in northern plains. Furthermore, I will teach you, if you shout your name at the valley will respond to you. Just like this. Saying so, Ma Hongyun took a deep breath and shouted at the valley, "Zhao Lianyun." A reply came from the valley, "Zhao Lianyun." Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes helplessly. Truly, fools have a lot of fun. What's so strange about an echo? I have never seen anyone as foolish as you. Ah. Ma Hongyun rubbed his hair. Everyone says I am foolish. Of course I am foolish. How can I be as smart as you, Lady Xiao Yun? However, when I was young I was unhappy. I was teased and disliked by my friends. When no one played with me, I would run to the valley at home and shout at the valley. Every time I shout my name, the valley will shout at me. Every time I shout, the valley will shout at me. Will play with me. Never abandoned me, never ignored me. Unless my voice is not loud enough. I see that you haven't been happy lately. Perhaps it's because there's no one to play with you. I have to stay by the young patriarch's side, so I can't accompany you all the time. If you're unhappy, you can come to the valley. Play with the valley. Zhao Lianyun did not say anything. She looked at the sincere Ma Hongyun and could not help but feel a sense of pity. This Ma Hongyun is silly, but he's not a bad person. You must have had a rough life since you were young. Even now, he was often beaten and scolded by the young clan leader. But I've never seen him cry. He's always smiling. Forget it, I'll play with you. Thinking of this, Zhao Lianyun sighed and shouted his name towards the valley. When Ma Hongyun saw Zhao Lianyun put it into action, he was so happy that he danced with joy. No, you should shout louder, louder. Zhao Lianyun shouted again. Ma Hongyun shook his head. You're not shouting loudly enough. As long as you shout, the valley will hear you. It won't respond to you now. It just can't hear you. Zhao Lianyun took a deep breath and burst out with his loudest voice. She shouted, "Zhao Lianyun." So the valley responded to Zhao Lianyun. Ma Hongyun laughed. Zhao Lianyun also felt a lot more open-minded. The gloominess in her heart dissipated a lot. Her mood also became cheerful. Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun. In the darkness, the voice kept coming. Zhao Lianyun, what are you doing? Don't be lost. Zhao Lianyun, you're not alone. Heaven and earth are with you. As long as you shout, heaven and earth will hear you. Zhao Lianyun, you have to wake up. There is a person waiting for you to save him. That person had once stood by your side, watching the stars with you, shouting at the valley with you. Go help him. Go help him. He must be feeling lonely now, or maybe he is afraid. You have to shout, make your voice heard, let him know that you are here. Let him know that as long as he perseveres, there is hope for him to be saved. Yes. I have to save him. How can I fall here? Zhao Lianyun suddenly opened her eyes. She woke up from her unconsciousness. The moment she woke up, she found that her whole body was burning with a light blue light. This was the blue light emitted by immortal Gu love. Zhao Lianyun's injuries were healing rapidly, her condition was rising rapidly. Not only that, the blue light was shining around her. Zhao Dainyu retreated with a face full of fear. What kind of light is this? It's heavier than a mountain. This aura, what kind of immortal goo is this? Shi Zhengyi was also bathed in the light. He suddenly stood up, feeling boundless energy. The injuries on his body had completely disappeared, his condition had risen to an unprecedented peak. Thank you, Zhao Lianyun, the rest is up to me. Unorthodox demonic path, I will defeat you. Take this move. Fist of Justice. Shi Zhengyi shouted loudly. The louder he shouted, the stronger the immortal killer move became. A huge fist of light shot out from his body, fiercely hitting Zhao Dainiu. Boom. Like a thunderclap, Zhao Dainiu's defensive method crumbled. A fist hole appeared on his broad chest. The wall behind him could be seen from the front. Zhao Lianyun's eyes gradually lost focus. He fell to the ground. Bam. His body fell on the ground, not moving at all. After a few breaths of time, his body, soul and immortal aperture turned into pure energy, absorbed by the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Haha, justice will prevail. Shi Zhengyi raised his fist and shouted. Zhao Lianyun stood at the side, smiling. Northern Plains, Licorice Regional Wall. A dragon roar resounded. Wuxia, where do you think you can escape to? It was the sword dragon that Fang Yuan had transformed into. After a long journey, following the guidance of Qi Luck sensation, he had finally caught up to Wuxia and the rest. Wuxia and the rest immediately turned around, facing Fang Yuan with extremely solemn expressions. Wuxia had already said that Fang Yuan would catch up to them, so the 5 immortals were mentally prepared and did not panic. At this moment, the fierce battle that they had been waiting for had finally arrived. The sword dragon roared, opening its bloody mouth. The dragon teeth in its mouth were like spears, extremely sinister. Its dragon eyes were cold and emotionless, emitting bone-chilling killing intent. Without saying anything else, Fang Yuan directly charged forward. Kill. If you want to deal with my master, you have to get past me first. The loyal Shi Nu stood up first. He blocked in front of the immortals and suddenly raised his palm. A tall and sturdy stone wall instantly rose from the ground, obstructing Fang Yuan's charge. Bam bam bam. At the next moment, the stone wall was penetrated. It was the dragon breath that Fang Yuan had spat out. The dragon breath was extremely sharp, shooting out like sword phantoms, gathering into a rain of sword phantoms. After penetrating the stone wall, it did not lose momentum as it stabbed towards the 5 immortals. He Lulan shouted loudly, spitting out many small flame birds from her mouth. These small birds were intelligent, they directly sought out Fang Yuan's dragon breath. The small flame birds smashed the dragon breath, turning into lumps of flames that dissipated in the air. Angry birds. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. This was clearly a fire path method. He did not expect He Lulan to actually use it. The appearance of this small flame bird made Fang Yuan involuntarily think of Blazing Heaven Demoness. Back in the Battle of Eastern Sea, even when Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing worked together with Shark Demon, Su Baiman and his wife, and even One Finger Flow Shark, they could not defeat Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness' immortal killer move, Angry Birds, left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. But the small flame birds that He Lulan used were similar to the real Angry Birds. It turned out that after He Lulan's Strength Path Immortal Goo was sold to Fang Yuan, she did not have any Strength Path Immortal Goo to support her battle strength in Eastern Sea. She chose to cultivate Fire Path to prevent her Strength Path Dao marks from being taken away. She had a Fire Path inheritance. When Blazing Heaven Demoness met He Lulan, she secretly passed her Fire Path inheritance to He Lulan. Blazing Heaven Demoness felt very guilty towards He Lulan. She tried to make it up to her. Originally, He Lulan did not care about the Fire Path inheritance. She felt that she would not be able to use it in her life. But to think that fate was so mystical and out of her expectations, under a series of coincidences, she ended up walking on the path of Fire Path. Of course, she did not have a single Fire Path Dao mark on her body. However, she had all of Blazing Heaven Demoness Immortal Goo. This matter had to be traced back to before the Battle of Etion Mountain. In order to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo, Spectral Soul had no choice but to abandon the whole of Zombie Alliance. He used countless immortal zombies as immortal materials to speed up the Goo refinement. When Zombie Alliance was first established, it was a subordinate of Shadow Sect. It was controlled by Shadow Sect. But many immortal zombies, even though they joined Zombie Alliance, they did not know this truth. Back then, Zombie Alliance was building a super Goo formation to protect the immortal zombie corpses. In fact, this was a perfect excuse to keep them alive. Using this chance, Shadow Sect killed all of the immortal zombies who were involved in the Goo refinement. The immortal zombies did not have dead apertures, but the immortal goo on the immortal zombies were kept safe. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's immortal goo were all hidden in Dark Flow Giant City. Wuxia, He Lulan, and the rest were far away in Eastern Sea, but at that time, Northern Plains still had Sixth Hair, a member of Shadow Sect. Dark Flow Giant City was hidden deep in Earth Trench. Sixth Hair sneaked in and used his methods to retrieve Blazing Heaven Demoness immortal goo, sending them to Wuxia. After Wuxia refined them, he gave them to He Lulan. Thus, He Lulan had Blazing Heaven Demoness true inheritance in her immortal goo. She could replicate almost all of Blazing Heaven Demoness methods. Fang Yuan did not know about this earlier, but now that he saw these fire birds, he fell into deep thought. Chapter 1263. Tai by Yunxing mainly cultivated time path, but man as before and landscape as before were in Fang Yuan's hands. In Eastern Sea he chose to cultivate Cloud Path. He had a Cloud Path foundation to begin with. Shadow Sect had a rich collection. He did not lack Cloud Path true inheritances. His defensive methods were quite impressive. But after Tai by Yunxing added a cloud ring to all the goo immortals present, his expression turned ugly. Using immortal killer moves in the regional wall would cause the immortal aperture to shake every time. Using 5 immortal killer moves consecutively caused his immortal aperture to shake 5 times. The losses were not small. Interesting. Fang Yuan snickered. His dragon body slithered as he easily flew into the sky. Wuxia and the rest saw this and their expressions turned grim. In this regional wall, they had difficulty moving forward. They had to resist the formless repulsion and attraction force at all times. In contrast, Fang Yuan was able to move freely. He was extremely relaxed. Fang Yuan flew into the sky and immediately took control of the sky. He looked down from above, slithering around as he breathed out dragon breath. At once, sword lights rained down on the 5 immortals. Defend carefully, try not to split up, otherwise he will attack us alone. Wuxia shouted, reminding everyone. Seeing the sword lights descending, Wuxia suddenly roared, emitting an extremely sharp and piercing sound. Immortal killer move Soul Howl. The power of Soul Howl completely covered the sky. It did not affect the surrounding goo immortals at all. It showed Wuxia's superb control. Fang Yuan's attack was immediately stopped. The sword-like dragon breath clearly paused for a moment. But it quickly recovered. Since I want to find trouble with Shadow Sect, why wouldn't I defend against soul path attacks? Fang Yuan sneered in his mind. He was already mentally prepared. But he did not have a soul path immortal goo that countered his soul. He was still affected and attacked earlier. But Fang Yuan's soul foundation was extremely deep. Soul Howl's damage was negligible to him. It was completely bearable. Even if his soul was injured, it did not matter because Fang Yuan had the Guts Goo. Damn it. Wuxia cursed as he resisted the dragon breath. He also knew that Fang Yuan had Guts Goo. Guts Goo might be immortal goo, but it originated from Danghun Mountain. It was naturally extraordinary. A secret realm of heaven and earth like Danghun Mountain. It contained a huge number of Dao marks. In terms of quantity, it surpassed even rank 9 immortal goo. However, in the heaven and earth mystic realm, there were always scattered Dao marks. They might be of the same type, densely packed together. And rank 9 immortal goo were fragments of the great Dao. They could be controlled by the goo immortal and display mystical power. Between a rank 9 immortal goo and a secluded domain of heaven and earth, there was no way to truly compare them. Chi. The swords were like rain, hitting the 5 immortals so hard that they couldn't even raise their heads. There were sword marks all over the ground. The 5 immortals were suppressed like this, so they naturally felt very uncomfortable. The best way to deal with such a concentrated attack was to spread out and dodge. But this way Fang Yuan would have a chance to defeat them one by one. But the 5 immortals were not just passively waiting to be beaten. Shirnu finally finished his preparation and used his immortal killer move. Rumble. Muffled sounds resounded as the ground shook. A giant hand made of mud and rock stretched out from the ground. The 5 fingers of the giant hand opened up and slowly covered the heads of the 5 immortals, blocking Wuxia and the others. The thick back of the hand was enduring the fierce attacks of the dragon breath. Even though the Earth Path giant hand was quickly beaten to a pulp and was about to collapse, using this chance, He Lulan also finished her preparation. She stretched out her right hand, her 5 fingers intersecting and stabbing towards the sky. Swoosh. Immediately, a bright red light shot out from her fingers, piercing through the entire palm and shooting towards Fang Yuan at lightning speed. This immortal killer move was so fast, and with the Earth Path Giant Hand acting as cover, if one was slightly careless they would be hit. But this line of fire did not hit Fang Yuan. He easily moved his dragon body and dodged it. It actually missed. He Lulan's heart sank. 3 breaths of time later. He Lulan did not know that Fang Yuan had such an investigative time path killer move. Strange, He Lulan is a strength path Gu immortal, but her fire path methods are not restricted by the Dao marks at all. This must be a method of Shadow Sect. After all, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was designed by Spectral Soul. He Lulan's efforts were futile, some of her trump cards were exposed instead. Soon, the Earth Path Giant Hand collapsed, and the Sword Light Dragon Breath continued to suppress it. But the 5 immortals were no longer flustered. They used their immortal killer moves to defend against the Sword Rain. Then what about this move? Let me see how you deal with it. Fang Yuan firmly held the initiative. He easily used another immortal killer move. Time Path Year Beast Summon. A Tiger Year Beast was summoned and appeared in the regional wall, helping Fang Yuan in battle. Fang Yuan threw out a large number of Mortal Year Gu. The Tiger Year Beast's morale surged as it charged towards Wuxia and the rest. Shirnu had a bitter expression. The Sword Light Dragon Breath had already made them exhausted, but now an ancient Year Beast came to disrupt them. This Year Beast could move freely in the regional wall. The reason was similar to the Cloud Beasts. Cloud Beasts were life forms of White Heaven. They were not native to the 5 regions, they were not affected by the regional walls. Year Beasts lived in the River of Time. It was the same. Let me do it. Wuxia stepped forward bravely and used a very similar technique. Soul Path Soul Beast Summon. Back then, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created Soul Path, Shadow Sect was a great expert that played around with Soul Path. He Fan could think of Year Beast Summon. How could Shadow Sect not have similar methods? Wuxia's method was extraordinary. He summoned 3 ancient soul beasts at once. My soul beasts are also unaffected by the regional wall, because they come from the door of life and death. Wuxia's smugness did not last long, because he saw that Fang Yuan had already turned into a sword dragon and attacked. The sword dragon moved like a snake. It was extremely fast. It stretched out its dragon claws and crushed the head of a soul beast. With a flick of its tail, it broke the leg of another soul beast. It opened its mouth and the sword-like dragon breath pierced through the 3rd ancient soul beast. Fang Yuan's sword dragon form had great battle strength, and most importantly, Fang Yuan had Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's immortal killer move Ghostly Concealment. This made it so that none of the soul beasts could sense his presence. Thus, Fang Yuan's battle strength surpassed the ancient soul beasts, and the soul beasts could not sense Fang Yuan's presence. Fang Yuan had a huge advantage against the soul beasts. These 3 soul beasts were in a daze. They could not react and were heavily injured by Fang Yuan. Fortunately, the soul beasts did not have any obvious weak points, otherwise Fang Yuan would have already finished them off in a few moves. But even so, the soul beasts' bodies became thinner and more transparent. Even though Wuxia's expression was ugly, he watched as Fang Yuan's 3 ancient soul beasts did not attack again. Wuxia thought to himself, it doesn't matter. Even if you kill these 3 ancient soul beasts, so what? I can use my killer move again and summon 3 more ancient soul beasts. What is the most abundant in the door of life and death? Without a doubt they are souls and soul beasts. But right at this time Fang Yuan gave up on fighting the ancient soul beasts. He activated Sword Escape. Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's speed burst out. He left behind an afterimage on the spot. Quick quick quick. Tai Bai Yunxing could not react in time. He was hit by Fang Yuan's claw. The protective cloud ring broke apart. Tai Bai Yunxing's stomach was split open by the dragon claw. His intestines turned into mush. He did not die? Fang Yuan was surprised. He had wanted to use dragon breath. After all, sword-like dragon breath was the strongest weapon of the sword dragon. But at the crucial moment, a layer of ice appeared on his dragon mouth. Fang Yuan could not open his mouth. He could only use his dragon claw. But it was too fast and rushed. Fang Yuan did not use his full strength, and Tai Bai Yunxing's protective cloud ring blocked most of its power. Thus Tai Bai Yunxing managed to survive. It's by Ning Bing. Fang Yuan exerted strength. He forcefully opened his dragon mouth and broke the layer of ice sealing it. Fang Yuan turned around to look. His speed was too fast. He was already several li away from the 5 immortals. At this time, Bai Ning Bing was already in front of the 4 immortals. Her icy blue eyes shined with a cold light as she stared at Fang Yuan fearlessly. Quick quick quick. He Lulan grabbed Tai Bai Yunxing's leg, pulling him to the back. Next she bent down and used healing methods. But Tai Baiyunxing's injuries were too severe. His injuries showed no signs of healing. Once a Gu immortal was injured, it was troublesome. Dao Mark rejection. Fang Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation would leave behind a large number of sword path Dao marks once he was injured. This was unbearable for Tai Baiyunxing's fragile body. Sigh, if I had man as before, it would not be so troublesome. Saying this, Tai Baiyunxing fell unconscious, his life hanging by a thread. This was the result of He Lulan trying her best to save him. Damned Fang Yuan, his true objective was to kill Tai Baiyunxing. Wuxia's expression was dark. He had fallen for Fang Yuan's trap. Fang Yuan appeared to be fighting with the soul beasts, but he had been looking for an opportunity since the start of the battle. He had probably targeted Tai Baiyunxing long ago. After all, Tai Baiyunxing was the weakest among the 5 immortals. One had to pick the weakest one. I can't count on Tai Baiyunxing anymore. Wuxia's expression was grim. How long had it been since the battle started? They had already lost a member. How would they deal with the powerful and ferocious Fang Yuan? Right at this time, Fang Yuan gasped inwardly, feeling something amiss. He stretched his dragon body and was surprised to find that his dragon scales were covered in a thin layer of ice. Bai Ningbing's gaze is strange. Fang Yuan immediately reacted. Chapter 1264. Even though she had just ascended, Bai Ningbing had some advantages that ordinary Gu immortals did not have. Firstly, she had the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, one of the 10 extreme physiques. She was most proficient in cultivating ice and snow path. Similar to He Lulan's great strength true martial physique, her Dao marks surpassed ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals. Secondly, she became the owner of Baixiang Grotto Heaven. She inherited Baixiang's true inheritance and controlled all of Baixiang's Gu worms. Among them were many rank 7 immortal Gu. However, she did not have any rank 8 immortal Gu. Baixiang's historical status was slightly lower than He Fan's. But the combined strength of the 5 Xiangs far surpassed He Fan. Bai Ningbing's weakness was that she was not familiar with the immortal Gu and immortal killer moves. She often failed when activating them, resulting in backlash and injuries. Nurturing, using, refining, using Gu was one of the 3 important aspects of a Gu master's cultivation. If Bai Ningbing wanted to familiarize herself with these gains, she would need to spend a long period of time to train. Therefore, there was still a long way to go before it could be used in actual combat. However, at this moment Bai Ningbing's weakness was effectively covered up. Because she had Wuxia, He Lulan, Tai Baiyunxing and Nu, these 4 Gu immortal companions. Because they were protecting each other, Bai Ningbing had the time to prepare her immortal killer move. Fang Yuan's information about Bai Ningbing was wrong. On one hand, he thought that Bai Ningbing was about the same as Tai Baiyunxing and He Lulan. She had received benefits from Shadow Sect, thus raising her battle strength. On the other hand, even though Fang Yuan had used Qi Lux Sensation many times to investigate Bai Ningbing, he did not know about Baixiang Grotto Heaven and other related matters. Thus, Fang Yuan greatly underestimated Bai Ningbing's true battle strength. If Fang Yuan knew the truth, he might not have chosen Tai Baiyunxing as his main target. He would have placed his target on Bai Ningbing. However, Fang Yuan lacked information path methods. How could he know about Baixiang Grotto Heaven? Although Fang Yuan had been reborn, he was far from being omniscient and omnipotent. Bai Ningbing's gaze could actually cause frost to form on the targets in her vision, slowing down their movements. This was what Baixiang had done in the past. Fang Yuan knew that something was wrong. Take immediate action. He immediately retreated and covered his tracks. The visibility in the licorice boundary wall was already very poor. After Fang Yuan used his means, he immediately disappeared from Bai Ningbing's sight. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. Fang Yuan was a wily old fox. He immediately saw the limitations of this move. Even with such a trump card, he never flaunts it. Too bad we're working on it. Bai Ningbing felt very regretful. The move that Fang Yuan used to destroy the Super Gu formation in Eastern Sea was extremely powerful. Wuxia, Bai Ningbing and the rest were wary. They even felt a chill in their hearts. Along the way they were naturally discussing how to counter Fang Yuan's move. But Fang Yuan did not use that move all along, causing Wuxia and the rest's preparations to be in vain. It is a pity that I have only inherited Baixiang's true inheritance for a short period of time. Although this killer move has limitations, it can complement other killer moves. I can make up for it. Bai Ningbing was already barely able to activate this killer move. If she used another immortal killer move on this foundation, the chances of failure were extremely high. Bai Ningbing was not Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could multitask and activate many immortal killer moves at the same time, but Bai Ningbing's attainment in this aspect was very low. Even though Fang Yuan had retreated temporarily, he had concealed himself, but he still had the initiative and the upper hand. In this situation, Bai Ningbing could not take the risk. Once the risk failed, he or she would be in a mess, creating a flaw that Fang Yuan could exploit. Bai Ningbing understood Fang Yuan very well. With such a flaw, Fang Yuan would not let it go. Even Bai Ningbing was in awe of Fang Yuan's ability to grasp opportunities in battle. Fang Yuan is frozen by my gaze. Once he recovers, his speed will be so fast that even my gaze will not be able to keep up. Bai Ningbing thought. Fang Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation was already very fast, adding on sword escape and his sword path Dao marks. Even the rank 7 expert Yi Lui Kun Xing died from this speed. Bai Ningbing knew that her frozen gaze technique was only to catch Fang Yuan off guard. Now that Fang Yuan was on guard, if he used that terrifying speed, this immortal killer move's effect would fall to rock bottom. It seems I can only change my move. Bai Ningbing immediately decided. She had to change her move. Earlier, Fang Yuan's speed almost killed Tai Bai Yunxing. If Bai Ningbing did not change her move and continued to use the immortal killer move Frozen Gaze, the next one to die might be her. The situation was extremely dangerous. Bai Ningbing retreated behind Shirnu and called out to Wuxia, "Protect me, I am going to use that move." Bai Ningbing and Wuxia had formed an alliance again, and with a great enemy outside, both sides had revealed some of their trump cards to each other. Thus Bai Ningbing did not say it clearly, but Wuxia understood. He nodded with a solemn expression. "All right, use that move, leave your safety to us." Immediately after, Wuxia ordered Shirnu, "Even if you have to sacrifice yourself, you must protect Bai Ningbing." Shirnu was loyal and devoted to Wuxia. When he heard these words, he immediately nodded in agreement without the slightest bit of rebellion or hesitation. "Don't worry, he was hit by my frozen gaze technique. According to the weakness of the sovereign immortal body you mentioned, if he does not have a method to deal with it, he will need more than 10 breaths of time to recover." Bai Ningbing said confidently. Wuxia nodded. "That's good." He did not doubt Bai Ningbing's words. Bai Xiang's methods naturally had their own uniqueness. It was not so easy to deal with an immortal killer move. Often, after fighting many times, one would be more familiar with the immortal killer move that the enemy used, and after a long period of deduction, one would be able to find a method to deal with it. The probability of Fang Yuan having a method to deal with it was very low. But right at this time, a white light suddenly flashed in the 5 immortals' vision. "Be careful. It's Sword Light Dragon Breath. Defend, protect Bai Ningbing and Tai Bai Yunxing." Sword Light Dragon Breaths attacked like a torrential rain from before, causing Wuxia and the other immortals to be flustered and exhausted. Bai Ningbing was fully concentrating on preparing an immortal killer move, while Tai Bai Yunxing was already heavily injured and unconscious. The pressure on the remaining 3 immortals suddenly increased. They were ruthlessly suppressed and had no strength to retaliate. Fang Yuan circled around Wuxia and the rest from afar. He opened his mouth and breathed out. Rays of sword light dragon breath shot towards Wuxia and the rest from all directions. His sword dragon body was still covered in a thin layer of ice. Bai Ningbing's frozen gaze killer move was quite effective. Of course, the main problem was Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body. Even though he had transformed into an ancient sword dragon, the Dao marks on his body still did not reject each other. Thus there was a flaw. Similar to Bai Ningbing's frozen gaze, when it hit Fang Yuan, it would not be weakened by the Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body, it could display its full power. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had transformed into an ancient sword dragon and had thick skin and flesh, otherwise his body would have frozen to death. Fang Yuan breathed out, suppressing Wuxia and the others as he healed. Even though he was affected by the frozen gaze, it was easy to heal. Because Dao marks did not reject each other, even if Fang Yuan used mortal methods, he could achieve a qualitative change. It was unlike Tai Bai Yunxing, who was hard to heal after being injured. Fang Yuan continued to breathe out sword light dragon breaths, while suppressing Wuxia and the others. It was also a form of probing. He soon discovered, Bai Ningbing was heavily protected by Wuxia and the others, there were no flaws. Unless he broke through with brute force, there was no other way. Preparing an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan's heart was heavy. Since Wuxia and the others were protecting her so seriously, it seemed that Bai Ningbing's immortal killer move was no small matter. Thus, once he recovered, he charged over. He had no restrictions in the Licorice regional wall, he could move freely, even Fang Yuan could not control his speed. It was like a ray of white light. Wuxia and the others did not even have time to shout. Fang Yuan had already pierced through their formation and charged far away. Bai Ningbing broke out in cold sweat, her killer move activation almost failed. He Lulan was heavily injured. Her entire left arm was gone, even her left torso was affected. The wound was shocking, the flesh and bones could be seen from the outside. Blood gushed out like a fountain, quickly forming a large puddle at He Lulan's feet. Dao marks could be seen on the wound, it could not stop the bleeding. At this rate, He Lulan would be the first to die. He Lulan had no choice but to change her identity. In a few breaths of time, she turned into an immortal zombie. Immortal zombies could still endure this kind of injury. The boiling red blood immediately turned into green immortal zombie cold blood. Although the blood was still flowing out, the speed had decreased by countless times. He Lulan knelt on one knee on the ground, breathing heavily, but her lips were curled up. She was actually smiling. On the other side, Fang Yuan had a peculiar feeling. I was actually plotted against. What a He Lulan. The dragon claw that had torn off He Lulan's left arm still had traces of blood and flesh. At this moment, the flesh and blood had gradually turned into a lump of blood-colored fire, attaching to Fang Yuan's dragon claw and dragon scales, burning brightly. Immortal killer move, flesh blood flame. This fire used flesh and blood as fuel, it continued to burn. As long as the flesh and blood did not stop, the fire would not stop. Without a method to counter it, it could not be extinguished. Moreover, the stronger the flesh and blood, the more intense the burning of the flesh and blood fire. Fang Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation was the exact target of the flesh-blood flame. However, Fang Yuan's reaction was extremely fast. He immediately cancelled the transformation killer move and returned to his human form. Next, he activated a time path healing immortal goo. Chapter 1265. Over 20 beads of red date immortal essence were consumed at once. At the next moment, the blood-red flame vanished, Fang Yuan returned to his previous state. Sigh. Man as before is only useful on the human body, I cannot use man as before after transforming into other life forms. This is very inconvenient. And man as before has a huge limitation. Thankfully, I have the investigative killer move 3 breaths future vision. Fang Yuan sighed internally, he activated another immortal killer move. Enslavement and strength path, myriad self method. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Large numbers of Fang Yuan, numbering in the tens of thousands, gathered into a huge crowd as they charged towards Wuxia and the rest. How can this be? How did he recover so quickly? Has he already gotten rid of the flesh-blood fire? He Lulan was extremely shocked. Fang Yuan's counterattack was too fast, it was still so powerful He Lulan's heart sank to rock bottom. He Lulan knew that Fang Yuan had man as before immortal goo. But man as before immortal goo had a strict time requirement. Even Fang Yuan would not be able to escape unscathed. Because after he was hit, he first had to discover his state, then he had to stop his transformation. He might be hesitant during this period, only then would he activate man as before. Activating this immortal goo itself also took time. With this, He Lulan put herself in his shoes. If it were her, she would also have a hard time getting rid of this flesh-blood fire. Fang Yuan did not know the details of He Lulan and Bai Ningbing. He Lulan also did not know that Fang Yuan had 3 breaths future vision. This investigative killer move could allow Fang Yuan to sense his condition 3 breaths ahead of time. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan had more time to react and deal with it. All in all, He Lulan paid a heavy price, but it brought little negative influence to Fang Yuan. She had expended a lot of red date immortal essence. But Fang Yuan had a huge family business and was doing well financially. He did not care about this bit of money. Immortal killer move Soul Howl. Wuxia opened his mouth and roared, countless Fang Yuan phantoms around him exploded. Immortal killer move, Thorny Forest. Shirnu stamped his right foot on the ground, and countless earth spikes rose from the ground, completely piercing through the thousands of Fang Yuan's shadows. Then Shirnu let out a light shout, and the earth spikes shot up into the sky. A large number of myriad selves in the sky were also instantly cleared out. This move was extremely effective. It contained the second variation, causing Fang Yuan's myriad self army to almost collapse. Earth Path Rank 7 Gu Immortal Shirnu could be said to be the cornerstone of this battle. Without his contribution in defense, how could Wuxia and the rest last until now? You're next. Fang Yuan transformed back into his sword WRM form and laughed malevolently in his heart. Brr. At this moment, the tiger-like Nian roared and suddenly retreated. This ancient year beast had been summoned by Fang Yuan, and although it had been fighting all this time, the ancient year beast had not been able to escape. But Wuxia's side was on guard, its attack was not effective, and it suffered many injuries instead. The tiger-like Nian was not loyal to Fang Yuan. This could not compare to Wuxia's soul beast summoning killer move. Its injuries were severe to a certain extent. It immediately ran away, piercing through space and returning to the river of time. But it did not matter. Immortal killer move, year beast summoning. Fang Yuan activated this killer move again. This time he summoned a sheep-shaped ancient year beast. Even though year beast summoning could only summon one year beast each time. But there were many year beasts in the river of time and this one ran away. He just had to summon another one. The sheep-shaped ancient year beast charged towards Wuxia and the rest. Shirnu roared, and his body suddenly expanded, turning into a giant that was no smaller than the year beast. He stood firmly and counterattacked. Using an ingenious combat technique, he threw the year beast to the ground. There was a loud rumble. The ancient sheep-shaped year beast fell to the ground, causing the surrounding ground to shake intensely. The sheep-shaped year beast quickly got up and furiously stabbed its horns at Shirnu. While dodging, Shirnu grabbed the curved horns with both hands. The two giant creatures were entangled. It was hard to determine the victor. On Fang Yuan's side, the sword-like dragon breath's frequency and quantity had fallen by a lot. He felt waves of burning pain in his throat was about to emit smoke. Sword-like dragon breath was the ancient sword dragon's strongest method. A true ancient sword dragon could only breathe 20 to 30 times in a row. But Fang Yuan had breathed hundreds or even thousands of times, finally reaching the limit of his body. If he continued, his throat would be damaged, and the sword-like dragon breath's power would be greatly reduced. By now, the previous tiger year beast had already retreated with heavy injuries, while Fang Yuan was showing some signs of fatigue. He had already become a rank 7 Gu immortal and had red date immortal essence. His battle strength had risen to the upper tier among rank 7s. But the enemies he was facing were not to be underestimated. He Lulan was a formidable woman. She had the great strength true martial physique and had annexed a strength path blessed land in Jade Pot Mountain. Her Dao marks had increased by a lot. At the same time she had inherited blazing heaven demonish true inheritance. She had a body full of immortal goo. Her battle strength was outstanding. Bai Ningbing had the northern dark ice soul physique. She had turned into a mysterious dragon man. She had Bai Xiang grotto heaven and inherited Bai Xiang's true inheritance. There was no need to mention Wuxia. He was one of Spectral Soul's main split souls. He had once had the 11th extreme physique, the last hope of Shadow Sect. His soul path attainment was extremely shocking. His attainment level of each path was unknown, but it should not be low. At least, it was in terms of luck path. Shirnu was a rockman from the variant human race. This race had abundant earth path Dao marks. Together with Shirnu's main earth path, they complemented each other. The weakest was Tai by Yun Xing, but even so, this old man was becoming more resolute with age. He primarily cultivated time path, but also perfectly cultivated cloud path. He had an immortal goo in his possession, and the defensive power of Cloud Ring killer move was also very impressive. Although most of these 5 had rank 6 cultivation level, they were about the same as Fang Yuan when he was rank 6. Their battle strength was extraordinary. They were all at rank 7 level. Now that they worked together, they were all elites. They had excellent temperaments. They cooperated with each other. They also had the support of Shadow Sect's remaining resources, and most importantly, they had endless methods. They were definitely stronger and harder to deal with than Yi Lui Kunxing. Battles between Gu immortals could not be rushed. Because there were many types of immortal Gu, there were countless immortal killer moves. Some were mystical, some were bold and unconstrained, some were domineering, and some were sinister and mysterious. Fang Yuan fought 1 against 5. He had the upper hand. Wuxia and the rest were busy dealing with him. They could not turn the situation around. Damn it, he has not used that move even now. Wuxia thought as green immortal zombie blood flowed out of his nose. Wuxia wiped it off with the back of his hand, but soon green immortal zombie blood flowed out again. Damn it. I have used immortal killer moves repeatedly. I have suffered backlash in this regional wall. Even my immortal zombie body is unable to endure it. I am already in this state. The others are in an even worse state. Wuxia looked at his companions. They were all pale. They were in a terrible state. Fang Yuan was not restricted here, but they were not. Not only did they have to stabilize their bodies and resist the repulsion and attraction force of the regional wall, they also had to fight against Fang Yuan. They had to use immortal killer moves frequently. The damage to their immortal apertures was unbearable. We have Shadow Sect's remaining resources. It is normal for our battle strength to rise. Fang Yuan's battle strength has also risen so quickly. This speed of improvement is simply unheard of. The 5 of us together are not his match. The more Wuxia thought, the more he was wary of Fang Yuan. In the depths of this wariness, there was even a trace of fear. That's right, fear. Wuxia started to feel fear. He had to admit that Fang Yuan was strong, but he was even more fearful of Fang Yuan's growth speed. Bai Xiang, activate. Bai Ningbing, who had been preparing her killer move, suddenly called out as a towering aura rose from her body. Wuxia was immediately overjoyed. He looked at Bai Ningbing. You finally succeeded. Bai Ningbing's appearance had changed greatly. She had completely changed her appearance in the blink of an eye. She had turned into a 5-meter-tall giant. She was dressed in ice armor. She had 3 heads and 6 arms. Her feet were bare. Frost energy was flowing around her. It was as if she was wearing an immortal's robe. She was standing on 2 frost clouds that emitted a faint blue aura. Immortal killer move, Bai Xiang. Fang Yuan, come and fight. Bai Ningbing called out as her speed burst out. She was like a white rainbow that tore through the sky. She had actually changed her defensive stance. She had taken the initiative to attack. Old grudges and new grudges, I will settle them today. Fang Yuan's dragon pupils shrunk. He did not dodge, he directly charged forward. A ray of silver light and a ray of white light crossed each other in midair. The inertia of their speed was too strong, be it by Ningbing or Fang Yuan, they were both sent flying far away. I suffered some light injuries. Fang Yuan lowered his head and saw a long sword mark on the dragon's body. The mark was very shallow, but wherever it went, the dragon scales were shredded and some parts of the dragon's skin were pierced, causing some dragon blood to seep out. In contrast, Bai Ningbing was in a much more miserable state than Fang Yuan. She had a hole in her head, 3 of her arms were destroyed and almost half of her body was gone. But she did not lose any blood. The frost energy continued to spread, and she recovered in the blink of an eye. Bai Xiang. This immortal killer move was rumored to be undying and indestructible. Even if there is only a fingernail-sized remnant left, it can instantly regenerate and recover to its original state. Because after forming Bai Xiang, it is no longer a body of flesh and blood, but a special life form. Wuxia was very excited. As expected in the following battles, Bai Ningbing's performance was as Wuxia had predicted. Even though she was not Fang Yuan's match every time they fought, she was still able to defeat him. But with Bai Xiang's characteristics, she could instantly recover to her original state. Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan's battle attracted most of Fang Yuan's firepower. The battle continued. Fang Yuan felt tired. After all, he had a body of flesh and blood, but Bai Ningbing was still full of energy. Just as Fang Yuan was about to give up on Bai Ningbing and focus on Wuxia and the rest, the time is here. Wuxia suddenly shouted. The aura of countless goo worms burst out from his body. He looked at Fang Yuan and called out. Chapter 1266. Fang Yuan heard Wuxia shout, lead soul into dream, and was shocked. Lead soul into dream was a dream path immortal killer move. It was extremely powerful and rarely seen in the world. During the Battle of Tian Mountain, Wuxia's lead soul into dream made Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord fall asleep and fall into a dream realm, unable to extricate himself. Fang Yuan was even hit by this move during the Battle of Tian Mountain. If not for Providence's backup plan, he would have died on the spot. In the current environment, Dream Path Immortal Goo were extremely rare, not to mention Dream Path killer moves. One move to dominate the world, against lead soul into dream, Goo Immortals basically had no way to counter or defend themselves. Fang Yuan was no exception. Even though he had Unravel Dream, he also had the Sovereign Immortal Body. In the face of lead soul into dreams, even if one were to sink into the dream for an instant, there was a chance that they would fail and die in the ever-changing battlefield. Fang Yuan immediately flew up and retreated. In the process of retreating, a wave of suspicion surged in his heart. Back then, Wuxia's lead soul into dream was so powerful because he had many immortal goo and the amplification of the 11th extreme physique. Right now, how many immortal goo did Wuxia have to form lead soul into dream? Fang Yuan did not know the exact number, But Fang Yuan was clear that Wuxia's strength path immortal zombie body would definitely lower the power of this move by countless levels. Fang Yuan quickly pulled away from Wuxia and the rest, but he still did not get dragged into the dream realm. Is Wuxia just trying to trick me? This thought had just appeared in Fang Yuan's mind when the scene in front of him changed. In the 500 years of his previous life, southern border, Qingmao Mountain had already been destroyed by Ningbing's self-detonation. Fang Yuan joined a caravan and became a guard, earning Yuan stone while cultivating. The caravan was in a certain valley when suddenly 2 groups of people charged out. Kill? Protect the goods. The caravan was shocked, shouts of battle shook the valley. One side was the demonic path bandits, the other side was the caravan transporting the goods. The young Fang Yuan was mixed in the caravan, he gritted his teeth and showed panic on his face. This is a dream. I'm in a dream. The confusion from entering the dream realm quickly dissipated. After Fang Yuan understood, he immediately prepared to activate Unravel Dream. But at this moment he inexplicably escaped from the dream and returned to reality. The sword flood dragon was still in the world wall. What's going on? Just as Fang Yuan had this doubt, his vision changed again. He found himself being pulled into a dream again. The dream continued from the previous scene. In the mountain valley, the righteous and demonic sides were locked in a stalemate. Strange, there shouldn't be bandits living here. The young master of the caravan looked down from above and felt puzzled. The manager of the caravan beside him, who was presiding over the defense, echoed, "Yes, this is an old trade route. I don't know where this group of bandits came from. It's very strange." The young master snorted, "The strongest demonic goo masters here are only rank 2, our defense is impregnable, we are not afraid of them." Young master is right. I guarantee these bandits will not be able to return. The caravan manager laughed sinisterly. Right at this time, a rumbling sound came from above their heads. The young master and the caravan manager looked up. With this look, everyone in the caravan turned pale with fright. They saw countless boulders rolling down from the top of the mountain valley. The caravan was at the base of the mountain wall, the boulders were rolling down, the attack was not inferior to a rank 2 Gu master's attack. Above the mountain wall, there were countless figures stacked on top of each other. These were all mortals, but because of their meticulous planning and correct tactics, they could display the battle strength of a rank 2 Gu master. Quick retreat. The young master's face turned pale. It's too late. The caravan manager cried out miserably. Countless boulders fell on the caravan Gu master's heads, the caravan suffered heavy casualties, and the demonic side's morale rose. Damn it. Fang Yuan shook his head, leaving the dream realm again. This is indeed lead soul into dream, but its power is not complete. It can let me enter the dream realm from time to time, but it cannot make me immersed in it. But it is enough to pose a huge threat to me. Fang Yuan's heart sank. Wuxia and the rest looked around vigilantly, but after waiting for a while, they still did not see Fang Yuan appear, and there were no attacks coming. He retreated? He Lulan asked in disbelief. Bai Ningbing did not speak, she looked at Wuxia. Wuxia sighed, sigh. Such a pity. After the Battle of Etian Mountain, Wuxia had secretly rebuilt the immortal killer move lead soul into dream. In Eastern Sea, Wuxia had helped He Lulan tie Bai Yunxing and the rest to add immortal gu, he naturally had more gains. But until now he had only barely formed the killer move lead soul into dream. Originally, Wuxia had planned to use lead soul into dream when Fang Yuan activated his trump card. But Fang Yuan did not make a move. As long as Fang Yuan tried to activate his trump card, he would need a long time to prepare, Wuxia would have the chance to make a move. If Fang Yuan was hit by lead soul into dream and fell into a dream realm, even if it was only for an instant, the immortal killer move's activation would fail. The stronger the immortal killer move, the greater the damage the Gu immortal would suffer if the activation failed. Undeniably, if Fang Yuan fell into a dream realm while activating that trump card, the activation would fail and he would suffer heavy injuries. Wuxia explained in detail by Ningbing, He Lulan and the rest felt it was a pity. However, in that situation, Wuxia had no choice but to make a move. If he did not make a move, Fang Yuan's attack would succeed, it would cause a qualitative change, the battle would be tilted to one side, and Wuxia and the rest would die here. Wuxia's judgment towards the situation was very sharp and accurate. Now it seems that Fang Yuan will not attack for the time being. Let's go. Lead soul into dream is not complete, its effect will weaken as time passes. Wuxia ordered, the 5 immortals continued their journey. But not long after, Fang Yuan attacked again. After a while, the dream realm's interference towards him became smaller and smaller. Fang Yuan was not willing to letting Wuxia and the rest escape from under his nose. He immediately chased after them. Tai Bai Yunxing was still unconscious. The four immortals were entangled by Fang Yuan. It was already difficult for them to move through the regional wall. With Fang Yuan's interference, it became even more difficult for them to move forward. Be careful. A familiar voice came from behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not have time to react. He only heard a loud sound as stone fragments fell from above, smashing onto Fang Yuan's head. Uncle Big Beard, you saved my life, thank you. Fang Yuan saw Uncle Big Beard not far away. He immediately reacted. Earlier he was almost hit by a falling boulder. Thankfully, Uncle Big Beard moved and destroyed the boulder, saving his life. Lad, don't fight, protect yourself, Uncle Big Beard said. Right at this time, at the center of the caravan, the steward's scream could be heard. Someone come, protect young master. Unknowingly, 2 rank 3 demonic path Gu masters had already barged into the center, attacking the caravan's owner, the young master who had once humiliated Fang Yuan. The young master was in dire straits. Danger was everywhere. The righteous path Gu masters were on tenterhooks. You stay here, I'll go support you, the bearded uncle said and hurried off. Dream realms attacked again and again. Fang Yuan did not have a good time either. The dream realms attack greatly affected his performance. He could only display 20 to 30% of his battle strength. But in terms of battle situation, it was even more disadvantageous to Wuxia and the rest. From the battle, they could clearly feel that Fang Yuan was getting less and less affected by the dream realm. Meanwhile, Wuxia and the rest had yet to leave the regional wall. You guys leave, I will deal with him. At the crucial moment, Xianu stood up. Immortal killer move, earth sealing border. A horrifying cracking sound came from all over his body, and there were cracks all over his body from the inside out. At the same time, with him as the center, the surrounding hundreds of li of space underwent a mystical change, becoming one, separated from the surrounding space. Fang Yuan wanted to retreat, but the dream realm attacked at the crucial moment, causing him to lose the chance and get trapped within the range of the killer move. Fang Yuan breathed out dragon breath. The sword-like dragon breath had not even flown 5 to 6 steps before it vanished. Chapter 1267. You are courting death. Dragon eyes stared at Xianu. Fang Yuan was slightly angry. Xianu raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan, shouting, Master, leave quickly. Leave quickly. Xianu, I will remember your loyalty. Wuxia took a deep look at Xianu before turning around and leaving. He led the other 2 immortals and quickly retreated. Because Fang Yuan was desperately entangled by Xianu, this time, Wuxia and the others successfully walked out of the Licorice regional wall and officially entered Northern Plains. The moment they stepped into the grassland, Wuxia immediately called out Tai Bai Yunxing from his immortal aperture. The latter had already woken up from unconsciousness, but his injuries were still very severe and his life was still in danger. Combining the power of the 4 immortals, they immediately activated the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel and instantly disappeared. In the dream realm, the battle was already over. The demonic path bandits who launched the sneak attack had all lost their lives. None survived. The caravan was not much better off. There were heavy casualties. Corpses were everywhere in the valley and blood flowed everywhere. Uncle Big Beard, pull yourself together. Quickly wake up. The young Fang Yuan was lying beside the big bearded Gu master, looking at the terrifying injuries on his body with a panicked expression. Someone come quickly, someone come and save him. Fang Yuan shouted with a hoarse voice. But no one came. Fang Yuan quickly ran to the young master. Young master, Uncle Big Beard was injured to save you. He is about to die. Quickly save him. He can't be saved. The injuries are not the main point. The main point is that he was hit by that poison goo. We can't save him. The young master shook his head and smiled bitterly. Now you have a way. Aren't you also hit by the same poison goo? Fang Yuan said. The young master's expression sank. You want me to waste my precious goo worm for an outsider? Do you know this healing goo worm can only be used a limited number of times? But Uncle Big Beard was injured to save you, young master. Fang Yuan argued. Even if he doesn't save me, I have the guards that my father has secretly arranged for me to protect myself. The young master sneered, waving his hand at Fang Yuan. Get lost, how can my healing goo be used on a small fry like you? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and glared at the young master. He clenched his fists and stood still. Do you want to die? The young man's face was filled with anger. Fang Yuan. At this time the bearded Gu master woke up and called out softly. Fang Yuan shuddered. He quickly turned around and ran to the bearded man. Bearded uncle, you're awake. Fang Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Don't go against the young master. The one who will suffer is you. Don't force it. How can such a precious healing Gu be used on small fry like us? The bearded man said this and laughed at himself. But, uncle, your injuries? Fang Yuan was very sad, choking with sobs. Plop. With a soft sound, Shirnu knelt on the ground powerlessly. He looked at the sword dragon floating in front of him and laughed. I succeeded. Master and the rest successfully retreated, ha. Shadow sect is undefeated, long live spectral soul. Fang Yuan stretched out his dragon claw and crushed him. Releasing the dragon claw, stone fragments and fragments scattered on the ground. How could one distinguish Shirnu's original appearance? Die then die, what are you shouting for? Fang Yuan sneered and picked up the most crucial piece from the pile of stones. Then he flew out of the Licorice regional wall and returned to Northern Plains. He threw the crucial stone on the ground. Immediately, the immortal aperture inside started to absorb Northern Plains heaven and earth chi and started to form the immortal aperture, forming a blessed land. Fang Yuan did not wait. Instead he activated the immortal killer move Chi Luck sensation and searched for the location of Wuxia and the rest. With this investigation, Fang Yuan immediately found that Wuxia and the rest were already very far away from him. Did he use that ancient battle formation from before? But what does that matter? You will all die in my hands sooner or later. But this location seems to be inside Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench. Fang Yuan returned to his human form and frowned slightly. He was naturally familiar with the location of Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Dark Flow Giant City was buried there, but no one had found it yet. It was not strange for Wuxia and the rest to investigate after entering it. Southern Border Zombie Alliance has already been destroyed, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters is being attacked, while Northern Plains Zombie Alliance has been hiding in Earth Trench without being discovered. It seems that Wuxia and the rest will rise again. This was inevitable. There were cultivation resources in Dark Flow Giant City, as well as various immortal Gu that were originally in the hands of Northern Plains immortal zombies. But Shirnu was already dead and they were all injured. In the following battles, even if they were in Northern Plains and not inside the regional wall, Fang Yuan would still have the advantage. Shirnu's immortal aperture had already formed. Fang Yuan entered and found that he could not subdue the land spirit. He was only an Earth Path Master and not a Grandmaster. He could not annex the rank 7 blessed land. He could only give up for now. In the dream, hearing that there was a type of herb that could alleviate the poison in Gu Master Big Beard, the young Fang Yuan chose to secretly leave the group and climb the mountain walls at night, picking the herbs that grew there. The mountain winds were cold, his limbs felt cold. The mountain walls were steep, if he fell down carelessly he would die a horrible death. I must pick the herb and heal Uncle Big Beard. He saved my life, how can I not repay this debt? Persevere, Fang Yuan, don't be afraid, huff huff. Breathing roughly, Fang Yuan stretched out his hand with difficulty. After some effort he finally found a herb. At daybreak, he carried a basket full of herbs. His clothes were tattered as he returned to the camp in a sorry state. Alright, this dream realm is finally over. Fang Yuan woke up from the dream. At this point he had finally gotten rid of the dream realm's entanglement, he had completely recovered. This dream realm was not without benefits. The number of dream path Gu materials inside was beyond Fang Yuan's imagination. In the final scene, Fang Yuan was carrying a basket full of herbs. They were all dream path Gu materials. If I was dreaming, I would not have such huge gains. Don't tell me, Wuxia's lead soul into dream, although it can be used to attack, is actually a killer move for picking dream path Gu materials? Fang Yuan flew as he guessed. Without the dream realm's disturbance, he started to chase after Wuxia again. Even if Wuxia escaped to the ends of the world, Fang Yuan was going to kill this threat while it was still in its infancy. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Fairy Lian Yun, don't activate Love Immortal Gu anymore. You have already paid the price, you can no longer make a sound. If you activate it so frequently, who knows what kind of price you will have to pay next time? Shi Zhengyi urged. Zhao Lianyun shook her head, her gaze was firm. Earlier, in the dangerous battle with Zhao Denyo, Love Immortal Gu had displayed its power. But this time, Love Immortal Gu did not devour immortal essence. Instead, it took something from Zhao Lianyun as the price. That thing was Zhao Lianyun's voice. After the intense battle, Zhao Lianyun could no longer make any sound. Even if she was a mute, she could not make any sounds. Hong Yun is still waiting for me to save him. I cannot watch from the sidelines and wait here. So what if there is no sound? I can continue to communicate with you through goo worms, it is no big deal. It's no big deal. Zhao Lianyun transmitted to Shi Zhengyi. Shi Zhengyi sighed, he could not persuade her any further, he could only let Zhao Lianyun do what she wanted. But this time, no matter how Zhao Lianyun called out, love immortal goo did not move, there were no signs of activation. Zhao Lianyun had no choice but to leave the 12th peak with Shi Zhengyi. Once they left this range, Zhao Lianyun was sent to another peak separated from Shi Zhengyi. Different from before, there were sounds of intense battle coming from this peak. Who is fighting here? It should be one of Yu Yizi, Bu Zhenzi or Mu Linglan. Zhao Lianyun was surprised and happy. She quickly ran up the mountain. She climbed all the way and soon she reached the palace at the peak. The smell of blood assaulted her nose. In the Crimson Palace, a beautiful young Goo Immortal was engaged in a fierce battle with a snowy mountain Goo Immortal. It was Refinement Path Goo Immortal Yu Yizi. Yu Yizi, hold on, I am here to support you. Zhao Lianyun transmitted. Yu Yizi was overjoyed. She quickly replied, be careful, this is a true blood path demonic immortal. Chapter 1268. Blood Path Goo Immortal. Because of Blood Sea Ancestor and other historical reasons, as well as the characteristics of Blood Path, all Blood Path cultivators in the 5 regions were judged as demonic path members. Previously, when Chu sect and Baizu tribe formed an alliance to deal with the Huangjin tribes, Chu Du's side could have attracted a strong ally. Unfortunately, this person cultivated Blood Path. Chu Du immediately rejected him without any hesitation. That was because Chu Du wanted to establish a righteous path force. Once he got involved with Blood Path, he would be classified as demonic path. Chu Du's efforts would go to waste. But Snowy Mountain Blessed Land did not have such concerns. Because Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was the gathering place of Northern Plains demonic path Goo Immortals. It was not a clan or a sect. Be it a clan or a sect, they all had the characteristics of nurturing members, they all had mortal members. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was only a union of benefits. After Zhao Lianyun left the 12th snowy peak, he arrived at the 10th snowy peak. The one guarding this place was a demonic path Goo Immortal. His name was Zhao Pu. He wore hemp clothes and cloth shoes. He was bald and had an ordinary face. He was neither tall nor short. He stood at the center of the hall, while Yue Yizi retreated until he reached the edge of the hall. The latter was bathed in blood. His injuries were terrifying. When Zhao Lianyun saw her companion, she almost couldn't recognize him. Yue Yizi was a delicate youth with a beautiful appearance, but at this moment he looked like he had just rolled around in a sea of blood and was fished out of it by someone. This Goo Immortal's other abilities are ordinary, but he has a very powerful Blood Path Immortal Killer move. When it is activated, blood will splatter all over his body, then it will turn into a torrent of blood that shoots out. Once the torrent of blood touches the skin, it will be a hit. After that, blood will flow non-stop, and as time passes, the bleeding situation will worsen. You must be careful. Yue Yizi had been fighting bitterly. He quickly warned Zhao Lianyun upon seeing him. I got it. Rest up first, I will deal with him. Zhao Lianyun stepped forward. Good, another one came to die. Zhao Pu stood in place, unmoving, his arms crossed over his chest. He laughed viciously, revealing his ghastly, sharp teeth. Instantly, a devilish, murderous aura surged out. Immortal Killer move, life-locking silver chain. Zhao Lianyun had been brewing for a long time. At this moment, a large number of goo worm auras surged in her body. As her immortal essence was expended, a silver light membrane covered her entire body. Voila! A series of sounds of chains colliding rang out from the silver membrane. Then, 6 long chains shot out from the silver light film. The 6 chains shone with a bright silver light and were extremely agile. They flew around Zhao Lianyun's body in circles, forming a solid defense. Zhao Lianyun had gone through a lot of special training. Not long ago he had fought a death battle with Zhao Dainiu. It was as if he had been reborn. Every move he made during the battle had a decisive and murderous aura. He was no longer the young and inexperienced boy he used to be. The 10th Peak Lord, Blood Path Demonic Immortal Zhao Pu, watched as Zhao Lianyun activated his killer move, but did not stop him. It was as if he did not care and allowed Zhao Lianyun to do as he pleased. Zhao Lianyun saw this and immediately activated another immortal killer move. Meteor Rain. Another batch of immortal essence was expended. Above Zhao Lianyun's head at the high ceiling of the hall, a deep blue color suddenly appeared. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, countless meteors shot out from this deep blue color, raining down from the sky. It was like a huge army shooting arrows at the same time. It was a spectacular sight. These meteors were very small, they were like countless hidden weapons. Once they were shot out, they had a grand momentum and rained down like a storm. There was no way to avoid them. If Zhao Pu did not move, he would be turned into a sieve by these tiny meteors. He did not dare to be careless. Suddenly, a huge blood cloud appeared above his head. It was like a huge umbrella that protected Zhao Pu. The meteors were completely blocked by the blood cloud. The blood cloud shrunk at a visible rate. Zhao Pu gritted his teeth and stepped on the ground. His body turned into a red line as he shot towards Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun's mind shook, he subconsciously took a step back. Meanwhile, the silver chains around her had already moved before her. One of them shot towards Zhao Pu like a dragon. Zhao Pu quickly dodged, he moved away from this direction and chose another direction. But almost at the same time, another silver chain shot towards him. Zhao Pu had no choice but to retreat and choose another direction. After doing this several times, Zhao Pu was surprised to find that these silver chains could attack on their own. They could be said to be a combination of offense and defense. Not only were individual chains very agile, they could even coordinate with each other. Little girl, your defensive killer move is not bad. Zhao Pu's attacks were useless, he did not try anymore, he retreated some distance and used his methods again to replenish the thinning blood cloud above his head. This was only natural. Zhao Lianyun had many immortal killer moves. These methods were specially chosen by Spirit Affinity House and even Celestial Court for Zhao Lianyun. They were especially suitable for beginners like Zhao Lianyun. Not only were the killer moves easy to control, even if they failed, the backlash would not be huge, and most importantly, the killer moves themselves were very outstanding. Above his head, the meteors were still falling down. Zhao Pu continued to replenish the blood cloud above his head. Yue Yizi was hiding at the side, healing himself. Zhao Lianyun did not reply, she silently continued to prepare her third immortal killer move. But she was most familiar with the first two killer moves, Meteor Rain and Life-Locking Silver Chain. This third move was slightly more complicated than the first two. During normal training, Zhao Lianyun only needed to spend some effort to activate it. But in actual combat, she found that it took much more effort. Although she had the protection of Life-Locking Silver Chain now, and the environment was relatively safe, similar to training, her mental state was very different. She had tried many times and ended up making mistakes. Another immortal killer move? Don't you know that immortal killer moves cannot be used casually? The more you use them, the higher the chance of your weakness being exposed. Let me teach you how to fight. Zhao Pu laughed sinisterly, pouncing forward again. But this time when he was halfway there, his mouth was wide open. A huge explosion suddenly burst out, and Zhao Lianyun immediately felt the blood in her body shake violently. In Zhao Lianyun's phantom aperture, a small portion of the goo worms that had just flown up were disrupted and fell down again. Among them, many mortal goo were lost. Zhao Pu was a blood path demonic immortal, but he had a sound path method. Zhao Lianyun was caught off guard, even Yue Yizi's healing was disrupted. Like this, Zhao Pu surrounded Zhao Lianyun and attacked. Life-Locking Silver Chain protected Zhao Lianyun's safety. But Zhao Lianyun did not succeed in activating her third immortal killer move. She was disrupted by Zhao Pu in all sorts of ways. Zhao Lianyun was filled with helplessness, she thought. This opponent is like Yue Yizi said, his other methods are ordinary, he cannot break my Life-Locking Silver Chain. But he is very difficult to deal with, he has all sorts of methods, my killer moves have failed time and time again. No, I need to persevere. Zhao Lianyun was determined, she continued to try activating her immortal killer move. Maybe because she had been disrupted too many times and failed too many times, her willpower was tempered and her conviction was firm. Finally at one point, her eyes shined with a piercing light. Next, Zhao Lianyun stretched out her right hand, she opened her mouth and spat out a stream of fire from her right palm. The fire stopped in Zhao Lianyun's palm, it was a fireball at first, floating above her right palm. Next, Zhao Lianyun continued to spit out fire, the fire in her palm started to expand. Strangely, this fire did not expand as a whole, it expanded to the left and right. Soon, Zhao Lianyun had a fire rod in her hand. The fire rod stopped expanding after it reached the length of a grown man's arm. The flames on the rod were burning brightly, but now they started to recede. After a few breaths, the lingering tongues of flame all converged, and the flames condensed into something that looked like a rod made of copper. Zhao Lianyun closed her mouth, she suddenly opened it and shouted sharply, "Zha!" Chapter 1269. The fire rod was hit by the golden light, but it completely absorbed the golden light into the rod. The golden light quickly moved around the fire rod, before stopping at one end of the rod, gradually turning into a sharp spear tip. At this point, the fire rod had completely turned into a red-gold short spear. Immortal Killer Move Golden Sun Spear, activated successfully. Your death is here. Zhao Lianyun let out a breath of turbid air, her face filled with excitement. Her right hand tightly gripped Golden Sun Spear as she slowly raised her arm, aiming at Zhao Pu. She was in high spirits and her morale was high. Zhao Pu had a solemn expression as he stared at the Golden Sun Spear in Zhao Lianyun's hands, praising, "This spear is amazing, its temperature and radiance are both reserved. Once it explodes, it will definitely cause terrifying damage." But at this point, he suddenly changed the topic, and his face revealed a smile as if he had succeeded in his scheme. He continued to speak to Zhao Lianyun, "Don't you feel that there is something wrong with you now?" Only then did Zhao Lianyun feel something warm and salty flowing down the side of her lips. She stretched out her left hand and wiped it lightly, discovering that it was actually blood. Unknowingly she had started to bleed. "This is..." Zhao Lianyun's pupils shrunk to pin size, her body shuddered. "This is my killer move, blood overflow." Zhao Pu laughed heartily. "Impossible? You clearly..." Zhao Lianyun was just speaking when a large amount of blood flowed out of her mouth, her white teeth were dyed red. "Haha, you want to ask why I don't have any signs of activating the Immortal Killer Move? Actually, I have already activated it, I just changed the method." Zhao Pu laughed. "Don't tell me this is the rumored split move method?" Yue Yizi's eyes opened wide as he blurted out. Zhao Pu glanced at him. "Kid, you are quite knowledgeable. Goo worm nurturing, using, and refining, these three aspects were broad and profound. In terms of goo refinement, there were all kinds of goo refinement methods. In terms of using goo, it was naturally the same. When it came to Immortal Killer Moves, there were many extraordinary methods and techniques. For example, Blazing Heaven Demoness Combo. She could use 2 or more kinds of Fire Path Immortal Killer Moves consecutively to achieve even stronger effects. Another example was Fang Yuan's mastery of changing moves. The myriad self of the enslavement and power style was able to summon a large number of strength path phantoms to fight. But after changing moves, Fang Yuan had myriad self's first move, strength path giant palm imprint. This move itself was based on the myriad self. However, it could achieve some offensive effects that the myriad self could not achieve. But now, Zhao Pu was using a method of deconstruction. If he directly used Blood Path Immortal Killer Move, Blood Flow Exhaustion, the vigilant Zhao Lianyun would discover it and destroy it in advance or evade it. However, Zhao Pu had split this move into several parts and used them one after another during the fight. When all of these parts were used, they would be able to achieve the power of blood drain. The benefits of doing so were obvious. There was no iconic scene, so people would unknowingly fall into the trap, and it was impossible to guard against it. Damn it. So he had been concealing himself, he had been faking it on the surface. He attacked repeatedly but did not break my life-locking Silver Chain's defense, but in truth, he was secretly scheming and achieved his goal. After a while, Zhao Lianyun found that not only was blood flowing out of his mouth and nose, blood was also flowing out of his ears. His eyes were also filled with a faint blood-red color. This caused Zhao Lianyun's vision to become blurry. Zhao Lianyun's heart was pounding, she could not help but think of Yue Yizi's appearance. I was still hit in the end. If this continues, won't I end up like Yue Yizi? So crafty. Zhao Lianyun's mind was in turmoil, he threw the Golden Sun Spear in his hand at Zhao Pu. But Zhao Pu was already prepared, he was very vigilant against the flame spear in Zhao Lianyun's hand. The moment Zhao Lianyun shrugged, he had already started to move. The Golden Sun Spear did not have the ability to lock onto the enemy, but its speed was extremely fast, it brushed past Zhao Pu. Zhao Pu was shocked. The Golden Sun Spear pierced through the hall, directly shooting into the air outside the hall, before exploding with a loud sound. Boundless heat waves spread in all directions, fiercely attacking. The dazzling golden light and the scorching flames instantly formed a small sun-like sphere. But soon this sun sphere disappeared. Such power if it really hit me. Zhao Pu was covered in cold sweat. fortunately they were already hit. Sigh. Yue Yizi sighed to himself. He walked to Zhao Lianyun's side and started to fight alongside her. Zhao Lianyun was somewhat dejected, her morale was low. She still had too little battle experience, her mental state was easily affected. This immortal killer move Golden Sun Spear was originally a rare advantage for her, but now she had almost wasted it. Your injuries. Zhao Lianyun worriedly looked at her companion. Yue Yizi's injuries did not show any signs of improvement. Zhao Pu laughed. You think I let you rest and heal because I purposely let you go? Hehe, as long as you are hit by this move, unless I personally heal you, ordinary methods are useless. You have tried it yourself, what effect did it have? But I am still a kind person. I will allow you two to surrender, as long as you kneel and beg for mercy, and hand over the immortal goo. I will take you two as slaves and spare your lives. Don't even think about it. Zhao Lianyun gritted her teeth, interrupting Zhao Pu's recruitment. Zhao Pu was unaffected, she laughed loudly. The battle is already decided, do you still not understand the situation? A wise man submits to circumstances. You guys are still young. If you die, everything will be over. If you live, there will still be hope. Yue Yizi sneered, I indeed cannot heal my injuries, I can only let more blood flow. But I did not leave empty-handed. I have already deduced clearly, as long as I kill you, our injuries will heal on their own. Zhao Pu's expression changed slightly, he sized up Yue Yizi again. Lad, I have a whole new level of respect for you now. Yue Yizi was an extremely talented refinement path Gu immortal. His attainment in refinement path was very deep. Even rank 7 Gu immortals often discussed Gu refinement with him, and even asked him for guidance. Yue Yizi was not only skilled in Gu refinement, he was also good at deducing Gu recipes. Refinement path and wisdom path were two paths that were close, they could coordinate with each other. Yue Yizi deduced the truth from the wounds on his body and Zhao Pu's various performances. We must kill him before our blood runs dry. If he doesn't die, we will. Yue Yizi transmitted to Zhao Lianyun with a heavy tone. The two of them were indeed forced into a dead end. Only by fearlessly killing their way back and killing their enemies could they obtain the right to survive. Do it. Zhao Lianyun shouted in a low voice. She was even more efficient. Arrogant and conceited fellows, I will let you taste my true strength. Zhao Pu laughed loudly, valiantly pouncing forward, fighting one against two. Both sides fought in the hall, exchanging blows. For a moment they were evenly matched. Life-locking silver chains continued to shoot out. Zhao Pu had a blood cloud above his head and a blood cloud below his feet. After dodging 3 chains, he aimed at the other 3 silver chains and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood stained the silver chains, immediately turning them into a pool of dirty blood. 8 refinement gates, 3rd gate, hand gate, open. Yue Yizi took the chance to pounce, his palms slapping towards Zhao Pu from afar. Immediately, 2 dainty palm shadows struck Zhao Pu's back at an extremely fast speed. Zhao Pu gave a muffled groan, blood spurting out of his back, covering his injuries. A trace of astonishment flashed past his face, thinking, strange, why did this lad's attack power increase by so much? Yue Yizi might be a refinement path Gu immortal, but his battle strength was also extraordinary. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to make targeted changes. Especially his immortal killer move 8 refinement gates, it could be modified according to the actual situation, adding some targeted restraining power. Chapter 1270. If someone risked their life, their threat would naturally increase. In contrast, Blood Path demonic immortal Zhao Pu did not want to risk his life. As long as he could stall for time, he could obtain victory. So for a moment, Zhao Pu was being suppressed by Zhao Lianyun and Yue Yizi. However, Zhao Pu's battle experience was not something the Central Continent immortals could compare to. He was extremely slippery, twisting and turning. Zhao Lianyun and Yue Yizi were unable to take him down. As time passed, the situation tilted in Zhao Pu's favor. Yue Yizi was the first to weaken. He was hit much earlier than Zhao Lianyun, he received more injuries, and finally fainted from excessive blood loss. Your companion might have died from excessive blood loss, you will be next. You don't have much time left, why aren't you attacking? Zhao Pu smiled. Zhao Lianyun was extremely annoyed. She knew that Zhao Pu was purposely provoking her to disturb her mental state, but she could not calm herself down, she became more and more restless. Her eyes kept bleeding, her vision was blurry and filled with blood. More terrifyingly, not only was she bleeding from her orifices, her entire body was leaking blood from her pores. Damn it, damn it. Intense dizziness kept coming. Zhao Lianyun was already unable to stand steadily, her body was swaying. Finally, Zhao Pu attacked from afar, sending Zhao Lianyun flying. After landing on the ground, she rolled 3 times before stopping. Damn it. Zhao Lianyun used her hands to support herself. She wanted to get up, but because of excessive blood loss, she had no strength left in her body. She was extremely weak. She couldn't even push herself up from the ground. Everything is over. Zhao Pu crossed her arms, slowly walking in front of Zhao Lianyun. He looked down at her. Blood. It kept flowing out from Zhao Lianyun's body. Soon, a pool of blood formed around her. Zhao Lianyun was lying in a pool of blood. She was completely covered in blood and even her eyes were bleeding. There were also tears in his eyes. Is it going to end? Here it is. Blood. I'm not afraid at all this time, Hong Yun. A scene from the past appeared in Zhao Lianyun's mind. And that was during the imperial court battle. Zhao Lianyun had lost his father's protection, and he didn't want to become a political bargaining chip and sacrifice himself to marry the Wei family's young master, so he could only rely on Ma Hongyun for the time being. During a battle, Zhao Lianyun was unfortunately shot in the thigh by a stray arrow. Blood flowed like a fountain. I'm going to die. It hurts. I'm going to die. Zhao Lianyun lay on the carriage. Howling, tears welled up in his eyes. Stop arguing, Miss Xiaoyun, you won't die. It's just a small wound. Ma Hongyun skillfully bandaged her wound while comforting her. Blood, so much blood. Don't you know I'm scared of blood? I've never been so badly injured before. Zhao Lianyun sighed. How can you be so delicate? It's normal for people of northern plains to be injured. Most of the time, scars represent glory and merit. Ma Hongyun said. Zhao Lianyun rolled her eyes. Do you even know how to comfort people? Why am I so unlucky? Ha ha ha. Ma Hongyun laughed loudly. He used the wrong strength in his hand. Zhao Lianyun cried in pain. It hurts. Be gentler. Also, what are you laughing at? I'm already so badly injured, but you seem to be happy. Ma Hongyun quickly waved his hand. But he continued to laugh. I'm not happy, I just feel that Miss Xiaoyun is really cute. Normally, she acts like an elder, making people respect her. The current Miss Yun makes me feel like a younger sister who is even younger than me. You are quite arrogant. Zhao Lianyun was about to explode when Ma Hongyun suddenly placed his hand on her forehead. Zhao Lianyun was stunned. For some reason she felt warmth in her heart. Ma Hongyun continued, there is no fever. This is a good thing. Miss Xiaoyun, you can't be so delicate. Just a few injuries. There is nothing wrong with losing some blood. If you shout like this again, people will laugh at you. The memory ended here. Laugh at me? The current me. I won't let you laugh at me anymore. In order to save you, I really lost all my blood. Thinking about it, it is really strange that I was willing to die for someone. So, even if I die, I am willing to do so. Thoughts flashed in Zhao Lianyun's mind. Die. Zhao Pu shouted. He raised his palm and stabbed it down like a knife. A fatal blow. If this strike were to land, it would be able to easily pierce through Zhao Lianyun's head like piercing through tofu. But at this moment, Zhao Lianyun's body suddenly let out a strong light. The light was so dazzling that Zhao Pu could not help but close her eyes and retreat. Why is there such a strong light? Impossible. This aura is so strong. Zhao Pu could not help but scream. In the light, his whole body could not move. Soon he was like snow melting under the scorching sun, completely destroyed. At the crucial moment, Love Gu showed its might again, directly killing Zhao Pu. Northern Plains, deep in Earth Trench. In Wuxia, where do you think you can hide? Fang Yuan's sword dragon form roared in Earth Trench. His voice reverberated in the surroundings, filled with killing intent. Using Qi Luck sensation, Fang Yuan moved quickly and finally arrived at the depths of Earth Trench. In the shadows, a giant city slowly rose up. Ing Wuxia was standing on top of the giant city. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Ing Wuxia spoke, his gaze was calm and his tone plain. Shirnu is dead with just the 4 of you in this mortal goo house? Fang Yuan sneered. Although Dark Flow Giant City was huge and looked grand, it was only a mortal goo house and not an immortal goo house. It was not easy to form an immortal goo house. Even if Shadow Sect had many immortal goo, they could not casually raise Dark Flow Giant City into an immortal goo house. If there was an immortal goo house, Fang Yuan would feel a lot of wariness. Because the power of an immortal goo house increased with the amount of immortal essence. Fang Yuan had once used Giant Sun's immortal essence to manipulate graceful chaotic dual stage, which shone brilliantly during the Battle of Etian Mountain. But Dark Flow Giant City was only a mortal goo house, it was not a threat to Fang Yuan. Then what if I join in? A second figure appeared on top of Dark Flow Giant City. This person was only a rank 6 goo immortal, but was an old acquaintance of Fang Yuan. It was the spy that Shadow Sect placed in Langya Sect, Refinement Path Goo Immortal 6th Hair. Fang Yuan's gaze sank slightly. Fang Yuan did not care about 6th Hair's battle strength. But 6th Hair and Fang Yuan were both members of Langya Sect. They were restricted by the Information Path Alliance Agreement. This made it very inconvenient for Fang Yuan to deal with 6th Hair. If he was careless, he would be punished by the Information Path Alliance Agreement and be heavily injured. However, Fang Yuan had expected 6th Hair's appearance. Kill? Fang Yuan swung his dragon tail and pounced forward. Dark Flow Giant City retreated rapidly. At the same time, a battlefield killer move rose up and a large number of Yiksha octopuses surrounded them. Your identity is enough to make Fang Yuan hesitate in taking action. Stall for time, after a while we can use omnidirectional travel again. Wuxia patted 6th Hair's shoulder. Lord, go and rest, I will handle this. 6th Hair said to Wuxia. Wuxia nodded, got off the city wall, and disappeared into Dark Flow Giant City. This was a massacre. Even though there were more Yiksha octopuses, they were not Fang Yuan's match. The ancient sword dragon created a storm of blood in the encirclement, rampaging in the battlefield, sweeping everything in its path. Even though Dark Flow Giant City was in sight, Fang Yuan did not dare to recklessly use Sword Light Dragon Breath. It would be bad if he killed 6th Hair. He would suffer instead. Wuxia and the rest might counterattack and he might die here. Even though Wuxia and the rest were at a disadvantage, Fang Yuan was not blindly optimistic. He knew he had the advantage, but it was not enough to suppress them. Especially by Bing, who could transform into Bai Xiang, and Wuxia, who had lead soul into Dream. Even though the former only had rank 6 cultivation level, and the latter's lead soul into Dream was only half-baked. Information Path, when can I not be restricted by this path? Fang Yuan was vexed. Information Path was the pain in his heart. Fang Yuan had tried to work hard, but he lacked some fortuitous encounters. He could not resolve this problem. Chapter 1271. When Fang Yuan killed a wave of Yiksha octopuses, a wave of wall-climbing demonic apes appeared. These apes were ferocious beasts of Earth Trench. They were not inferior to the Yiksha octopuses. After killing this wave of wall-climbing demonic apes, Fang Yuan was attacked by a large group of red flame snakes. These beast groups are likely controlled by Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. For example, the Yiksha octopuses are likely the rank 7 immortal zombie dragon commander Yicha. The other Zombie Alliance branches in the other regions are all attacked. Only Northern Plains side is protected by Earth Trench. Not just these desolate beasts. With He Lolan's performance earlier, there might be immortal goo as well. This way the battle strength of Wuxia and the rest will need to be reconsidered. However, immortal killer moves cannot be grasped in the short term. With just immortal goo, there is the disadvantage of conflicting Dao marks. Fang Yuan analyzed the information as he fought. Right at this time, a large group of desolate beast horses charged towards Fang Yuan. These horses were very peculiar. They had a pair of goat horns on their heads, their bodies were covered in burning charcoal, they breathed out thick smoke from their noses, their tails and hooves were covered in dark red flames. Dream Path Desolate Beast, Nightmare Demonic Colt. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before realizing. At this time there are Nightmare Demonic Colts, and there are so many of them. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Nightmare Demonic Colts were Dream Path Desolate Beasts. They were very common in the 500 years of his previous life. But now they were extremely rare. Fang Yuan had thought that they had not formed yet. Times were changing, people were changing, the world was also changing. Many goo materials. They were all extinct, causing Strength Path, Chi Path and other paths to decline. Similarly, there were also many new goo materials being created. Dream Path. Paths that were popular in the 500 years of his previous life. Right now, goo immortals were researching them. Even though there were some results, they were very small, they could be said to not have any foundation. After 500 years, many Dream Path goo materials started to appear. Nightmare Demonic Colts were one of them. Thus, Fang Yuan had always thought that nightmare demonic cults did not exist at this time. To think that the nightmare demonic cults before him would make him realize that his estimation was completely wrong. Well done. This bunch of nightmare demon cults. I must have it. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. What did a dream path desolate beast mean? It meant a large number of dream path goo materials. Why had Fang Yuan worked so hard to delve into his dreams? It was to collect dream path goo materials. If he had these nightmare demonic cults, Fang Yuan could use them to refine large numbers of dream path mortal goo, or even dream path immortal goo. He was exploring Southern Border's giant dream realm. Why was Unravel Dream not enough? Every time he used it, he had to be meticulous in his calculations? To put it bluntly, wasn't it because he did not have enough dream path mortal goo? Just Fang Yuan alone. The efficiency of refining dream path mortal goo was too low. These nightmare devil cults are all mine. Fang Yuan used his methods to capture these nightmare demonic cults. After transforming into the ancient sword serpent, his speed was extremely fast. He moved and pierced through the nightmare demon cult group. No horse could stop him. Fang Yuan tried to knock out the nightmare demon cults and capture them alive in the sovereign immortal aperture to raise them. But on the shadow sect's side, they were clearly prepared. They had set up methods on the nightmare demon cults. Fang Yuan tried hard, but he found that he could not capture these nightmare demon cults alive. At most, he could kill them and take their corpses. But even so, Fang Yuan had great gains. After slaughtering this group of nightmare demon cults, Fang Yuan slaughtered a few more desolate beast groups. There were extraordinary ancient desolate beasts among them. Fang Yuan's battle strength was already at the top of rank 7s, be it the desolate beast groups or the battlefield killer moves, they did not pose any real threat to Fang Yuan. Dark Flow Giant City could not control an endless number of desolate beasts. A moment later, Fang Yuan killed all the beasts. He spent some effort to break the battlefield killer move and destroy half of Dark Flow Giant City. But he still spent a lot of time. Wuxia and the rest had already retreated. Sixth Hair stayed behind. Just like Shi knew, someone had to stay behind to restrain Fang Yuan. But even though Sixth Hair's cultivation level could not compare to Shi knew, he had a huge advantage. He fearlessly looked at Fang Yuan. Do you dare to kill me? What use is there in killing you? After I kill Wuxia, I will make you fall into despair and pain. Fang Yuan snickered. His dragon body rose and flew out of Earth Trench. Sixth Hair was left behind with an ashen expression, as well as the tragic Dark Flow Broken City. Northern Plains was vast and vast. Even with omnidirectional travel, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was at the extreme northwest of Northern Plains. Omnidirectional travel could not be activated for long. While Wuxia was rushing to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Fang Yuan caught up to them again. Let's see who can help you this time. The ancient sword serpent approached. Led Soul into Dream. Wuxia used an immortal killer move again. Fang Yuan was hit again. This time, the dream realm was unexpectedly deep. He had to use Unravel Dream to break out of the dream realm and return to reality. What's going on? Fang Yuan immediately sensed something amiss. This accident was somewhat out of his expectations, causing him to suffer a small loss. Wuxia smiled. I sacrificed all those nightmare demonic cults earlier. Do you think this batch of Dream Path immortal materials is so easy to obtain? Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't chase after them. If you continue, even with the upper extreme heavenly eagle, you will die. What a crafty fellow. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Regardless of Wuxia's intentions, whether it was a provocation or a provocation, Fang Yuan decided to give up on the chase for now. The dream realm was troubling him at all times. He had to pass all of the dream realms to be free of worries. Undeniably, Lead Soul into Dream was quite a detestable move. Even if Fang Yuan had Unravel Dream, he could not touch it in one go. He had to pass all of the dream realms. He entered the dream again. Southern Border, early morning. The damp dew and the mountain fog that was as thick as gray clouds made people feel depressed. The caravan did not move forward. In this thick fog and in the mountains, it was easy for problems to occur. The young Fang Yuan was sitting on a simple bed. The bearded Gu Master was lying on the bed. He was close to death. He was on the verge of death. Fang Yuan, thank you for your herbs. The bearded Gu Master said weakly. Fang Yuan felt terrible internally. He sobbed, Uncle Bearded, you will recover. The bearded Gu Master shook his head. How can I not know about my injuries? Don't cry, rascal. Crying is useless to us. I was once as young as you. I had the same dream as you. Unfortunately, my aptitude was too low. I ended up like this. This world is too big. We are too small. When I was young, I wanted to become a person of indomitable spirit, like those legendary figures of the righteous path. When I was young, I felt that becoming a clan leader was not bad. When I was young, I felt it was great to become a clan elder. When I was middle-aged, I was exiled by the clan. I found that as long as I could support myself and raise my goo worms, I would be satisfied. Do you know what I want now? Fang Yuan sobbed. What do you want? I just want a quiet house to lie down quietly and reminisce about my past until death comes. The bearded goo master had a self-deprecating expression. Then should I leave? Fang Yuan was at a loss of what to do. Go. Let me be alone, I don't want others to see my pathetic appearance when I die. The bearded goo master said. Fang Yuan slowly stood up, hesitating as he walked to the door. At this time, the bearded goo master spoke again. You must have read The Legends of Ren Zhu. There is a section about a lowly person walking out of the ordinary abyss. We are all lowly people, we all want to walk out of the ordinary abyss. Sigh. You must persevere, Fang Yuan. Live on, persevere. It is a pity that my goo were destroyed in the battle. This is my advice to you, my only gift. Us lowly people have no use crying, no one will listen to us even if we shout, we can only persevere. Persevere until you achieve greatness, leaving the ordinary. Or welcome death. Chapter 1272. We finally won. After a while, Zhao Lianyun climbed up from the pool of blood with difficulty. Her injuries were severe, her vision was turning black. But fortunately, Zhao Pu was dead, thus the blood drain immortal killer move on Zhao Lianyun and Yue Yizi was undone. If it could not be undone, Zhao Lianyun and Yue Yizi would die together with Zhao Pu. Huff huff. On the other side, Yue Yizi was breathing heavily, leaning against the wall as he stood up. When he saw Zhao Lianyun, this young Gu immortal was stunned, his expression changed. Lian Fairy Lianyun, your face, no your body? Yue Yizi stared with wide eyes, stuttering, not knowing how to express himself. Zhao Lianyun was puzzled, thinking, what happened to me? She quickly looked down at herself, the first thing she saw was her hands. A pair of old, bony hands. Zhao Lianyun's heart skipped a beat, and then she realized that she had unknowingly turned into an old woman. Her back was bent, her body was covered in wrinkles, her eyes were blurry and her hair was white. How can this be? Zhao Lianyun was shocked. She grabbed a handful of her hair and easily broke a handful of white hairs in her hand. His originally strong and powerful hair roots had now lost all their strength and became extremely loose. Yue Yizi said, I'm afraid it is the effect of love. Love expended your lifespan to burst out with such power and kill Zhao Pu. Is that so? Zhao Lianyun was dazed, her expression was bewildered. Anyone who was in the prime of their youth would become old. All of a sudden, he became a doddering old man, and his mind would be greatly shaken. That's right. Yue Yizi nodded. He quickly consoled, but don't worry. As long as you use lifespan goo, you will be able to regain your youthful body. Ordinary goo immortals might not be able to get lifespan goo, but you are different, you are the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, the sect will definitely give you lifespan goo as support. Zhao Lianyun did not speak. She had complex emotions in her heart. There was shock, disappointment, and disbelief. Some were at a loss. She was an otherworldly demon, but even before her transmigration she had never experienced such a state of aging. After a moment of silence, Zhao Lianyun finally recovered. I want to continue forward. It doesn't matter if I'm old and clumsy. Hong Yun is still waiting for me. Through the window, Zhao Lianyun gazed at the first snowy peak in the distance. Her gaze became firm once again. You can't continue. Yue Yizi was shocked. He quickly walked over to Zhao Lianyun's side and grabbed her arm. Love immortal goo is powerful. But it wasn't stable. Perhaps next time, it will still devour your lifespan. This way you will truly die. Yue Yizi advised. Even if I die, so what? The old granny Zhao Lianyun looked at the young goo immortal Yue Yizi. He smiled faintly. Her smile was not beautiful at all, but Yue Yizi was stunned. Then Zhao Lianyun gently pulled back his arm. She clearly did not use much strength. However, Yue Yizi felt as if an invisible force was attacking his heart. He involuntarily let go of his arm. Then he quietly stood on the spot. He looked at Zhao Lianyun's hunched back, walking out of the hall with heavy old steps. This scene was very ordinary, but Yue Yizi felt a strong sense of shock. He even subconsciously held his breath. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun's aged figure was deeply engraved in his heart. What kind of spirit is this? For the love of her heart, she is willing to sacrifice herself, not fearing death and destruction. Zhao Lianyun, without you I would have definitely died in Zhao Pu's hands. Never mind, let me follow you. At most, I will return my life to you. Yu Yizi was not old, his blood was boiling. After making up his mind, he quickly followed Zhao Lianyun's footsteps, following her closely. There was not much immortal essence left in the phantom aperture. Zhao Lianyun was worried that recklessly summoning love immortal goo would directly consume her remaining lifespan. Thus she chose to walk down the snowy peak. Thus, under the effect of the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation, Zhao Lianyun and Yu Yizi separated, and she went to a snowy peak alone. There was still a hall on the peak, it had a quiet atmosphere. There was an intense battle here. Zhao Lianyun slowly walked into the hall, and soon found that the hall was in ruins. There were traces of an intense battle everywhere. "It's you, Fairy Lianyun?" A voice suddenly entered Zhao Lianyun's ears. Zhao Lianyun was slightly stunned, but soon recognized that this was the voice of that water path Gu immortal, Mu Ling Lan. "This is the 8th peak of snowy mountain blessed land. I had an intense battle with the peak lord, Xiao Fei Fei, and now we are both heavily injured. Now let's hide and recuperate as much as we can. You need to be careful, don't fall for her trap. She has an immortal killer move that can cause people to continuously lose their memories." The moment he said that, a mystical light flew out and hit Zhao Lianyun's forehead. "Oh no!" Mu Ling Lan quickly shouted, "Every time you forget, the relevant memories will appear in your mind. Use immortal goo to defend, don't use any immortal killer moves that will be even more dangerous. Once you forget the immortal killer move's memories, you will suffer from the backlash of the immortal killer move. Persevere, wait for me to heal, I will have the strength to fight." Zhao Lianyun quickly agreed. She hid in a corner and activated her immortal goo to protect herself, waiting for the killer move to activate. Damn it! Zhao Lianyun felt uneasy. She knew her own situation, she had just become a goo immortal not long ago. Most of her battle experience came from the special training period. If she lost her memories during this period, it would be an extremely huge loss to her. Memories started to surface in her mind. Northern Plains. Ma tribe was defeated and surrendered to He tribe. To think that we could still be alive, Lady Xiao Yun. Ma Hong Yun carried Zhao Lianyun and spun around on the spot. "Ah! Put me down, you idiot! You big idiot!" Zhao Lianyun shouted. "Inside Imperial Court blessed land. You are really lucky you can actually become Chang tribe's son-in-law." "Ah!" Zhao Lianyun patted Ma Hong Yun's shoulder. Ma Hong Yun chuckled, scratching his head. "Lady Xiao Yun, don't worry. You have helped me so much, I will not mistreat you." Zhao Lianyun acknowledged loudly and nodded. "Then I will rely on you from now on." She felt strange inwardly. Why do I feel a sense of loss and bitterness? Inside 88-point Jinyang Tower. You are actually an otherworldly demon. You are actually hiding beside Ma Hong Yun. Yihi, you really have guts, you really have guts. But it is a pity that you met me. Giant suns will reveal thick killing intent. Zhao Lianyun felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. He screamed inwardly, "Damn it, there is such a thing? A transmigrator is an otherworldly demon? This world is too much of a scam. It's over, I am dead this time. I'm actually going to die here?" But at the next moment, Ma Hong Yun stepped forward. He stood in front of Zhao Lianyun. He opened his arms, protecting Zhao Lianyun behind him. "Kid, you want to protect an otherworldly demon?" Giant Suns will raised his voice, his expression turning cold. "What otherworldly demon? I don't know what otherworldly demon, I only know that she is Lady Xiao Yun. Without her help, I might have already been beaten to death." Ma Hong Yun defended Zhao Lianyun with all his might. Zhao Lianyun's pupils shrunk, he looked at Ma Hong Yun in a daze. Even against Giant Sun's will. Even this fellow can step forward bravely? Why? I am obviously an otherworldly demon, I am not a person of this world. You idiot, you will die. Protecting me will offend Giant Sun's will. That is your ancestor, you idiot. Even He Lolan's gaze towards Zhao Lianyun was filled with killing intent. "No. Lady Xiao Yun is innocent, you cannot harm her." Ma Hong Yun insisted on his opinion. He wholeheartedly wanted to protect Zhao Lianyun. But Giant Sun ignored Ma Hong Yun, and directly attacked Zhao Lianyun. "No." Ma Hong Yun saw that the situation was bad. He shouted, in a moment of desperation he stretched out his arms and hugged Zhao Lianyun. At this moment, time seemed to have become extremely long. Zhao Lianyun shrunk into Ma Hong Yun's embrace, her heart started to beat wildly. An unprecedented sense of security and warmth filled her heart. Along with it there was also a sense of panic. This panic was not the emotion of her life hanging by a thread, but a wondrous feeling that came from the bottom of her heart. Zhao Lianyun found that at this moment, she had fallen hopelessly in love with the idiot Ma Hongyun. In this world, there were men who would look at the starry sky for her, cheer with her towards the valley, heal her injuries and offer flowers for her. But, who would give up their lives for her? In this world, even Giant Sun Immortal rejected an otherworldly demon, who would be foolish enough to protect her. Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun. Pieces of memories appeared in Zhao Lianyun's mind. Then they disappeared one by one. No, don't. Zhao Lianyun's face was covered in tears as she screamed in agony. Xiao Feifei's voice could be heard. After being hit by my immortal killer move, your most precious memories will be lost. Do you feel pain? Don't worry, the more you forget, the more relaxed you become, you might even laugh. The memories disappeared, a smile appeared on Zhao Lianyun's face. Don't laugh. This is Xiao Feifei's famous sinister killer move in Northern Plains. It can kill people while they are laughing. The longer you laugh, the easier it is for you to die. Mu Linglan quickly transmitted his voice to warn. But Zhao Lianyun seemed to be in a daze, her smile was growing wider and wider. Damn it. Mu Linglan knew he had to make a move. It was fine if he did not make a move, but the moment he made a move, it was an earth-shattering killer move. You actually... Xiao Feifei's position was exposed when he attacked Zhao Lianyun. He was caught off guard and suffered a fatal blow, dying on the spot. Fairy Lianyun, you need to persevere. Mu Linglan quickly rushed over and saved Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun's smile was still on her face, but her mind had regained clarity. 2 streams of turbid tears flowed down from her eyes. Her vision was blurry, her hair was white, she was extremely old, she could only use goo worms to replace her vocal cords. What should I do? I have almost forgotten everything about him. I've even forgotten what he looked like. I only remember his name. I only remember, I love him. Chapter 1273. Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, the #1 snowy peak. Again. Lady Wanshou approached Ma Hongyun step by step, holding a lightning ball in her hand. Go ahead. Ma Hongyun rolled his eyes indifferently. Lady Wanshou snorted coldly, the lightning ball in her hand flew out and fused into Ma Hongyun's chest. Crackle crackle crackle. Lightning coiled around Ma Hongyun's body, he gritted his teeth, actually maintaining his consciousness amidst the rampaging lightning. The lightning lasted for a while before ending. Ma Hongyun did not faint, he was covered in sweat and his face was flushed red. Failed again. Lady Wanshou stared in disbelief. How can this be? Something is not right. She had failed countless times in lightning refinement of Ma Hongyun. Although the success rate of refining a rank 8 immortal goo was minuscule, it was too unreasonable to keep getting stuck at this point. Lady Wanshou felt like vomiting blood. Especially when she saw that Ma Hongyun had already reached rank 5 peak stage, and because of the repeated lightning refinement failures, there were many lightning path Dao marks on his body. If Ma Hongyun cultivated lightning path, these Dao marks would no doubt be of great help to him. I say, aren't you tired of doing this all the time? Why don't you change to another method? I'm already sick of it. Ma Hongyun knew he was going to die, he was very relaxed and teased Lady Wanshou. Lady Wanshou's eyes shined with a cold light. Ma Hongyun felt an intense pain when this cold light shone on him, assaulting his body and mind. He no longer had the satisfaction from before. He raised his head and screamed, his body twitching non-stop. Lady Wanshou was silent, she listened to Ma Hongyun's screams, her eyes shining with a cold light. Ma Hongyun screamed until his throat was hoarse. Finally, his eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. Lady Wanshou snorted coldly, the cold light in her eyes faded as she showed a pondering expression. Zhao Lianyun's condition is not good anymore. The number of times love immortal goo can unleash its power has become limited. However, Lady Wanshou seems to have noticed it. South Desolation Immortal, who was far away in Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace, knew the situation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land like the back of his hand. At this moment he was also a little restless. The Central Continent goo immortals had not appeared yet. What were they planning? Capturing Love Immortal goo was Ancestor Giant Sun's plan back then. Now, it is time for us descendants to bring it to a perfect conclusion. Black Extremity, get ready to go. The South Desolation Immortal sent his order to the Longevity Heaven through a channel of information. Within the Longevity Heaven, the 8 extremities were still controlling Calamity Luck Altar to attack 5 Elements Grandmaster. Hearing the order, 2 rank 7 Gu Immortals came out. They were Black Extremity and Flood Extremity. Everyone will be going now. Black Extremity called out. Go early and come back early. Heaven Extremity did not dare to be distracted. Without the 2 rank 7 Gu Immortals, they were helpless against 5 Elements Grandmaster. They could only maintain the current situation and wait for Flood Extremity and Black Extremity to return. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Everything is going according to plan. This way, Love Immortal Gu and Ma Hong Yun will return to Longevity Heaven. Central Continent Gu Immortals, if you don't make a move now, it will be too late. South Desolation Immortal was muttering in his mind. Rumble. A loud sound echoed. The whole of Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace shook intensely. It was actually forced to reveal its true form. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. So everything was your doing. Destroy this Heavenly Palace, take revenge for our comrades. In front of Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, 2 immortal Gu houses appeared. One was filled with the cries of hundreds of birds. It was extremely lively. It was Canary Pavilion. The other was filled with raging winds. It was a tall building. It was wind-sweeping building. Even though the 2 immortal Gu houses had imposing auras, they were both damaged. Evidently, the Central Continent Gu Immortals had paid a huge price to escape from the spaceless tunnel. They finally appeared. South Desolation Immortal snorted coldly. He quickly controlled Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace to defend. Central Continent's 2 immortal Gu houses attacked Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace from the front and back. Even though Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was inside Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, he had no intention of attacking. He had been sitting here for countless years. He only had the strength to attack once. It was to repay someone's kindness. At this moment, even though Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was being attacked, he was sitting at the center of the hall with his eyes closed. He was unmoved. Soon, a layer of sweat appeared on South Desolation Immortal's forehead. Although Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was strong, it had a huge weakness. It had to stay here and could not move freely. Once it moved, even if it was just a millimeter of distance, it would destroy the 300,000 years of hard work it had put in here. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace had spent 300,000 years to spread its influence over Black Heaven and White Heaven above Northern Plains. Once it moved, it would break. Black Heaven and White Heaven would no longer be affected. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was like a huge protective umbrella, firmly protecting Northern Plains. This was arranged by Giant Sun Immortal for the sake of his descendants. How could South Desolation Immortal destroy Ancestor Giant Sun's efforts just because he was attacked? He could only choose to resist. Central Continent's side came prepared. Their attacks burst out and actually suppressed Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Yao Huang, come and control this immortal Gu house. Help me fight the enemy. South Desolation Immortal said. The Medicine Sovereign hurriedly replied and lent a helping hand. With a second rank 8 Gu Immortal controlling the immortal Gu house, there was an immediate effect. The battle situation stabilized. South Desolation Immortal had a puzzled expression. Strange, why did the Central Continent Gu Immortals' attacks suddenly fall? Also, they seem to have met with an accident in the spaceless tunnel. What I am most concerned about is, there are clearly 3 immortal Gu houses, but where did the strongest Edgelink camp go? Did it get destroyed in the spaceless tunnel? But at the next moment, South Desolation Immortal's eyes opened wide as he received the latest information. So Edgelink camp actually appeared in the sky above Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Longevity Heaven had already infiltrated Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Thus South Desolation Immortal knew the situation inside Snowy Mountain Blessed Land like the back of his hand. Boom. Another loud sound, followed by intense tremors that spread rapidly. The 12 snowy peaks of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land were shaking intensely. Immortal Gu House Edgelink Camp's power was huge because this Immortal Gu House had 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals. One was Wei Lingyang, the other was Bai Qin Tian. Meanwhile, Myriad Tidal Dragon was controlling Wind Sweeping Building, taking care of Canary Pavilion and Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Edgelink Camp was very powerful. Even in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, it resisted the power of the fate-reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation, firmly hovering in the sky like a nail. We are saved. Reinforcements are finally here. Why is there only one Edgelink camp? Where are the other 2? The 5 Central Continent Gu immortals who were scattered on the snowy peaks looked up, their morale surging when they saw Edgelink Camp. Edgelink Camp also discovered these 5 Gu immortals, especially Zhao Lianyun, who had love immortal Gu. Wei Lingyang and Bai Qin Tian naturally wanted to save their companions. However, the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation was not just for show. Edgelink Camp wanted to dive down, but it was obstructed by a strong formless force. The Super Gu formation here is not simple, it actually uses Reverse Flow River. Reverse Flow River is actually an old ancestor Shuehu's hands. But this Gu formation is built on snowy mountain blessed land. The blessed land is the foundation of the Gu formation. If we cannot deal with the Gu formation, we can directly destroy snowy mountain blessed land and destroy its foundation. That way this Gu formation will collapse on its own. Wei Lingyang and Bai Qin Tian discussed for a while before deciding on their battle plan. Bam bam bam, Edgelink Camp burst forth with a fierce offensive. The giant horn silhouettes were unceasing, constantly bombarding various parts of snowy mountain blessed land, causing extremely violent tremors. Snowy mountain blessed land welcomed an apocalyptic scene. Avalanches occurred on the snowy peaks, huge ravines appeared on the ground, countless birds and beasts fled in panic. Husband. Lady Wan Shou stood beside old ancestor Shuehu, temporarily putting down the Gu refinement with a worried expression. Wife, if this immortal Gu house is allowed to work, snowy mountain blessed land will be destroyed sooner or later. By then, this refinement path formation will also be destroyed. Don't worry, what can a mere immortal Gu house do to me? I will teach these meddlesome Central Continent Gu immortals a lesson. Old ancestor Shuehu laughed heartily, boldly charging towards Edgelink Camp. Both sides fought intensely in the sky. Chapter 1274. Old ancestor Shuehu displayed the battle strength of the number 1 rank 8s in northern plains. His might was vast and shook heaven and earth. His aura was boundless, shocking even gods and frightening ghosts. Old ancestor Shuehu is truly worthy of being the number 1 person in northern plains. Bai Qin Tian lost his temper. An expert's attack was extraordinary. Bai Qin Tian and old ancestor Shuehu had just fought for a while, but he knew he was not Shuehu's match. Edgelink Camp continued to shake. Under old ancestor Shuehu's tyrannical attacks, it seemed to be unable to bear the burden. It is a pity that old ancestor Shuehu is alone, while we have 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. Wei Lingyang sneered, saying to Bai Qin Tian, I will leave this to you. Bai Qin Tian transmitted, don't worry, I can hold on. If anything goes wrong, I will call you back. Wei Lingyang used a method to secretly fly out of Edgelink Camp. He could not resist the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation alone, but the formation was using most of its strength to protect the foundation of snowy mountain blessed land, so Wei Lingyang's pressure was greatly reduced. He was confident he could go to all the snowy peaks with his own methods. Because he was a Rule Path Gu immortal. Rule Path had a huge advantage in this aspect. Even though old ancestor Shuehu was stronger than Wei Lingyang, he was inferior in this aspect. But Wei Lingyang had only flown half the way when he was discovered by old ancestor Shuehu's powerful investigative killer move. Where are you going? Old ancestor Shuehu shouted angrily, waving his hand. Immediately, a boundless blizzard started to blow, heaven and earth changed color, all living beings went silent, directly engulfing Wei Lingyang. Wei Lingyang's plan was thwarted, but he was not discouraged. He continued to change directions, trying to break through old ancestor Shuehu's obstruction, cooperating with Bai Qin Tian to split up and attack. Lady Wan Shou's body was covered in cold sweat. She did not have the mood to refine Gu now. She was paying attention to this crucial battle. If old ancestor Shuehu won, everything would be fine. Even if it was not, they would be safe. If old ancestor Shuehu lost, everything would be over, all their efforts would be for naught. Even though old ancestor Shuehu had great battle strength, Wei Lingyang and Bai Qin Tian were rank 8 Gu immortals, they had an immortal Gu house Edgelink Camp. In contrast, the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation was of limited help to rank 8 Gu immortals like old ancestor Shuehu. Wei Lingyang wanted to split his forces for a surprise attack, but this undoubtedly took up a lot of old ancestor Shuehu's energy, making it hard for the latter to display his full strength. If we allow one of the rank 8 Gu immortals to attack the snowy peak, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lady Wan Shou had a worried expression. At this moment, the snowy mountain-blessed land had reached a critical juncture of life and death. Lady Wan Shou, I have a way to resolve your current crisis. Right at this time, A message was transmitted to Lady Wanshou's immortal aperture. This is? Lady Wanshou was shocked. Because the goo worm that transmitted the message was the one that Lady Wanshou had kept in her immortal aperture and had never used before. Many years ago, when Lady Wanshou had just become an immortal. In the cave. So Senior is already here. Junior will leave now. I don't dare to disturb Senior from obtaining this true inheritance. Lady Wanshou felt a surge of aura from this mysterious goo immortal and her heart jumped. But who knew that this mysterious goo immortal would say, "Young lady, you are a goo immortal at such a young age, you also know your limits and know when to advance and when to retreat, very good. But I cannot obtain this true inheritance, I do not have the qualifications. I am willing to give this true inheritance to you, but after you inherit it, you need to let me browse through its contents. At the same time you will owe me a favor. In the future, if something happens, you will need to help someone who can use this information path goo worm to transmit information." Lady Wanshou thought about it for a moment before agreeing. She actually had no other choice. Because if she did not agree with just her cultivation level, she might not be able to leave alive. Rather than that, she might as well take a gamble. Great. Come, let's set an alliance agreement. The mysterious goo immortal laughed heartily while stroking his beard. This scene of the past rapidly flashed in Lady Wanshou's mind. She immediately responded, "May I ask if you also want fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo?" That goo worm quickly transmitted, "Haha, it seems that Lady Wanshou is very sincere towards old ancestor Jianghu. Don't worry, we have no ill intentions towards you, we only need Lady Wanshou to refine a goo material. If you can do this, we will help you and your husband to repel these strong enemies of Central Continent. Then invite the esteemed guest in." Lady Wanshou thought about it before nodding. A moment later, a group of 4 goo immortals appeared in front of Lady Wanshou. They were Wuxia and the others. He Lulan Tai by Yunxing. Lady Wanshou immediately recognized 2 of them. There was no helping it, 88-point Jianghu Tower had collapsed. The culprits were being chased everywhere. He Lulan and Tai by Yunxing had become famous, along with Fang Yuan. Right now, seeing these 2 culprits, Lady Wanshou was very surprised. After all, some time ago the huge superforce He tribe had taken the blame for He Lulan. They were besieged by the Huangjin tribes and were eventually annexed by Baizu tribe. As for Bai Ningbing and Wuxia, Lady Wanshou naturally did not recognize them. But what made her even more surprised was that these 4 goo immortals were clearly led by the weakest strength path immortal zombie, Wuxia. "I wonder how esteemed guests can help us husband and wife repel the enemy?" Lady Wanshou asked. Wuxia laughed heartily, speaking with composure. "Lady Wanshou, I know that the alliance agreement with you back then has already been removed by old ancestor Jianghu's help. But we have no ill intentions, we have a common enemy, that is these Central Continent goo immortals, we are excellent allies. At this moment you let us in, it shows that you still remember your old relationship, you understand the danger of this situation. But as long as you help us refine an immortal material, everything will be resolved." "What immortal material? Give it to me." Lady Wanshou spread out her hands. But Wuxia shook his head, smiling bitterly. "This immortal material is in your immortal aperture." "Oh." "It is the purple gold rock that old ancestor Jianghu obtained from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance graveyard," Wuxia answered. Lady Wanshou's pupils shrunk, letting out bright light as she took out an immortal material. "It is this." The 4 immortals looked at it. This rock was palm-sized, it was shining with purple gold and had a stone texture. Wuxia heaved a long sigh. "Sigh, it is this rock. So you are members of Shadow Sect." Lady Wanshou exposed the identities of Wuxia and the others. Wuxia was not surprised, he nodded and admitted, "Fairy, you have good eyes, please help." Lady Wanshou nodded. This way, she and these Shadow Sect goo immortals were indeed enemies of Central Continent's goo immortals. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Moreover, Lady Wanshou took a quick glance at the battle in the sky, before turning her gaze to the purple gold rock in her hand. "What kind of immortal material is this? I can't recognize it. After obtaining it, I have asked for guidance several times but no one knows. I won't hide it from you, I have already tried to refine this purple gold rock, but I failed every time." Wuxia laughed heartily, his tone carrying some arrogance. "That is because this is a special method of my Shadow Sect. Lady Wanshou, you don't know the correct steps and methods, I will teach you one by one, you just have to follow the instructions and you can successfully refine it." An ancient sword dragon rode on the clouds, finally arriving at Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. From the outside world, one could not see the scene inside Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Thus, even though there were battles of life and death in the Blessed Land in the outside world, it was a peaceful scene. They actually entered Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? Strange. Fang Yuan could not help but hesitate. He knew that in order to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, old ancestor Shui who had already turned Snowy Mountain Blessed Land into a dangerous place. Wuxia and the others actually barged in? Was this real or an illusion? Could it be like that time in Eastern Sea, when Wuxia and the others arranged a method in the Gu formation, creating an illusion and deceiving Fang Yuan's Qi Luck sensation again? If it was real, the implications were too many. Fang Yuan hesitated. Although he had the upper extreme heavenly eagle, it was not wise to barge in rashly like this. He decided not to show himself and observe first. Chapter 1275. Shuihu, take this. Wei Lingyang shouted, pointing at old ancestor Shuihu with his right hand. Immediately, a majestic beam of light shot towards old ancestor Shuihu. Old ancestor Shuihu snorted lightly, he raised his hand and a huge ice wall appeared, blocking the beam of light easily. Following that, old ancestor Shuihu opened his mouth and breathed out. Balls of cold air flew towards Wei Lingyang like flying axes. Wei Lingyang's expression changed. These flying axes were very troublesome. He had already suffered from them and most importantly he did not have any methods to counter them. Without a choice, Wei Lingyang could only fly into the Immortal Gu House Edge Link Camp and use its powerful defensive ability to protect himself. Bam bam bam. With a series of soft sounds, the flying axes followed Wei Lingyang, landing on Edge Link Camp one after another. Edge Link Camp shook intensely, large amounts of icy air spread out. Many of the mortal Gu that formed the Immortal Gu House were frozen to death. Quick, repair the Immortal Gu House. Someone is injured, heal him. Activate the Immortal Gu House. Use offense as defense. The Gu Immortals inside the Immortal Gu House were in chaos. Wei Lingyang breathed roughly, his right hand had unknowingly turned into a lump of ice. When did I get hit? Even Wei Lingyang was shocked at the injury on his right hand. Old ancestor Shuihu had countless methods. They were either powerful or sinister, they were hard to defend against. Wei Lingyang was unknowingly hit by old ancestor Shuihu's move, he suffered a loss. Wei Lingyang tried several methods, but the injury on his right hand showed no signs of improvement. This injury is so troublesome. Bai Qin Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. It's no big deal, my right hand is only temporarily sealed. I am more worried about Myriad Tidal Dragon. Even though he controls 2 immortal Gu houses and has the help of most of the Central Continent Gu immortals, he is facing Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace and Longevity Heaven. We need to save Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, then regroup with Myriad Tidal Dragon and retreat to Central Continent. Wei Lingyang's eyes flickered. Central Continent's Gu immortals naturally came prepared. Even though there was an accident in the spaceless tunnel earlier, Central Continent's foundation was still strong enough. After these Central Continent Gu immortals reacted, they faced it head-on and successfully escaped. But the current situation was very disadvantageous to Central Continent's Gu immortals. Dealing with the Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was already very difficult. Now that they had split into 2 as the decision-maker, Wei Lingyang was under a lot of pressure. Rumble. Thunderous explosions resounded endlessly, the Immortal Gu House Edge Link Camp shook continuously, it was forced to retreat. Central Continent's 2 Rank 8 Gu immortals were elites among Rank 8s. To be able to become members of the Celestial Court, they were naturally very powerful. But Northern Plains had the strongest battle strength in the 5 regions. Old ancestor Shuihu was publicly recognized as the strongest Rank 8s in Northern Plains. At this moment he exploded with a stormy attack. Ever since Central Continent fought with old ancestor Shuihu, they had never gained the upper hand. We can't go on like this. Heal your injuries here and control the Immortal Gu House to control the situation. I will go outside to distract old ancestor Shuihu. Bai Qin Tian gritted his teeth. Be careful. Wei Lingyang knew that his injuries had not recovered yet, he reminded Bai Qin Tian. Bai Qin Tian flew out of Edge Link Camp, he quickly used an immortal killer move, turning into a green rainbow that resembled a long bridge in the sky, directly pouncing towards the snowy peak below. Bai Qin Providence was destroying the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Once this formation was destroyed, Immortal Gu House Edge Link Camp would not be obstructed. It could directly enter and save Zhao Lianyun or maybe Ma Hongyun. Old Ancestor Shui Hu was strong, but he could not stop Edge Link Camp's rampage. Don't even think about it. Old Ancestor Shui Hu had already seen through Central Continent's tactic. He activated an immortal killer move. Countless hailstones fell from the sky. These hailstones were huge, they were like mounds of earth. Bang, bang, bang. They fell down, and the hailstones immediately turned into snow monsters. These snow monsters had desolate beast-level battle strength. There were even ancient desolate beast snow monsters among them. They stood on the snowy peak, raising their heads and roaring. Old Ancestor Shui Hu suddenly breathed in deeply. 2 streams of deep blue frost air that were almost black came out of his nostrils. The cold air dissipated, and immediately a strong blizzard blew in the air. The snow monsters were like fish in water in the blizzard. They could even use the blizzard to fly. But Bai Qin Tian was greatly restricted. Amazing. Old Ancestor Shui Hu knows that he cannot use battlefield killer moves in the Gu formation. He actually dismantled his signature battlefield killer move. His ice and snow path attainment level has probably reached Great Grandmaster level. Seeing this, be it Bai Qin Tian or Wei Lingyang, they were both shaken. At Great Grandmaster level, all sorts of killer moves could be dismantled and used freely. Their understanding of paths was already close to Dao. But what if I join in? Wei Lingyang sneered. At the next moment he also charged out of Edge Link Camp, entering the Gu formation. The injury on his right hand had already healed. Evidently, he had high attainment in the healing aspect. Old Ancestor Shui Hu's expression changed slightly. He was facing 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals and an Immortal Gu House at the same time. He was in a difficult situation. He seemed to be losing control of the battle. After all, he could not destroy the Immortal Gu House for now. The 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals were experts, and most importantly, Old Ancestor Shui Hu had to protect this fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. Rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals could not destroy this formation, but rank 8 Gu Immortals were different. Bai Qin Tian and Wei Lingyang attacked the enemy's weakness. They gradually turned the situation around. They had the initiative. Inside the Immortal Gu House, Edge Link Camp, there were a group of rank 7 Gu Immortals. They did not seek to make any mistakes. They were like a tortoise shell. Old Ancestor Shui Hu could not kill them easily. Bam bam bam. From time to time, the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation shook and buzzed. This was because a small portion of Bai Qin Tian's and Wei Lingyang's attacks had escaped Old Ancestor Shui Hu's obstruction and landed on snowy mountain-blessed land. This is great. Come on, masters and fellow immortals of the Middle Continent. Zhao Lianyun and the rest did not need to take risks now. They stood on the snowy peaks and watched with excitement. Looking up at the sky with them were the surviving snowy mountain peak lords. Their faces were shrouded in a layer of worry. This is the power of a rank 8 Gu Immortal. It is truly heaven-shaking and earth-shaking. It is truly terrifying. Because of this formation, the aftermath of the battle between rank 8s did not spread. Otherwise, we would have all died. Lord Shui Hu might have strong battle strength, but Central Continent scoundrels are extremely crafty. At this rate, the Gu formation will be destroyed by them sooner or later. Meanwhile, on the first snowy peak of Snowy Mountain, the refinement of the purple gold rock had reached the final stage. To think that enshrouding fragrance could actually dissolve the purple gold rock. Lady Wanshou felt like her horizons had been broadened. Enshrouding fragrance was also an immortal material. Using immortal materials to refine immortal materials was a rare method. Moreover, Lady Wanshou found that the essence of this method was actually food path. Food path was very rare. No wonder Lady Wanshou could not do anything to this purple gold rock. The last layer of rock melted away, and a glaring purple light immediately soared into the sky, forcing people to close their eyes. Lady Wanshou narrowed her eyes into slits and could barely make out a figure in the purple light. This figure was small, only the size of an adult's thumb. There were 2 thin purple wings on his back. Miniman? Lady Wanshou was slightly stunned, recognizing this figure's race. Bathed in the purple light, the Miniman slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were also a glassy purple and they were exceptionally deep. As he opened his eyes, a powerful aura leaked out. Rank 8 Gu Immortal. At once, this aura caused the intense battle in the sky of Snowy Mountain blessed land to slow down. Why is another rank 8 Gu Immortal here? And it is Northern Plains aura. Bai Qin Tian and Wei Lingyang looked at each other, feeling that something was amiss. Greetings to Lord Purple. Wuxia had already led the Gu Immortals behind him. respectfully greeting this rank 8 Mini-Mangu immortal. Only Bai Ning Bing was an exception, she was still standing straight. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.